Crescent moon welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil oasis where relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Tonight we invite you to cozy up and let the gentle narration of our stories take you away on a journey of delightful and calming tales. Allow your imagination to drift into whimsical worlds as you unwind with the soothing sounds of our video. Settle in, dear listener, and let your mind and spirit find peace and comfort in this gentle moment. Glowing Star. Story 1. In the heart of the world, where the sun's final rays surrendered each evening to the gentle dominion of the moon, lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the very air hummed with a soft, silver magic, and the boundaries between the waking world and the world of dreams grew thin and permeable. The trees, gnarled and grand, were librarians of forgotten lore, their leaves rustling with stories older than the mountains. The streams did not merely babble, they sang in liquid, crystalline notes, and the stones, carpeted in emerald moss, remembered every footfall that had ever graced them. Our story begins on an autumn evening, as the last of the daylight bled away into a tapestry of deep violet and burnt orange. A small, rather anxious hedgehog named Pip was shuffling through a carpet of fallen leaves. The sound was a gentle, crinkling whisper, a natural ASMR that usually soothed him. But tonight his heart was a frantic drum against his little ribs. Pip was a creature of immense diligence, a tireless keeper of the Glimmerfoot Glen, a role passed down through generations of his family. His task was to ensure that all the bioluminescent fungi, the moon-petal flowers, and the will-o'-the-wisp orbs were shining brightly each night, stitching the forest floor with constellations of soft, living light. But a strange malaise had fallen over the glen. The lights were dimming. The moon-petals were curling in on themselves, and the will-o'-the-wisps flickered weakly, like dying candle flames. Pip had tried everything, extra polishing of the fungi, whispered encouragements to the flowers, even offering his own store of dewdrops. Nothing worked. The enchanting glow that was the glen's pride was fading, and with it, Pip felt his own spirit growing dim. Desperate, he decided to seek the one being who might understand the silence of the lights, the great oak of whispers, the eldest and wisest entity in Lumenwood. His journey took him deep into the forest, where the moonlight filtered through the canopy in slender, silver beams, painting shifting patterns on the mossy ground. He passed the chattering brook, whose water sang a continuous, bubbling lullaby. He paused for a moment, dipping his paw into the cool water. "Why the hurry, little keeper?" the brook seemed to gurgle. "The water is never in a rush, yet it always arrives." "The lights are failing," Pip explained, his voice small. "I must find the great oak before it is too late." "The forest's heart beats in cycles, not in races," the brook replied, its melody soothing. But Pip, too worried to listen, merely nodded and scurried on. He traveled further, his path illuminated by the few remaining patches of glowing moss, their light a cool, ethereal blue. He heard the soft whoosh of wings and looked up to see a barn owl named Orion gliding silently between the trees. Orion's feathers were the color of frost and ash, and his eyes held the depth of the starry sky. "You travel with a heavy heart, little Pip," Orion hooted, landing softly on a low-hanging branch. The sound of his wings was like silk brushing against silk. "The glen is growing dark," Pip lamented. "I don't know how to fix it." Orion blinked slowly. "The forest speaks many languages. You have listened with your eyes and you have worked with your paws, but have you listened with your soul? The great oak will not give you an answer you do not already carry within you. It will only help you hear it." With this cryptic advice, Orion took flight again, vanishing into the velvet darkness, leaving Pip both comforted and confused. Finally, after what felt like an age, Pip arrived at the clearing where the great oak stood. It was a colossal being, its trunk so wide that 20 Pips could not have encircled it. Its branches were a sprawling, leafless network against the sky, like veins of the world itself. The air around it was still and carried the scent of rich earth and ancient peace. Pip approached timidly, placing a small, trembling paw on the oak's rough bark. He expected a great, booming voice. Instead, what he felt was a vibration, a deep, resonant hum that traveled up from the roots, through his body, and into his very being. It was not a sound for the ears, but for the spirit. And then images and feelings began to bloom in his mind, painted by the oak's ancient consciousness. He saw the forest not as a single, unchanging picture, but as a living, breathing cycle. He saw the vibrant, explosive energy of spring, where everything reached for the sun. He felt the lush, full-bodied hum of summer, a time of abundance and growth. He witnessed the brilliant, letting-go blaze of autumn, where the trees released their leaves in a final, glorious dance. And then he saw the deep, silent slumber of winter. The world was not dead, but resting. The snow was a blanket, not a shroud. The silence was not empty, but full of potential. The great oak showed him that the Glimmerfoot Glen was not sick. It was simply preparing for its winter rest. The bioluminescent fungi were storing their energy deep within their mycelial networks. The moon-petal flowers were drawing their essence back into their roots, dreaming of spring. The will-o'-the-wisps were not dying. They were gathering their light, condensing it into tiny, potent seeds of brilliance that would burst forth when the world was ready to wake again. The dimming was not a failure. It was a necessary part of the cycle. A time of renewal required a time of rest. A profound sense of relief washed over Pip. He had been fighting against the natural order, trying to force summer's brilliance into autumn's gentle decline. He had mistaken rest for ruin. As this understanding settled in his heart, a soft rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle shower, each drop a tiny percussion note on the broad leaves and the mossy stones. Pit-pat, pit-pat. The sound was incredibly soothing, a natural symphony of release and cleansing. Pip sat under the shelter of the great oak's roots, listening. He heard the wind sigh through the high branches, a long, whispering shh that seemed to comfort the entire forest. He heard the rain's melody merge with the distant song of the chattering brook, creating a harmony of water in all its forms. He was not just hearing the sounds. For the first time, he was understanding their language. The rain was washing away the old, the wind was making space for the new, and the brook was singing of the eternal flow of time. When the rain ceased, the clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with countless diamonds. The starlight poured into the clearing, so bright it cast soft, definite shadows. And then something magical happened. All across the clearing, the raindrops that had settled on the spiderwebs, the bark of the great oak, and the tips of the pine needles began to glow. They were not reflecting the starlight, they were holding it, each one a tiny, captured star, transforming the clearing into a celestial map. Orion the owl glided back into the clearing and landed beside Pip. "You see," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The light did not leave, it merely changed its form. It is resting in the raindrops just as it rests in the roots. You cannot command the seasons, little keeper. You can only learn their rhythms and find your peace within them." Pip understood now. His role was not to be a constant enforcer of light, but a guardian of the cycle itself. He was to honor the brilliance of summer and the deep, quiet rest of winter with equal reverence. He made his way back to the Glimmerfoot Glen, but he did not hurry. He walked slowly, feeling the soft, damp earth beneath his feet, listening to the forest's nighttime chorus. When he arrived, the glen was still dim. But instead of panic, Pip felt a deep, cozy contentment. He found a soft patch of moss beneath a sheltering fir tree, curled into a tight ball, and watched. He watched the few remaining will-o'-the-wisps pulse slowly, like the heartbeat of the sleeping earth. He saw the faint, deep blue glow of the fungi, a light not for illumination, but for dreaming. He listened to the gentle, rhythmic sounds of the night, the rustle of a badger in the undergrowth, the distant hoot of Orion, the endless, gentle whisper of the wind. He was not failing. He was participating. He was keeping watch over the forest's dreams. And as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, nestled in his cozy nook, the first delicate snowflakes of winter began to fall. They descended silently, twirling in the moonlight, each one a unique and perfect promise. They settled on his spiny back like a blanket, on the moon-petals like a lullaby, and on the entire Glimmerfoot Glen, tucking it in for its long, restorative sleep. The forest was dark, yes, but it was a soft, velvety, and expectant dark. It was a darkness full of secrets and potential, humming with the quiet magic of renewal. And Pip, the little keeper, slept soundly, knowing that beneath the blanket of snow, the entire forest was dreaming of light. Story 2. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there existed a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. This was the realm of the night bloomers and the stargazers, of whispered secrets and gentle wisdom passed down through generations of nocturnal creatures. Among them lived a young hedgehog named Thistle, whose quills shimmered with droplets of evening dew, and whose heart beat in time with the forest's hidden rhythms. Thistle loved nothing more than to wander beneath the constellations, his small paws padding softly over moss so thick and velvety it felt like walking on clouds. Yet lately, a restlessness had settled in his soul. The days were growing shorter, the air crisper, and a quiet voice within him whispered of change, a change he did not fully understand. One evening, as Thistle watched the first fireflies of the night blink their golden lights in the dusky clearing, he noticed something unusual. The oldest tree in the forest, a magnificent silver birch known as the Whispering Sentinel, seemed to be trembling, its leaves shivering though there was no wind. A soft, melodic sigh rustled through its branches, a sound like distant chimes. Curious and concerned, Thistle made his way toward the tree. As he drew nearer, he saw perched on one of its lower branches an owl with feathers the color of twilight and eyes that held the depth of the night sky. This was Alaric, the elder guardian of the woodland, who had watched over the forest for more seasons than any creature could remember. "Good evening, little one," Alaric said, his voice a low, soothing rumble. "I see you have noticed the sentinel's unease." Thistle nodded, his nose twitching. "Why does it sigh so, Alaric? Has something troubled it?" The owl blinked slowly. "The trees speak in a language of rustle and resonance, Thistle. They feel the turning of the world in their roots. The sentinel is remembering. It senses the coming of the quiet time, the season of long nights and deep rest. But there is a disharmony in the forest, a thread of worry woven into the usual peace." Thistle tilted his head. "What kind of disharmony?" "The streams are murmuring of stones out of place," Alaric explained. "The mosses are dreaming troubled dreams. Even the starlight seems hesitant to touch certain clearings. The balance between waking and sleeping, between giving and receiving, has been gently shaken." Determined to help, Thistle asked, "What can I do?" Alaric's feathers ruffled softly. "Listen, little one, not just with your ears, but with your heart. Journey to the 3 sacred places, the stone circle where the rocks hum ancient songs, the moonlit brook where the water tells stories, and the starlight meadow where the earth breathes light. Listen to what they share, then return to me." And so Thistle's quest began. His first path led him to the stone circle, a place where massive, moss-covered stones stood in a ring, their surfaces etched with patterns only the moonlight could reveal. As Thistle approached, he heard it, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through his paws and up into his bones. He closed his eyes and let the sound fill him. It was a song of patience, of standing firm through storms and sunshine, of holding memories deep within. One particularly smooth stone, warmed by the day's lingering heat, seemed to pulse with a gentle energy. Thistle pressed his ear to its surface. In the humming he sensed a story, a tale of a young sapling that had grown too close to the circle, its roots beginning to displace one of the smaller stones. The stones were not angry, only concerned. They remembered when the sapling was just a seed, and they wished to see it thrive, but not at the cost of their own ancient harmony. Next, Thistle followed the sound of bubbling water to the moonlit brook. Here the stream cascaded over smooth, dark rocks, each ripple and eddy forming words in a liquid language. Thistle knelt at the water's edge, watching the silver dance of reflected moonlight on the surface. He dipped his paw into the cool, clear flow and felt the brook's story rush through him. The water spoke of change, of constant movement and renewal. It told of the sapling, now a young maple, whose thirst was great. The brook gladly gave its water, but lately the tree's roots had grown so dense they were diverting the stream's natural path. The brook murmured that it did not mind the new course, but it missed the soft, sandy bank where the water shrews used to play and the ferns drank deeply. Finally, Thistle arrived at the starlight meadow. This was a place of wonder, where bioluminescent fungi glowed with soft blue and green light, and tiny starflowers mirrored the constellations above. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine. Here the very earth seemed to breathe, its exhale a visible, sparkling mist. Thistle lay down in the center of the meadow, feeling the cool grass beneath him. He watched the gentle pulses of light from the fungi and listened to the whisper of the wind through the surrounding pines. The meadow's story was one of generosity, of giving light and beauty without expectation. But it, too, spoke of the young maple. Its branches now stretched over part of the meadow, casting a shadow that made the glowing fungi hesitate to open fully. The meadow missed the unfiltered starlight that once nourished it. As Thistle journeyed back toward the whispering sentinel, he pieced together the stories. The young maple, in its eager growth, was unknowingly causing ripples of unease. It was not out of malice, but simply a lack of awareness, a forgetting that all things in the forest are connected, that growth must be balanced with grace. When Thistle returned to Alaric, he shared all he had learned. The owl listened intently, then nodded. "You have listened well, little one. The forest does not blame the maple for growing, it only asks for mindfulness. Every creature, every plant has its season of reaching out and its season of drawing in. The maple is in its season of reaching, but it must learn to do so without overshadowing others." "What should we do?" Thistle asked. "We will speak to the maple," Alaric said gently. "Not with words of scolding, but with songs of guidance." That very night, Alaric and Thistle went to the young maple. Alaric began to hum, a deep, resonant sound that mimicked the stone's song, a melody of stability and patience. Thistle, remembering the brook's babbling rhythm, tapped his paws lightly against the earth in a soft, flowing pattern. Around them the fireflies gathered, their lights blinking in encouragement. Slowly the maple's leaves began to tremble, not with fear, but with understanding. It had been so focused on its own growth that it had not felt the subtle shifts around it. In the days that followed, with gentle guidance from the stones, the maple's roots shifted ever so slightly, giving the brook back its sandy bank. Its branches lifted just a little higher, allowing more starlight to reach the meadow. And the stones, satisfied, hummed a contented, deeper tune. As the first frost kissed the forest floor, the quiet time settled peacefully over the woodland. The maple, now wiser, let its leaves fall in a brilliant cascade of crimson and gold, understanding that letting go was part of the cycle. The whispering sentinel stood serene, its bark silvered by moonlight, and the brook's song was once again a cheerful gurgle, harmonizing with the rustle of the wind through the pines. Thistle, curled in his cozy nest of dried ferns and soft moss, listened to the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, a soothing whisper that promised renewal. He watched the raindrops catch the moonlight like falling stars and felt the deep, abiding peace of the forest settle in his heart. Alaric, perched nearby, spoke softly. Remember, little one, the greatest magic is not in growing alone, but in growing together. In listening, in balancing, in respecting the rhythms of rest and renewal. The forest thrives when each part remembers it is part of the whole. And as Thistle drifted into dreams, he felt the forest breathing around him, a living, pulsing tapestry of moonlight and shadow, stone and stream, silence and song, all woven together in the endless, gentle dance of the seasons. Story 3. The fire crackled and whispered in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls. Each pop of a pine knot sent a shower of golden sparks swirling up the chimney, like tiny, cheerful fireflies eager to see the stars. The room was filled with a warmth that seeped not just into skin, but into the very soul, a deep, quiet comfort that made heavy eyelids feel like a blessing. It is in such a place, in such a hush, that the best stories are found, stories that are not so much told as they are gently breathed into the air, waiting to be gathered like dreams. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who carried a quietness inside him that was deeper than most. He was a listener, a watcher. While other children chased shouts and games across the village green, Leo was often found tracing the veins of a fallen leaf with his thumb, or sitting on the old stone bridge, watching the water striders skate across the surface of the stream. He felt things deeply, the sadness of a wilting flower, the loneliness of a single cloud in a vast blue sky. And because he felt so much, he sometimes felt alone with it all. One evening, as the autumn sun bled orange and purple behind the distant hills, Leo was walking home through the whispering woods, a forest that cradled their village in its ancient, gentle arms. The air was growing cold, and he pulled his woolen cloak tighter. It was then that he saw it. Nestled in the mossy roots of a great grandfather oak was a soft, pulsing glow. It was the color of a banked fire, of a single ember holding the memory of a great flame. Curiosity, a quiet and patient friend, led him forward. He knelt, brushing away the crinkled brown leaves. There, half buried in the rich, dark earth, was a smooth, oval stone no larger than his palm. But it was no ordinary stone. From its core a gentle, rhythmic light pulsed, warm to the touch. It was like holding a tiny, sleeping star, or a captured piece of the very hearth fire he loved. As his fingers closed around it, a profound sense of peace washed over him. The chill left his bones, and the quiet loneliness in his chest was replaced by a soft, humming warmth. He knew with a certainty that needed no words that this was a special thing. He called it his ember heart. He carried the ember heart home in his pocket, and that night, for the first time in a long time, he did not feel the sharp edge of the world. He slept deeply, and his dreams were of gentle, sun-dappled forests and kind, silent voices. But as the days turned into weeks, Leo noticed a change. The ember heart's glow was fading. Its pulses grew slower, fainter. The warmth it gave was less a comforting embrace and more a dying sigh. The quiet loneliness began to creep back into the corners of his room. He tried everything. He left it in the sunlight, he whispered kind words to it, he even held it close to the kitchen stove, but nothing worked. The light continued to dim. A soft fear, cold and thin, trickled down his spine. He could not bear to lose this warmth, this strange companion that had quieted the storm inside him. It was his grandmother, a woman with eyes that held the wisdom of many winters and a voice as soft as worn velvet, who saw his worry. She found him one afternoon, staring despondently at the now barely glowing stone in his cupped hands. She did not scold or offer easy answers. She simply sat beside him, the rocking chair creaking a gentle rhythm. "Some things, my dear Leo," she said, her gaze on the cold fireplace, "are not meant to be kept. A flame, if closed up in a jar, will suffocate. It needs air. It needs to breathe. Perhaps, she said, turning her kind eyes to him, your little stone heart needs to breathe too. But where? Leo asked, his voice small. Where does an ember heart go to breathe? His grandmother smiled a slow, knowing smile. I have heard stories, old stories my own grandmother told me. They speak of a place deep in the whispering woods, a hidden grove where the oldest fires of the earth still sleep. They call it the Hearth of the world. It is a place of renewal. But the path is not on any map. It is felt. It is found by those who listen not with their ears, but with their own heart. And so, with the fading ember heart tucked safely in a small leather pouch around his neck, Leo set out the next morning. He was not a knight on a grand quest, but a quiet boy with a purpose. He stepped into the whispering woods, and this time he was not just passing through. He was listening. The forest was a symphony of subtle sounds. The crunch of frost-kissed leaves under his boots was a steady drumbeat. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a whispered melody. He walked for hours, his senses wide open. He noticed how the light fell in certain clearings, painting the moss in shades of gold and green. He saw a fox pause and look at him, not with fear, but with a quiet recognition before slipping silently back into the shadows. He was a part of the forest now, not just a visitor. As dusk began to weave its purple threads through the trees, Leo grew tired and a little disheartened. He had seen no sign of a hidden grove, no path that felt different from any other. He sat down on a fallen log, the cold of the wood seeping through his trousers. He took out the ember heart. It was now only a dull, grayish lump, its light all but gone. A single hot tear traced a path down his cheek and landed on the stone. There was a soft rustle in the bushes beside him. Leo looked up, wiping his eyes. A pair of bright, intelligent eyes peered out from between the ferns. It was a badger, stout and sturdy, with a broad white stripe down his black-furred face. He didn't snarl or run. He simply waddled out, sat on his haunches a few feet away, and looked from Leo's tear-streaked face to the stone in his hand. You've lost its warmth, the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble, like stones tumbling in a slow-moving stream. Leo was too surprised to be frightened. You can talk. Everything talks, the badger replied simply. Most things just don't bother to listen. My name is Thuron, and you, I see, are carrying a heavy heart, and a cold one. He nudged his snout towards the ember heart. Leo's story tumbled out then, about finding the stone, the warmth it gave, and how it was now fading away. Thuron listened, his head cocked, occasionally giving a thoughtful sniff. Your grandmother is a wise woman, Thuron rumbled when Leo had finished. A flame needs to breathe. That one, he said, pointing his nose at the stone, is a piece of the world hearth. It cannot live for long away from its source. It grows lonely, just as you did. Can you help me? Leo asked, a tiny spark of hope flickering in his chest. Do you know the way to the hearth of the world? I know the feeling of the way, Thuron said. I have felt its warmth in my bones on the coldest winter nights. It is not a path you see with your eyes. It is a pull. Come, the night is coming, and you should not be alone. And so, an unexpected friendship was forged there in the twilight of the woods. Thuron, with his steady, waddling gait and his deep, calm wisdom, became Leo's guide. They traveled together, the boy and the badger. Thuron showed him how to find sweet, earthy truffles to eat, and which berries were safe. He showed him a hidden spring where the water was so clear it tasted of moonlight. In return, Leo shared his stories of the village, of his grandmother, of the way the stars looked from his bedroom window. Their journey was not swift. They meandered, following the pull that Thuron felt. It led them through silent, cathedral-like groves of ancient trees, where the air was thick and still. It led them across chattering streams on bridges of stepping stones worn smooth by time. All the while, Leo carried the cold, heavy weight of the fading ember heart against his chest. One night, as they huddled in a small, dry cave, a bitter wind howled outside. Leo shivered, pulling his thin cloak tight. Thuron, seeing his distress, lay down beside him, his thick, warm fur a better blanket than any woven cloth. "Why are you helping me, Thuron?" Leo asked, his voice muffled by the badger's fur. Thuron was silent for a long moment. "Because," he said finally, his rumble of vibration against Leo's side, "a long time ago, before my stripes were white, I was caught in a snare. I fought until I had no strength left. I was cold and alone. And then a woodsman, a quiet man much like you, found me. He did not fear my claws or my teeth. He spoke softly and set me free. He shared his warmth with a creature he did not know. You carry that same kindness in your eyes. Leo, the world is often cold. We must share our warmth where we can." Leo fell asleep with those words wrapped around him, warmer than any fire. He was learning that the journey was transforming him. He was less the lonely boy and more a part of the vast, interconnected tapestry of the woods. His quietness was no longer a barrier, but a bridge. Days blended into one another. Then one afternoon, as they climbed a gentle, pine-covered slope, Thuron stopped. He lifted his nose, sniffing the air deeply. "Do you feel it?" he asked. Leo closed his eyes. He let the sounds of the forest fall away, the chatter of a squirrel, the rustle of leaves. He listened with his heart, as his grandmother had said. And then he did feel it. A faint, deep thrum, a vibration that came up through the soles of his feet. It was a feeling of immense, slumbering warmth. It was the same feeling he'd had when he first held the ember heart, but 1,000 times stronger. "This way," Leo said, his voice filled with a new certainty. He led the way now, following the pulsing warmth. They pushed through a curtain of thick, hanging ivy, and stepped into a place that stole the breath from Leo's lungs. It was the hidden grove. It was not large, but it was perfect. The air itself shimmered with a golden haze, and it was as warm as a summer afternoon. In the center of the grove was not a fire, but the earth itself, a wide, flat circle of what looked like dark, volcanic glass. And across its surface, veins of brilliant orange and red light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, like the heartbeat of the world. This was the hearth. Great, smooth stones, warm to the touch, were arranged around it like comfortable chairs. Giant, luminous mushrooms with caps like pearl gave off a soft, white light, illuminating the grove with a gentle glow. The very moss on the ground seemed to be threaded with tiny, glittering filaments of gold. It was the most peaceful, the most profoundly right place Leo had ever seen. He walked slowly towards the hearth, the leather pouch feeling heavy and cold. He knelt at its edge. The warmth that radiated from the glassy stone was immense and welcoming. He carefully took the ember heart from its pouch. It was now completely dark, a cold, dead weight. "What do I do?" he whispered, more to himself than to Thuron. "You give it back," Thuron said softly from behind him. "You let it go." Leo's fingers tightened around the stone. For a fleeting second, he didn't want to. He wanted to keep its potential, the memory of its warmth, for himself. But he remembered his grandmother's words. A flame needs to breathe. He remembered Thuron's kindness. We must share our warmth. He remembered his own loneliness and how the stone had eased it. He understood now. You could not keep warmth for yourself. To try was to lose it. True warmth was in the sharing, in the giving, in the connection. He took a deep breath, uncurled his fingers, and gently placed the cold, dark stone onto the pulsating surface of the hearth. For a moment, nothing happened. The stone lay there, a gray blemish on the vibrant, living surface. Leo's heart sank. But then a single thread of orange light, like a curious tendril of smoke, crept from the hearth and touched the stone. Then another, and another. the gray stone began to drink in the light. Slowly, wonderfully, a glow began to kindle deep within its core. It grew brighter, stronger, until the stone was once again a vibrant, pulsing ember heart, its light even richer and more alive than before. A wave of pure, radiant warmth flowed out from it, washing over Leo. But this time it was different. It did not just warm him, it filled him. It felt as if the warmth was not coming from the stone, but from a wellspring that had opened inside his own chest. The quiet loneliness was gone, not covered up or silenced, but truly gone, replaced by a deep and abiding connection to everything around him, to the ancient hearth, to the whispering trees, to the steadfast badger at his side. He had not come here to get his warmth back. He had come to learn that he carried his own all along. He looked at the ember heart, now fully restored, pulsing in perfect harmony with the great hearth. He knew he would not take it with him. It was home. It belonged here. His journey was complete. He sat there for a long time, with Thuron resting beside him, simply bathing in the peace of the grove. He felt the transformation in his very bones. He was still Leo, the quiet boy, but he was no longer fragile. He was strong like the oak, he was steady like the badger, he was warm like the hearth. As the pearl light of the mushrooms softened into the deeper blues of night within the grove, Leo knew it was time to return. He stood up and turned to Thuron. "Will you come back to the village with me?" he asked. Thuron gave a soft, chuffing sound, a badger's laugh. "My home is here in the woods, but the path between here and there is one we have walked together now. It will always be there for you, and I will always be your friend." Leo knelt and wrapped his arms around the badger's sturdy, warm neck. No more words were needed. The journey back felt different. Leo did not need a guide. He carried the map inside him now. He walked with a new confidence, his own inner light a steady beacon. When he finally stepped out of the edge of the whispering woods and saw the lantern glow of his village below, it felt both familiar and new. He pushed open the door to his cottage. His grandmother was sitting in her rocking chair by the fire, mending a sock. She looked up as he entered, and her eyes, those deep pools of wisdom, saw everything. She saw the calm in his face, the new light in his eyes, the quiet strength in his posture. She saw that the boy who had left was now, in the most important ways, a young man. She did not ask if he had found the hearth. She did not ask what had happened to the stone. She simply smiled a slow, deep, satisfied smile and gestured to the empty chair beside her. "Come, Leo," she said, her voice the softest of velvets. "Sit by the fire. Tell me about your friend, the badger." And so Leo sat in the warmth of his own hearth, in the warmth of his grandmother's love, and he began to speak. His voice was steady and calm, weaving a tale of a magical stone, a hidden grove, and an unexpected friendship that had warmed his heart and taught him that the greatest treasures are not held in the hand, but grown within the soul. Outside, the stars twinkled in the vast, dark sky. The wind whispered through the pines, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and distant, sleeping earth. Inside, the fire crackled its gentle, timeless song. And as Leo's story wound down to its peaceful end, the listeners, wrapped in blankets and comfort, felt their own breaths slow and deepen. The warmth of the tale, the resolution of the journey, the comfort of friendship, all wove together into a soft blanket of contentment. The fire burned steady and true, a mirror of the newfound warmth in Leo's heart, and in the hearts of all who heard his story, guiding them gently, surely, toward restful dreams. Story 4. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that seemed to breathe along with the rhythm of the night. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, but here, in this cozy room, warmth wrapped around you like a favorite blanket. Listen closely now, for I have a story to tell, one of quiet magic and gentle transformation, much like the way embers glow before they burst into flame. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped the sky like gentle hands, there lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that noticed things others often missed. The way dew clung to spiderwebs each morning, how the old oak tree's leaves rustled different songs in spring and autumn, and the particular silence that settled over the world just before snow began to fall. Yet for all his noticing, Kalen often felt unseen himself. While other children raced through the village square playing games of chase and laughter, he would linger at the edges, watching the way light played upon the cobblestones or how smoke curled from chimneys into the evening air. He felt as though he were a shadow, present but not quite part of the brightness around him. One evening, as the last rays of sun bled orange across the horizon, Kalen wandered further than usual into the woods bordering the village. The air grew cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Crickets had begun their nightly chorus, and fireflies blinked like scattered stars among the ferns. It was here, where the path faded into untrodden moss, that Kalen noticed something unusual. A soft, pulsing glow emanating from behind the gnarled roots of an ancient willow tree. Curiosity overcoming caution, he knelt and carefully brushed aside layers of fallen leaves and twigs. There, nestled in a small hollow, rested a stone unlike any he had seen before. It was smooth and oval, fitting perfectly in his palm, and it glowed with a gentle, warm light that reminded him of embers in a dying fire. As he held it, the stone seemed to pulse rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat. "Hello there," a soft voice said from behind him. Kalen started, nearly dropping the stone. Turning, he saw a girl about his age, standing a few paces away. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the green of deep forests. In her hands she carried a basket woven from willow branches, filled with mushrooms and wild herbs. "I'm Rowan," she said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "I see you found the emberstone." "The what?" Kalen asked, his fingers curling protectively around the warm stone. "The emberstone," Rowan repeated, stepping closer. "It's said to glow for those who need to find their own light." She smiled, a quiet, knowing expression. "My grandmother told me stories about it. She said it appears only when someone is ready for a journey." Kalen looked down at the stone in his hand. Its warm glow seemed to seep into his skin, comforting and strange all at once. "What kind of journey?" Rowan's eyes sparkled with reflected firefly light. "The kind that changes you. Would you like to see where it leads? I know the paths through these woods better than anyone." And so began an unexpected friendship, kindled by the glow of a magical stone and the shared quiet between two children who understood the language of stillness. Rowan led Kalen deeper into the forest, along paths only she seemed to know, paths that twisted between silver birches and across streams where stones lay like stepping stones placed by some gentle hand. As they walked, the emberstone pulsed brighter whenever they chose the correct direction, its light casting a warm circle around them in the growing darkness. The forest at night was not frightening, with Rowan as a guide and the stone as their lantern. Moths, drawn to the light, fluttered around them like living snowflakes, and owls called to one another in distant trees. "Tell me about your grandmother's stories," Kalen said as they paused to drink from a spring that bubbled up between moss-covered rocks. Rowan sat on a fallen log, her basket beside her. "She said there's a hidden world within our world, a place where everything is more alive, more aware, where trees remember every season they've weathered and streams sing stories of where they've been." She plucked a leaf from a low-hanging branch and twirled it between her fingers. She called it the heartwood, and she said it reveals itself only to those who approach with quiet wonder. Kalen looked at the emberstone in his hand. "And this stone leads there." "It lights the way for those ready to be transformed," Rowan said simply. "Like fire transforms wood into warmth and light." They continued walking as the moon rose, a silver coin in the velvet sky. The forest changed around them. The trees grew taller, their bark taking on a silvery sheen in the moonlight. Flowers Kalen had never seen before glowed with soft bioluminescence, painting the forest floor in patterns of faint light. The air itself seemed to hum with a gentle energy, as if the very world around them was breathing in deep, peaceful slumber. After what felt like both moments and hours, they arrived at a place where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Through this arch, Kalen could see a clearing unlike any other. The grass shimmered with dew that caught the moonlight, and at the center stood the most magnificent tree he had ever seen. Its trunk wide enough that 5 children holding hands could not circle it, its branches spreading like a canopy over the entire clearing. The Heartwood Rowan whispered, her voice filled with reverence. As they stepped through the archway, Kalen felt a shift, not in the world around him, but within himself. The constant background worry that usually hummed in his chest quieted. The feeling of being an outsider faded. Here, in this hidden world, he simply was. The emberstone in his hand now glowed steadily, no longer pulsing, as if it had reached its destination. As they approached the great tree, a figure emerged from its shadows, not a person exactly, but something made of shifting light and bark and moss. Its eyes were like pools of still water, and when it spoke, its voice sounded like wind through leaves. "Welcome, Kalen," the being said. "I am the guardian of the Heartwood. You have come seeking something." Kalen, who normally would have struggled to find words, found his voice steady. "I'm not sure what I'm seeking." The guardian smiled, a slow unfolding like a flower greeting the dawn. "Sometimes the seeking is more important than the finding. The emberstone would not have called you here without reason." As the guardian spoke, Kalen noticed that the entire clearing was alive with subtle movement. Fireflies tracing patterns in the air, leaves trembling although there was no wind, and small creatures with luminous eyes watching from the shadows. Everything seemed connected in some silent, understanding way. In the Heartwood, the guardian continued, we see what others often miss: the quiet spaces between words, the light that persists in darkness, the strength in stillness. Its gaze seemed to look directly into Kalen's soul. "You have always noticed these things, have you not?" Kalen nodded, his throat tight with an emotion he couldn't name. "Yet you believe this makes you separate," the guardian said gently, "when in truth it makes you essential." Rowan placed a comforting hand on Kalen's shoulder. "Tell him the story of the silent chorus," she said to the guardian. The being nodded and gestured for them to sit on the soft moss at the base of the great tree. As they settled, the guardian began to speak, its voice weaving through the night air like smoke patterns rising from a fire. Long ago, when the world was younger, there was a belief that only the loudest voices mattered: the crashing waves, the howling winds, the roaring fires. The quieter elements felt insignificant in comparison. The gentle rain, the shifting of sands, the growth of roots, these went unnoticed and unappreciated. The guardian paused, and in that silence, Kalen became aware of the multitude of soft sounds around them. The patter of falling leaves, the distant gurgle of a stream, the almost imperceptible rustle of a moth's wings. But then something began to happen, the guardian continued. The world grew unbalanced. Without the quiet, steadying influences, the loud elements became destructive. Storms raged without ceasing, fires burned uncontrollably, and the very earth trembled with constant upheaval. Kalen found himself leaning forward, the emberstone warm in his lap. It was then that the wisest beings understood the truth, that the world needed both the loud and the quiet, the bright and the subtle. They formed what became known as the silent chorus, all those quiet forces working together in harmony. The dew that quenched small thirsts, the moss that prevented erosion, the shadows that gave rest from glaring sun, the roots that held the earth together. What happened then? Kalen asked, his voice barely a whisper. Balance was restored, the guardian said. The world remembered that every element has its purpose, its essential place. The loud elements learned to respect the quiet ones, and the quiet ones found their confidence in being necessary. As the story ended, Kalen felt something shift inside him, a understanding that settled deep in his bones. He looked at the emberstone, which now glowed with a steady, confident light. "You see," Rowan said softly, "the world needs those who notice the quiet things. Without them, everything becomes noise and glare." The guardian nodded. "Your journey here was not to become something you are not, but to understand the value of what you already are." They spent what remained of the night in the Heartwood, watching as the stars wheeled slowly overhead. The guardian showed them wonders, pools of water that showed memories instead of reflections, flowers that bloomed only in moonlight, and trees that hummed with ancient songs. With each discovery, Kalen felt his quiet nature not as a limitation, but as a special kind of perception, a way of seeing the world that was uniquely his. As dawn approached, painting the sky in soft hues of rose and gold, the guardian led them back to the archway of trees. "The emberstone will remain with you," it told Kalen. "Not to light your path, for you no longer need guidance in that way, but to remind you of the light you carry within yourself." Rowan hugged Kalen goodbye at the edge of the village. "I'll see you tomorrow," she asked. Kalen nodded, a genuine smile touching his lips for the first time in recent memory. "I'd like that." The return to his normal life felt different. The village hadn't changed, the same cobblestones, the same houses with smoking chimneys, the same children playing in the square, but Kalen had. He still noticed the small things, the way morning light caught in dewdrops, the particular sound of bread being taken from the oven, the expressions that flickered across people's faces. But now he understood these observations not as separations, but as connections. In the days that followed, Kalen found himself engaging with the world in new ways. He still preferred quiet corners, but now he used his observations to help others. Noticing when the baker's daughter looked sad and leaving a wildflower on her windowsill, seeing that the elderly woodcarver struggled to carry water and offering assistance, observing which children lingered at the edges of games, and inviting them to explore the woods with him and Rowan. The emberstone, which he kept in his pocket, no longer glowed with physical light, but he could feel its warmth whenever he acted from this new understanding of himself. It was a gentle reminder that his quiet nature was not an absence, but a presence, a different way of being in the world that had its own value and power. One evening, as autumn deepened and the air grew crisp, Kalen sat with Rowan beneath their favorite oak tree at the forest's edge. They watched as the last leaves drifted downward, spinning golden in the slanting light. "Do you ever miss the Heartwood?" Kalen asked, his breath making small clouds in the cool air. Rowan considered this, her head tilted. "Sometimes, but I've come to realize that we carry pieces of it with us everywhere." She gestured to the village below, where lanterns were being lit in windows, their warm glow appearing one by one in the twilight. "Look, it's like the fireflies in the Heartwood, remember?" Kalen smiled. She was right. The magic hadn't been left behind in that hidden clearing. It had transformed how he saw everything. The entire world was filled with quiet wonders, if one only knew how to look. As the seasons turned, Kalen's reputation in the village quietly shifted. He became known not as the quiet boy who kept to himself, but as the one who noticed what others missed, the first signs of spring, the subtle changes in the weather, the unspoken needs of those around him. Children began seeking him out to hear stories about the forest, and adults sometimes asked his opinion about where to plant crops or when to harvest herbs. He never spoke of the Heartwood or the Guardian to anyone but Rowan. Some mysteries are meant to be kept, like embers banked in a hearth, glowing with secret warmth. But the lessons he learned there shaped his every interaction, his every quiet observation. Years later, when Kalen had grown into a young man known for his wisdom and gentle insight, a new family moved to the village. They had a daughter who was painfully shy, who lingered at the edges of gatherings with wide, observant eyes that missed nothing. Kalen saw himself in her, the old version of himself, before his journey to the Heartwood. One afternoon he found her sitting alone near the forest's edge, tracing patterns in the dust with a stick. "Hello," he said, sitting beside her. "I'm Kalen." The girl glanced up briefly before returning her attention to her patterns. "Liana," she murmured. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the way the light filtered through the leaves. Then Kalen reached into his pocket and withdrew the ember stone. It had not glowed in years, but as he placed it in Liana's hand, a faint pulse of light flickered within its depths. Liana's eyes widened. "What is it?" "A reminder," Kalen said softly, "that the quietest lights often shine the truest." He didn't know if Liana would have her own journey to the Heartwood, or if the stone would guide her to a different kind of understanding. But as he watched her curl her fingers around the warm stone, a small, hopeful smile touching her lips, he knew that some transformations begin quietly, like a single ember glowing in the darkness, waiting to be noticed. And as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kalen made his way home, the sounds of the village settling into evening surrounding him like a gentle embrace. Lanterns glowed in windows, smoke curled from chimneys, and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, countless points of light, each shining in its own way, together creating the beauty of the night. The fire in the hearth has burned low now, its embers glowing with a soft, persistent light. The story is ended, but its warmth remains, settling around you like a soft blanket. Outside, the world is quiet, wrapped in the peaceful darkness that gives rest to all things. May you carry this gentle glow with you into your dreams, remembering that the quietest parts of ourselves are often where our truest light resides. Sleep well and know that you are exactly as you need to be. Story 5. The first thing one noticed about the city in the clouds was the quiet. It was not a silence of emptiness, but a deep, resonant hush, like the world was holding its breath in reverence. The air itself tasted of rain-washed stone and a faint, sweet hint of distant lightning. The paths were not cobblestone or dirt, but soft, resilient cloud stuff that yielded underfoot with a gentle crunch, like walking on fresh snow under a warm sun. This was Nimbus, a city of spiraling towers carved from pearlescent cumulus, where bridges of shimmering vapor connected districts that drifted slowly, lazily, in the great expanse of the sky. In a small, cozy dwelling shaped like a softly billowing pillow lived a quiet dreamer named Leo. Leo was a stargazer, not by profession, but by nature. His greatest treasure was a small, worn velvet pouch that hung from a cord around his neck. Inside was not gold or jewels, but a collection of tiny, smooth stones from the riverbank near his childhood home, a pinch of soil from his grandmother's garden, and a single, perfectly preserved pine needle. This was his anchor, his piece of earth in the endless sky. When the world of Nimbus felt too vast, too floating, he would open the pouch and breathe in the scents of damp earth, clean river stone, and crisp pine, a fragrance of groundedness and belonging. Lately, however, a worry had settled over Nimbus, as subtle and pervasive as a morning fog. The stars, which usually shone with a fierce, friendly brilliance, seemed to be fading. Their light was growing dimmer, their vibrant twinkles softening into weary glimmers. The people of the Cloud City, who communicated in soft, chiming whispers and the gentle press of a hand, felt a collective sorrow. The night sky was their second sun, their great tapestry of stories, and it was slowly being unpicked. One evening, as Leo sat on his cloud balcony, tracing the familiar shapes of the constellations, a soft, pulsating light descended towards him. It was a lumina, a creature of pure, gentle light, shaped like a drifting dandelion seed, but glowing with the soft radiance of a captured moonbeam. Luminas were the messengers and historians of the sky, and they spoke not with words, but with a symphony of color and warmth that played directly upon the heart. This particular lumina, whom Leo thought of as Glimmer, settled on his knee. It pulsed with a soft, anxious blue, then shifted to a questioning silver. A series of images bloomed in Leo's mind, a map of shimmering pathways, a vast, dark emptiness where a constellation should be, and a feeling of profound loneliness. The message was clear. The stars were not dying, they were forgetting. They were losing their connection to the stories that gave them their light. Glimmer pulsed again, this time a hopeful, determined gold, pointing one of its faint light tendrils towards the horizon, towards a place known as the Echoing Library. And so, Leo's journey began. With his velvet pouch resting against his chest and Glimmer floating like a loyal lantern by his side, he stepped onto the Whispering Bridge. This was the first great landmark, a span of iridescent mist that hummed with the echoes of 1,000 past conversations. As he walked, the bridge itself seemed to speak to the soles of his feet, transmitting stories of travelers long gone. He felt the brisk excitement of a sky sailor, the solemn purpose of a star cartographer, and the joyful skip of a child on their first solo cloud hop. The texture was like walking on cool, solid silk, and the scent was of ozone and old, well-loved books. Their path led them downward, through layers of mist, into a realm few in Nimbus ever visited, the sunken gardens of Geode. Here, the world was turned inside out. They were not in a cavern, but within a colossal, hollow geode. The walls were a continuous curtain of amethyst crystals, each one pulsing with a soft, internal light. The air was thick with the scent of warm honey and crushed rock, a dusty, sweet aroma that clung to the tongue. This was not a dark place, but a place of contained, brilliant light. And here, the inhabitants were the crystal weavers. They were slow, graceful beings of living crystal, their facets catching and refracting the light from the walls and from Glimmer. They did not speak or glow, but communicated through touch, their smooth, cool surfaces conveying complex emotions and ideas with a simple press. One of them, a weaver with a facet that shone like a clear pool, approached Leo. It reached out a crystalline hand and gently touched his own. A feeling of curiosity flowed into him, followed by an image of a tangled, knotted thread of light. The stars' stories were tangled, it seemed, lost in a labyrinth of their own making. The weaver then led them to a pool of liquid light in the center of the garden. It was not water, but something thicker, like mercury and moonlight stirred together. The weaver gestured for Leo to look into it. As he gazed, the liquid swirled and he saw it, the echoing library. But it was not a building of stone and wood. It existed in the spaces between the dimensions, a place where every story ever whispered, every song ever sung, and every dream ever dreamt was stored. It was the source of all constellations. To get there, one didn't travel through space, but through resonance. One had to find the right frequency of memory. Leo understood. He opened his velvet pouch. He took out the pinch of his grandmother's soil and let it fall into the pool of light. The image in the pool shifted, now showing not the library but his grandmother's garden, the rich black earth, the towering sunflowers, the smell of tomatoes warm from the sun. It was a memory so potent, so full of love and stability, that it acted as a key. The pool of light began to swirl violently, and a doorway of pure, humming resonance opened before them. Stepping through was like being woven into a song. The echoing library had no walls, no ceiling, no floor. It was an infinite expanse of shelves that seemed to be made of solidified sound, glowing with a soft, golden light. Books were not objects to be read, but living entities that drifted past like gentle fish, humming with their contained tales. The air was a symphony of faint, overlapping narratives, and it smelled of old parchment, ink, and the clean, electric scent of a gathering storm. Leo could feel the stories brushing against him, their textures varying from the rough weave of an epic adventure to the smooth, cool silk of a lullaby. Glimmer darted ahead, its light pulsing rapidly, guiding them deeper into the resonant chaos. They found the heart of the problem. The constellation tome, a book so vast it seemed to be a galaxy itself, was dim. The stories within, the love of Orion and Artemis, the bravery of Perseus, the tragedy of Cassiopeia, were faded, their words jumbled and silent. The connection had been severed. The stars in the sky were mirrors of these stories, and without the tales they had no light to reflect. But how does one retell a story to a book? Leo tried to speak, but his voice was swallowed by the immense quiet of the library. He tried to think the stories, but his own thoughts felt small and insignificant. Then he felt the familiar weight of his velvet pouch. He understood. It was not about grand narratives or epic retellings. It was about the small personal stories. The stories that felt like home. He sat before the great tome, cross-legged on a patch of humming, warm energy that served as a floor. He took out his river stones one by one and placed them in a circle. He laid the pine needle in the center. He closed his eyes and did not try to tell a story. Instead, he remembered. He remembered the feeling of the cool, smooth stones in his small hand by the river, the sound of the water gurgling over mossy rocks. He remembered the exact shade of green of his grandmother's thumb as she pressed seeds into the earth, the smell of her apron, the taste of the first strawberry of summer. He remembered the sharp, clean scent of the pine forest after rain, the crunch of needles under his boots, the feeling of being small and safe beneath the towering, ancient trees. He poured these memories, these tiny, perfect fragments of a life lived and loved, into the circle. He felt Glimmer settle on his shoulder, its light pulsing in time with his heartbeat, amplifying the emotion. The crystal weaver who had followed them placed its cool, smooth hand on his back, a silent pillar of support. A soft light began to emanate from his circle of earthly treasures. It was a gentle green-gold light, the color of sunlight through leaves. It rose like a slow mist and touched the pages of the constellation tome. Where it touched, the faded ink began to darken. A single word, remember, glowed brightly. Then another and another. The stories began to reknit themselves, not because a hero was shouting them, but because a quiet dreamer was remembering what it felt like to be loved, to be safe, to be home. The tome began to pulse with a soft, rhythmic light, like a great, sleeping heart waking up. One by one, the stories within it reignited, their light flowing out of the library, through the resonant doorway, back into the world. When Leo opened his eyes, he was back on his cloud balcony in Nimbus. The night was no longer a worried, dim expanse. It was a jubilant celebration. The stars blazed with a light more brilliant than ever before, their colors more vibrant, their twinkles a joyful, synchronized dance. They remembered their stories, and in doing so, they remembered how to shine. Glimmer floated before him, pulsing with a deep, contented violet, a color of gratitude and peace. It gently brushed against his cheek, a sensation like warm sunlight on skin, before rising up to join its kin in a swirling dance of light among the constellations. Leo looked up at the renewed sky, his heart full to bursting. He touched the velvet pouch at his chest. He had gone on a journey to help the stars, to understand a fading light, but he had discovered something far more important. He had learned that home is not just a place you come from, but a story you carry inside you. It is the memory of a scent, the feel of a stone, the love in a grandmother's touch. And these small, quiet stories, these personal constellations of the heart, are the most powerful magic of all. They are the light we can always carry, the home we can always return to, no matter how far we drift in the vast and wondrous sky. And as the vibrant, remembered stars twinkled down upon the quiet city of clouds, Leo knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that all was well, and that he was and would always be exactly where he belonged. Story 6. The little village of Stillwater was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary danced together like fireflies in the twilight. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river ran silver and the trees whispered secrets, it was known for three peculiar things: the clock tower that chimed in colors instead of sounds, the flowers that changed hue with the weather, and the fact that every single star in the night sky was accounted for by name. That was, until the night they weren't. It began on an evening painted in shades of lavender and gold, with the gentle patter of rain kissing the cobblestone streets. Rowan, the village stargazer and mender of broken things, was making his nightly rounds when he noticed it, a small, dark emptiness in the constellation of the Silver Swan. The star named Lyra, which normally twinkled with a particular friendly persistence, was simply gone. By morning, the whole village was abuzz. The baker noticed her bread refused to rise properly. The weaver found his threads tangling in impossible knots. Even the wind chimes hanging outside the library played their notes in reverse. "Something's out of balance," murmured Rowan, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners as he watched the village from his workshop window. The rain had softened to a mist, and the colorful chimes of the clock tower drifted through the air, a shimmering blue for the hour, a warm orange for the minute. The village elder, a woman with hair like spun moonlight named Alara, gathered everyone in the town square. "We must consult the old rhymes," she declared, her voice as steady as the ancient oak shading the gathering. "They've guided us through peculiar happenings before." And so they recited the verse every child in Stillwater learned before they could walk. "When silver feathers fall from sight, and day gives way to starless night, seek the map the moonbeams drew, where time runs fresh and colors new. Follow the path the rainbows keep, where waking things are half asleep, to find what's lost and make things right, before the fading of the light." Rowan listened carefully, his fingers tracing the constellations embroidered on his waistcoat. "Silver feathers," he mused. "That must mean the Silver Swan constellation, and where time runs fresh." His eyes traveled to the clock tower, whose colorful chimes now seemed to be flowing upward instead of drifting down. "The rhyme speaks of a map drawn by moonbeams," he said softly, "and of a place where time runs differently." The first clue came from the village children, who discovered that if they blew on dandelion clocks, the seeds floated upward instead of down. "Time is flowing backward in small ways," Rowan observed, not with alarm but with curiosity. "Like a stream encountering stones." His first investigation led him to the color garden, where the flowers should have been shifting from morning blue to midday gold. Instead, they were stuck in the pale violet of dawn. The gardener, a gentle soul named Thistle, was quite distressed. "They won't change, Rowan, and the rainbows in the fountain. They're appearing at night instead of day." This seemed a promising red herring. Perhaps the missing star and the backward time were connected to the confused rainbows. Rowan spent a whole day studying the rainbow patterns, following their arc across the meadow. But they led him only to a family of foxes playing with prismatic light, creating beautiful but ordinary rainbows with crystal fragments they'd collected. Meanwhile, the village clockmaker discovered that all their timepieces were now ticking counterclockwise. "It's not just our tower," he told Rowan, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose. "Even the sundials are casting shadows in the wrong direction." Rowan nodded thoughtfully. "The rhyme says where time runs fresh. Not backward, but fresh. Like a new beginning." The second clue came from an unexpected place, the village bakery, where the baker's daughter was singing a different nursery rhyme, one about a little star who'd lost its way. "Little star so far away, why have you gone astray? Did the moon forget to call, making you feel oh so small? Follow the path of silver tears, through the valley of all fears. to where the quiet waters flow, and the gentle glimmers grow. Rowan's ears perked up at the words. Silver tears, he repeated. The river runs silver through our valley, and gentle glimmers. That evening, as the misty rain returned and the wind chimes tinkled their reversed melodies, Rowan took his star maps to the riverbank. He noticed something peculiar. Where the moonlight touched the water, it didn't create the usual shimmering path. Instead, the light pooled in certain areas, creating what looked like a map. Of course, he breathed. The map the moonbeams drew. Following the pattern of moonlight on water, Rowan saw it outlined a path through the whispering woods, a route that wasn't on any of their paper maps. It led to a part of the forest where the trees grew in spiral patterns, and the mushrooms glowed with a soft, constant light. The next morning, Rowan gathered a small party: Thistle the gardener, the baker's daughter with her knowledge of rhymes, and a young clockmaker's apprentice who understood the strange flow of time. Their journey through the whispering woods was filled with wonder rather than worry. They found streams where the water flowed upward in glittering arcs, trees whose leaves changed color when sung to, and patches of moss that remembered every footstep that had ever touched them. Look, cried the baker's daughter, pointing to a cluster of flowers that were shifting through colors rapidly, blue to green to gold to violet. The colors are changing properly here. But the time, the clockmaker's apprentice said, studying his pocket watch. It's flowing even more strangely, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes backward. They followed the moonbeam map until they came to a clearing they'd never seen before, though they'd walked these woods all their lives. In the center stood an ancient tree with bark that shimmered like mother of pearl, and nestled in its roots was the missing star, not a distant ball of fire, but a small, trembling creature made of light, with wings like spun starlight and eyes like distant galaxies. The little star creature was crying silver tears that turned to dew on the moss. Rowan approached slowly, his hands open and empty. "You're lost, aren't you?" he said softly. The star creature shimmered, and in the minds of all present they heard its story, not in words but in images and feelings. It was a young star on its first journey across the sky, and had become frightened when the moon was covered by clouds. It had fallen to earth, and its fear had sent ripples through the natural order of still water. The balance, Thistle whispered in understanding. When one part of the pattern is disturbed, the whole tapestry shifts. Rowan sat beside the trembling star. "You're not alone," he said. "And you're not lost, we've found you. The whole village has been looking for you." As he spoke, he realized the truth, the backward time, the confused colors, the tangled threads. They weren't problems to be solved, but symptoms of the star's distress. The village and the cosmos were connected in ways they'd forgotten. The baker's daughter sang her rhyme again, but this time with different words, ones that came to her as she watched the star's light pulse gently. "Little star so bright and true, we've been looking right for you. The moon remembers, so do we. You're part of our community. Let your gentle light now show the path for us to help you go back to your place in the sky so deep, where all the starry secrets keep." As she sang, the star creature's trembling ceased. It floated upward slightly, its light growing warmer. "But how do we return it?" the clockmaker's apprentice asked. "The constellations have shifted since it fell." Rowan looked at his star maps, then at the pattern of moonlight that had led them here. "We need to recreate its path," he said. "But in reverse, we need to follow the map backward, with the star guiding us." And so they began their return journey, this time with the star creature floating beside them, its light growing stronger with each step. As they walked, curious things happened. Flowers along their path bloomed in colors no one had ever seen before, streams flowed with water that tasted of starlight, and the very air seemed to shimmer with possibility. When they emerged from the woods, the entire village was waiting, having followed the trail of extraordinary flowers and shimmering air. Together they formed a procession back to the village square, each person carrying a candle or lantern. Alara smiled, her eyes reflecting the star's light. "The rhyme said to find what's lost and make things right," she said. But it didn't say what was lost was only the star. As night deepened, Rowan climbed to the highest hill overlooking Stillwater, the star creature floating beside him. The villagers gathered below, their lights creating a constellation of their own on the earth. Rowan looked at the star maps one last time, then at the gap in the Silver Swan constellation. "Your family is waiting for you," he told the star creature gently. The star pulsed with understanding and began to rise, slowly at first, then faster, drawing a silver line across the night sky until it settled back into its proper place in the constellation. As it did, the clock tower chimed the correct hour in a cascade of harmonious colors. The flowers in the color garden shifted properly to their evening hues, and the wind chimes played their melodies the right way around. But something else happened too. The connection between the village and the stars, once forgotten, was now remembered. The villagers found they could sometimes hear star music on particularly clear nights, and the patterns of the constellations began to appear in their weaving, their baking, their gardening. Rowan discovered that the moonbeam map remained, visible on the river whenever moonlight touched it, a permanent reminder of their adventure. The clearing in the Whispering Woods became a place of pilgrimage, where the tree with mother-of-pearl bark now grew star-shaped flowers that glowed with gentle light. The little star, back in its proper place, twinkled with a special warmth when it passed over Stillwater, as if greeting old friends. And the children of the village learned a new rhyme to add to their collection. "When you feel lost or far from home, remember you never walk alone. The stars above, the earth below, are part of you, and this they know. However small you feel at night, you make the world a little bright." As the gentle rain began to fall again, washing the cobblestones to a shine, Rowan stood at his window, watching the starry sky and listening to the wind chimes play their proper melodies. The mystery had been solved not through fear or urgency, but through patience, observation, and the understanding that everything, stars, flowers, time itself, is connected in delicate, beautiful ways. And in the cozy cottages of Stillwater, as lanterns were extinguished one by one, the villagers drifted to sleep with the comforting knowledge that they were part of something vast and wonderful, where even missing stars could be found, and where every ending was simply a new beginning seen from a different angle. Story 7. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a nest of glowing embers that pulsed with a gentle, breathing light. Each pop and hiss was a tiny punctuation in the quiet of the evening, a sound as familiar and comforting as a lullaby. It was on nights like this, when the world outside was wrapped in a blanket of velvet darkness, and the wind whispered secrets through the pines, that the best stories seemed to stir from the very flames themselves. So draw your chair a little closer, and let me tell you a tale about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a warmth that was found not in a hearth, but in the most unexpected of places. In a small village nestled in a fold of rolling, wooded hills, there lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While the other children raced through the cobblestone streets, their laughter echoing off the stone cottages, Leo was often found sitting on the mossy bank of the stream, tracing the patterns of veins on a leaf, or simply watching the way the sunlight dappled through the canopy. He felt a deep, wordless connection to the woods that encircled his home, a feeling that was as constant and comforting as the steady glow of the village evening lanterns. Yet for all his quiet observation, he often felt a peculiar loneliness, a sense that he was on the outside of something beautiful looking in. One afternoon, as autumn was beginning to paint the woods in fiery strokes of crimson and gold, Leo was walking along a path less traveled, one that wound its way up towards the stony shoulders of the mountains. He was searching for a particular type of smooth, gray stone, perfect for skipping across the mill pond. The air was crisp, carrying the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and the faint, sweet perfume of late-blooming honeysuckle. As he rounded a bend where an ancient, gnarled oak tree stood sentinel, his foot caught on a root, half buried in the leaf litter. He stumbled, and as he put out a hand to steady himself, his fingers brushed against something unexpectedly smooth and warm. Curious, he knelt and brushed away the damp, crinkled leaves. There, nestled in the dark soil, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, oval and perfectly smooth. But it was not its shape that made him catch his breath, it was its color. It was the deep, dusky gray of twilight, but swirling within it, like embers banked in a fire, were veins of a soft, pulsating orange light. It was warm to the touch, not with the heat of the sun, but with a gentle, living warmth that seemed to seep into his skin and settle comfortably in his chest. He picked it up, cradling it in his hands. The warmth spread up his arms, a sensation not of heat, but of profound comfort, like being wrapped in a favorite blanket on a cold night. As he held it, the light within the stone seemed to brighten, pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm that matched the quiet beat of his own heart. Leo felt a sudden, inexplicable certainty that this stone was meant for him. He slipped it into the pocket of his coat, where it rested against his side, a secret, glowing companion. That night, as he lay in his bed with the moon casting silver stripes across his floorboards, he took the stone out. In the darkness of his room, its inner light was more pronounced. The ember-like veins glowed with a soft, persistent radiance, casting shifting, warm patterns on the wall beside his bed. He fell asleep with the stone held in his hand, and for the first time in a long while, his dreams were not of silent observation, but of deep, whispering forests and a feeling of belonging. The next day and the day after that, Leo found himself drawn back to the old oak tree. He would sit with his back against its rough bark, the warm stone in his pocket, and simply feel the peace of the woods. It was on the third day that he noticed something strange. A soft, melodic humming, so faint it was almost a vibration in the air rather than a sound, seemed to be coming from the stone. He took it out. The orange light within was swirling more actively, and as he watched, a single wispy tendril of light, like smoke from a candle, drifted from the stone's surface and pointed, unwavering, into the densest part of the forest behind the oak. It was an invitation. Leo felt it in his bones. With the stone held firmly in his hand, its warmth a steady reassurance, he stepped off the path and into the deep green shadows of the woods. The forest here was different. The sunlight filtered down in great golden pillars, illuminating motes of dust that danced like tiny fairies. The air was thick with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. He followed the wisp of light which drifted ahead of him, weaving between ferns and around the trunks of massive, ancient trees. He walked for what felt like both minutes and hours, the forest seeming to fold and unfold around him. The usual sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, faded into a profound, respectful silence. And then he saw it. The wisp of light drifted towards what appeared to be a solid wall of intertwined ivy and holly bushes. But as Leo approached, the stone in his hand glowing brightly, the vegetation seemed to shimmer, and a hidden archway revealed itself. He took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth pulse in encouragement, and stepped through. He found himself in a clearing he could never have imagined. It was a wide, circular space, sheltered by a dome of weeping willow trees, whose long, trailing branches created walls of shimmering green and gold. The floor was not grass, but a carpet of soft, luminous moss that gave off a gentle, blue-green light. In the center of the clearing stood a tree so magnificent it stole the breath from his lungs. Its bark was silver and smooth, and its leaves were not green, but a constant, gentle cascade of autumn colors, amber, ruby, and gold, that drifted down slowly, only to dissolve into specks of light before they touched the ground. The air hummed with a quiet, magical energy, and the whole place was filled with a soft, dappled light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. This was the Heartwood Glade, and Leo was not alone. Sitting at the base of the magnificent tree, carefully polishing a large acorn with a piece of velvet moss, was a creature. It was about the size of a small rabbit, with fur the color of dried cinnamon and large, intelligent eyes that shone like polished river stones. It had long, delicate ears that twitched at the sound of Leo's approach, and a bushy tail that was tipped with a tuft of silver. It looked up, and its eyes widened not with fear, but with curiosity. "Well now," the creature said, its voice a soft rustle, like wind through dry leaves. "A stone-bearer. It has been a long, long time." Leo stood frozen, his heart thumping a frantic rhythm against his ribs. You can talk." The creature gave a small, chirruping laugh. "I can, and so can you, I see, though you seem to be having a bit of trouble with it at the moment." It set down the acorn and hopped closer, its nose twitching. "My name is Pip, and you have found the Emberstone. That means you are welcome here." Hesitantly, Leo held out the stone. It led me here." Pip nodded, its large eyes reflecting the stone's gentle glow. "It does that. It finds those whose hearts are quiet enough to listen and whose spirits have a little bit of the forest's own magic in them. It is a key, you see, and a compass. My role is to be a guide." Pip gave a little bow. "So, Stonebearer, what is your name?" "Leo," he whispered, his voice finally finding itself. "Lio," Pip repeated, as if tasting the word. "A good, strong name. Well, Leo, welcome to the Heartwood Glade. There is much to see, and I suspect much for you to learn." And so began Leo's secret life. Every day after his chores were done, he would return to the old oak tree, the Emberstone warming in his pocket, and step through the shimmering archway into the Heartwood Glade. Pip became his constant companion, a friend whose wisdom was as deep as the forest roots, and whose humor was as bright as the glade's magical light. Pip showed him the wonders of the hidden world. They drank dewdrop tea from tiny, bell-shaped flowers that chimed softly when the wind blew. They walked along paths of glowing fungi that lit up at their touch. Pip taught him the language of the trees, not words but feelings, the deep, slow contentment of the oaks, the cheerful gossip of the aspens, the ancient, patient wisdom of the yews. Leo learned to sit so still that the shy, silver-furred wood mice would come and sniff his shoes, and the jeweled dragonflies would land on his knee, their wings shimmering like stained glass. He learned that the glade and the forest around it were connected by a delicate, living network of light and energy, which Pip called the root glow. The Emberstone, Pip explained, was a tiny piece of the Heartwood tree's own core, a fragment of its life force. It was drawn to those who could help nurture this energy, who could listen to the subtle songs of the natural world and understand their importance. But as the days grew shorter and the air sharper, Leo began to notice a change. The luminous moss in the glade seemed a little dimmer. The leaves falling from the Heartwood tree dissolved into light a little more quickly, as if they were tired. A faint gray pallor, like a fine dust, seemed to settle on some of the plants at the glade's edges. "What's happening?" Leo asked Pip one afternoon, as they sat watching the slow, beautiful fall of the leaves. Pip's usual cheerfulness was subdued. Its bushy tail drooped. "The root glow is fading," it said softly. "The balance is shifting. It happens from time to time. The world outside grows louder, busier. The deep, quiet magic of places like this is forgotten. It is not done with malice, but with neglect. The connection weakens, and when it weakens too much..." Pip trailed off, looking up at the magnificent tree. "The glade will slumber, and the door will close, perhaps for a very long time." Leo's heart clenched. The thought of losing this place, of losing Pip, was a physical ache. The Emberstone in his pocket felt cool for the first time. "Is there nothing we can do?" Pip was quiet for a long moment. "There is a legend," it said finally. "A story told by the oldest trees. It speaks of a wellspring, the source from which all the root glow first flowed. It is said that if the root glow is fading, a stone bearer can journey to the wellspring and rekindle the connection. But the way is not easy. The path is forgotten, and the wellspring lies deep within the whispering caves, a place where light is afraid to go." "I'll go," Leo said, the words out of his mouth before he had even fully thought them. The warmth of the emberstone flared against his leg, as if in agreement. Pip looked at him, its large eyes serious. "It is a dangerous journey, Leo. The caves are not like the glade. They are ancient and strange. You may become lost. You may become afraid." "I'm afraid now," Leo admitted, his voice small. "But I'm more afraid of this place fading away. You're my friend, Pip, and this glade, it feels like a part of me I never knew was missing. I have to try." A slow smile spread across Pip's face, and it placed a small, warm paw on Leo's hand. "Then I will guide you as far as I can, stone bearer, and the emberstone will light your way where I cannot." Their journey began at first light the next day. Leo had told his parents he was going on a long walk to collect winter berries, which was not entirely untrue. With the emberstone in his pocket and Pip perched on his shoulder, they left the comforting light of the Heartwood glade and ventured deeper into the mountains than Leo had ever been. The forest grew wilder, the trees taller and more imposing. They followed a dry riverbed, its stones bleached white by a sun they could no longer see through the thick canopy. The emberstone was their guide. When they came to a fork in the path or a seemingly impassable thicket, Leo would hold the stone out, and a wisp of light would point the way. The stone's glow was their constant reassurance, a little piece of the glade's heart traveling with them. After several hours of walking, they reached the mouth of the Whispering Caves. It was a dark, jagged opening in the side of the mountain, partially obscured by thorny brambles. A cold, damp breath sighed from within, carrying a smell of wet stone and great age. The sunlight seemed to stop at the entrance, unwilling to penetrate the darkness. "This is where I must wait," Pip said, its voice a nervous whisper. "The caves do not welcome my kind. Their magic is too old, too deep in the earth. But you, a human, a stone-bearer, you may walk where I cannot. Remember, Leo, the cave will try to confuse you. It will show you things that are not there. It will whisper your fears. Trust the stone. Its light is true. It will not lead you astray." Leo's courage, which had felt so strong in the sunlit glade, now felt very small. He looked into the impenetrable blackness of the cave mouth and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp air. He took the emberstone from his pocket. In the dim light of the forest, it glowed steadily, a little sun held in his hand. "I'll be back," he said, trying to sound braver than he felt. Pip nodded. "I will be here waiting. Be safe, my friend." With a deep breath that did little to calm the fluttering in his stomach, Leo stepped into the Whispering Caves. The darkness was absolute. It was a thick, heavy thing that pressed in on all sides, swallowing sound and sight. The only light was the soft, orange glow of the emberstone. He held it out before him, and its radiance pushed back the blackness, creating a small, warm bubble of visibility around him. The cave floor was uneven, scattered with loose stones, and the walls glistened with moisture. The only sound was the drip, drip, drip of water from somewhere in the depths, and the frantic beating of his own heart. He walked for a long time, the emberstone's wisp of light leading him ever deeper. The cave was a labyrinth, with tunnels branching off in all directions. But the stone was his compass, its light always choosing one path, never hesitating. Then the whispers began. At first they were so faint he thought it was the sound of blood rushing in his ears. But they grew clearer, forming into voices he almost recognized. "You're all alone," one seemed to sigh from the wall to his left. "You'll never find it," another murmured from the darkness ahead. "They've all forgotten about you. Pip has gone home. You're lost." The voices echoed his deepest fears, the quiet loneliness that had been his companion for so long before he found the glade. He felt a cold knot of despair tighten in his chest. What was he doing here? A quiet boy from a small village, thinking he could save a magical glade. It was absurd. He stopped walking, his shoulders slumping. The light of the emberstone flickered. He looked down at it. The warm, pulsing glow had dimmed, the ember-like veins now a dull, sullen red. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, cackling with a cold delight. The darkness seemed to press closer, threatening to extinguish his little light completely. See, the voices hissed. Even your stone knows it's hopeless. Give up. Tears pricked at Leo's eyes. He was so tired and so very scared. He thought of Pip, waiting faithfully at the cave entrance. He thought of the heartwood tree, its beautiful leaves fading. He thought of the feeling of belonging he had found in the glade, a warmth that had melted the cold loneliness inside him. He closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness and the cruel whispers. He focused not on his fear, but on the memory of that warmth. He remembered the feel of the luminous moss under his feet, the sound of the chiming flowers, the sight of Pip's cheerful face. He held on to those memories, wrapping them around himself like a cloak. He thought of friendship, not fear. Of light, not darkness. He opened his eyes and looked at the emberstone in his hand. You are a part of the glade, he whispered to it, his voice firm despite the tremor in his legs. And so am I. We are not lost. We are going home. As he spoke the words, he felt a surge of that same certainty he had felt when he first found the stone. The emberstone flared. The dim red light exploded into a brilliant, steady, golden-orange radiance, so bright it illuminated the entire tunnel around him, revealing the glistening, beautiful colors of the mineral-streaked walls. The whispers dissolved into startled, fading hisses, and then there was only silence, and the drip of water, and the powerful, comforting light of the stone. The wisp of light, now a bright, confident cord, shot forward, and Leo followed without hesitation. The path was clear now. He walked with a new strength, the stone's light a beacon of his own rekindled courage. Soon the tunnel opened up into a vast, cavernous space, and in the center of that space was the wellspring. It was not a pool of water, but a pool of pure, liquid light. It shimmered and swirled with all the colors of the forest, deep greens, sky blues, earthy browns, and fiery autumn hues. It pulsed with a soft, thunderous rhythm that was the very heartbeat of the world. The light it gave off was gentle but immense, filling the cavern with a glorious, peaceful radiance. Leo could feel its power humming in the air, a vibration of pure, untamed life. But he could also see that the wellspring was troubled. Its edges were murky, and dark, sluggish tendrils moved through its center, like ink in clear water. The light would flare brightly and then dim, as if it were struggling to breathe. Holding the emberstone before him, Leo walked to the very edge of the wellspring. He knew what he had to do. It wasn't a thought, it was an instinct, a knowing that came from the same quiet place inside him that had first been drawn to the forest. He knelt. He didn't throw the stone into the wellspring. Instead, he gently lowered it until the stone just touched the surface of the liquid light. The effect was instantaneous. The emberstone drank in the light of the wellspring, glowing so brightly that Leo had to shield his eyes. The dark tendrils within the wellspring recoiled, dissolving into nothingness. The murkiness at the edges cleared, and the entire pool began to swirl with renewed vigor, its colors becoming more vibrant, its pulse stronger and steadier. A wave of pure, warm energy flowed out from the wellspring, washing over Leo and rushing out through the tunnels of the cave, a silent, powerful tide of rekindled magic. The emberstone, now blazing with an inner sun, felt cool in his hand. Its work was done. It had been a key, a compass, and finally, a conduit. Leo picked it up. It was no longer warm, and its light was now a constant, gentle white, like a captured star. It had shared its special warmth to light his way, and in doing so had been transformed into something even more enduring, a steady, faithful light. The journey back through the caves was effortless. The tunnels were now illuminated by a soft, ambient glow from the very walls themselves. There were no whispers, only a profound and peaceful silence. When he finally stepped out of the cave mouth, blinking in the late afternoon light, Pip was there, hopping from foot to foot with anxiety. "Leo," it cried, rushing forward. "You did it. I can feel it, the root glow it's singing." And indeed, the whole forest seemed to be humming with a renewed vitality. The colors were richer, the air sweeter. The gray pallor was gone. They raced back to the heartwood glade. When Leo stepped through the archway, he gasped. The glade was more beautiful than ever. The luminous moss shone with a brilliant, joyful light. The heartwood tree stood tall and proud, its leaves drifting down in a slow, glorious cascade of color that now lingered in the air for minutes before dissolving, filling the glade with a dancing, kaleidoscopic light. The very air sparkled. Leo walked to the heartwood tree and placed the now white emberstone back at its roots, where it sank gently into the moss, becoming one with the glade once more. It had completed its journey, and so had he. He visited the glade many times after that, as the autumn deepened into winter and the snow began to fall. The door remained open, and his friendship with Pip grew ever stronger. He was no longer the quiet boy on the outside, looking in. He had journeyed into the darkness and found his own light. He had learned that true courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to move forward with a warm heart, guided by friendship and trust. And so, as the fire in the hearth settles into a bed of glowing, peaceful embers, remember Leo's story. Remember that even on the darkest paths, there is always a light to be found, if you know where to look for it. It might be a warm stone, a loyal friend, or a simple, brave choice to be kind. It is a light that can rekindle the world, and it glows, steady and true, inside of you. Now close your eyes and let the warmth of the story carry you into gentle, peaceful dreams. The night is deep and you are safe and all is well. Story 8. Deep within the heart of the world, where the sun's last golden fingers could no longer reach, lay the ancient forest of Lumina. It was a place untouched by the hurried hands of time, where moonlight was the true sun, and magic flowed as freely as the streams that whispered secrets over smooth, mossy stones. The air itself hummed with a soft, ancient song, a melody of rustling leaves, the gentle patter of rain on fern, and the distant hush of wind combing through pine needles. It was here, beneath a sky freckled with silver stars, that a young hedgehog named Pip found himself wide awake. Pip was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a restlessness had settled in his small, quilled body. The world outside his cozy root hole felt too large, too mysterious, and a lonely feeling had wrapped around his heart like a cool mist. Driven by a quiet yearning, he ventured out into the velvet darkness. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and yielding under his paws. Moonbeams, slender and silver, pierced the canopy, illuminating patches of glowing moss that pulsed with a gentle, greenish light. Fireflies drifted like wandering stars, their lanterns blinking in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. Pip's journey led him to a clearing he had never seen before, a perfect circle where the grass was short and sprinkled with tiny, star-shaped flowers that glowed with a soft blue luminescence. In the center stood a brook, so clear it seemed to be made of liquid moonlight. It babbled over stones worn smooth by centuries of its gentle caress, and its song was a language all its own, telling tales of distant mountains and hidden springs. As Pip sat listening, a large, shadowy figure descended from the branches above with a whisper of feathers. It was an owl so ancient his feathers were the color of weathered bark, and his eyes held the deep, knowing gleam of polished amber. This was Alaric, the elder of the whispering woods. "The stream sings of journeys begun with a restless heart," Alaric said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that vibrated comfortingly in the air. He did not ask why Pip was there, he already knew. "I feel out of tune," Pip confessed, his voice small, "as if I've forgotten the rhythm of my own footsteps." Alaric blinked slowly. "Come," he said. "The forest has many teachers tonight. Listen." And so began Pip's nocturnal education. Alaric did not lecture, he simply guided Pip's attention to the world around them. First they approached a colossal oak tree, its bark deeply grooved with the wisdom of ages. Alaric placed a wing against its trunk. "Listen," he murmured. Pip pressed his ear to the rough bark. At first he heard only the rustle of leaves. But then beneath that he detected a low, resonant hum, a vibration that spoke of deep roots drinking from secret aquifers, of seasons turning, of patience. It was the tree's slow, deliberate language, a story of standing firm and reaching for the light, cycle after cycle. Next, Alaric led him to the stream's edge. "Now, listen here." Pip crouched down. The water's babble was not a random noise. As he focused, he began to hear distinct patterns, a playful giggle as it tripped over a small pebble, a thoughtful murmur as it pooled in a deeper spot, an excited rush as it narrowed and sped up. The stream was speaking of constant movement, of change, of letting go and flowing onward, always cleansing, always renewing. A badger, her fur striped with the gray of twilight, ambled out from behind a fern. She nodded to Alaric and then to Pip. "The stones are speaking tonight," she said in a gravelly, kind voice. The rain woke them. She pointed a claw at a circle of moss-covered stones nearby. Pip went over and placed his paw on the largest stone. It was cool and damp, the moss a velvety carpet. From it came a deep, grounding thrum, a vibration so low it was felt more than heard. It spoke of eternity, of memory, of holding fast through storms and sunshine alike. It was a language of permanence and peace. As the night deepened, a soft rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle shower, each drop a tiny drumbeat on the broad leaves of the guardian ferns. The sound was a natural lullaby, a soothing percussion that made Pip's eyelids grow heavy with a comfortable drowsiness. The raindrops kissed the glowing moss, making it shine brighter, and pooled in the petals of the star-flowers, which now glimmered like captured constellations. In the heart of the starlit clearing, surrounded by the whispering languages of tree, stream, and stone, Pip felt his restlessness begin to melt away. It was being replaced by a profound sense of belonging. He was part of this symphony, not apart from it. His worries were just a single note in a much grander, more beautiful song. "The forest knows the great secret," Alaric said, settling on a low branch as the rain softened to a drizzle. "That all things have their season of waking and their season of rest. The trees shed their leaves not as a loss, but to gather strength for a new beginning. The stream freezes in winter, not to die, but to dream of spring. Your unrest, little Pip, is merely your own spirit preparing for its next season of growth. It is the soil turning over before new seeds are planted." The wisdom settled into Pip's heart as gently as the moonlight settled on the forest floor. He wasn't broken or out of tune. He was simply at the point in his cycle where the old was making way for the new. The loneliness he felt was just the quiet, necessary space before a new connection blossomed. As if on cue, other nocturnal creatures began to emerge, drawn by the peaceful energy of the clearing. A family of foxes with eyes like embers padded softly to the stream to drink. A mouse with whiskers that twitched at every sound scurried to the base of the great oak, finding shelter under a mushroom cap that glowed with a faint, orange light. They did not speak in words, but in soft chuffs, gentle squeaks, and understanding glances. They were a community, each different, all part of the same whole. Pip looked at Alaric, his heart full of a gratitude too large for words. The ancient owl simply nodded, his amber eyes glowing with a soft light. Remember the languages you learned tonight. When you feel lost, listen for them. The tree will remind you to be patient and rooted. The stream will remind you to keep moving and renew. The stone will remind you of the enduring peace that lies within you always. With the first hint of dawn painting the eastern sky a soft lavender, Pip made his way back to his root hole. The forest was quiet now, the nocturnal symphony giving way to the pre-dawn hush. But the magic was not gone, it had settled deep inside him. He curled up in his nest of dried leaves and soft moss, the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers a comforting blanket. The sound of a last distant droplet falling from a leaf into a puddle plink was the final note of the night's lullaby. Pip closed his eyes, no longer restless, no longer lonely. He was a note in the ancient song of the forest, a creature of the cycles held in the gentle, knowing embrace of the whispering woods. And as he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he dreamed not of silence but of music, the slow, patient hum of the trees, the laughing chatter of the stream, and the deep, eternal thrum of the stones, all weaving together into a timeless melody of rest and renewal, under a canopy of endless, starlit magic. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a steady, whispering voice of light and warmth in the quiet room. Its golden light danced upon the walls, painting them with shifting patterns of amber and deep orange, and the scent of burning applewood filled the air, sweet and smoky. It is in this circle of warmth and light that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a quiet, lingering sort of sadness. In a small, tidy cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest, lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. You see, Kalen felt a profound loneliness, a hollow space inside him that the cheerful chatter of the village children or the busy love of his parents could not quite fill. He felt different, as if he were a puzzle piece from another box, and he spent most of his time wandering the fringes of the woods, listening to its secrets, hoping to find where he might truly belong. One evening, as the autumn sun bled into a violet and tangerine horizon, Kalen was returning from one such walk. The air was growing chilly, and he pulled his woolen cloak tight around his shoulders. His path took him past the workshop of old Alara, the village woodcarver, a woman as gnarled and wise as the ancient oaks she loved. Her door was ajar, and a soft, buttery light spilled out onto the cobblestones. Drawn by the warmth, Kalen peeked inside. Alara was not carving that night. Instead, she was sitting by her own small fire, polishing a smooth, dark river stone she held in her palm. It was about the size of a goose egg, unremarkable at first glance. But as Kalen watched, his breath caught in his throat. From deep within the stone's core, a gentle, pulsing light began to glow. It was the color of banked embers, a deep, warm red that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. "Come in, child," Alara said without looking up, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "The night air is too cold for lingering." Kalen stepped inside, the warmth of the workshop enveloping him like a blanket. "What is that?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the stone. Alara held it out to him. "This is an emberstone. It is a very old thing, and a very rare one. It does not create its own light, you see. It only reflects what is already there." She placed it in his hand. It was surprisingly warm, and the gentle pulse of light within it seemed to sync with the beat of his own heart. "Reflects what light?" Kalen asked, turning the stone over. It felt alive. "The light inside," Alara said simply. "The warmth of a kind heart, the spark of a brave spirit, the glow of a hidden truth. For most, it remains a dull, cold rock, but for those who carry a special light within them, it awakens." Kalen stared at the emberstone in his hand. Its deep red glow was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Why is it glowing for me? Old Alara smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like well-trodden paths. That, my boy, is a question only you can answer, but the stone has chosen to speak to you. It wishes to go with you. With me, where? On a journey, she said, her gaze drifting towards the dark line of the forest. There is a place deep within the woods, a hidden world known as the Sylvan Glade. It is a place of immense, ancient magic, but its heart is growing cold. Its light is fading. I believe the Emberstone is the key to warming it again, and I believe you are the one who must carry it there. A journey into the deep woods. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Kalen. But as he looked down at the stone, its steady, ember-like glow seemed to pour courage into his veins. The hollow feeling inside him shifted, not filling, but changing into a sense of purpose. How will I find it? He whispered. The stone will guide you, Alara said. Listen to its pulse. It will beat faster when you are on the right path, and slower when you have strayed. Trust it, and trust yourself. And so, with the Emberstone tucked safely in a leather pouch tied around his neck, Kalen set out the very next morning. He left a note for his parents, promising to return, his pack filled with bread, cheese, and a heart full of trepidation and hope. The forest welcomed him not with a roar, but with a sigh. The tall pines formed a cathedral ceiling high above, their branches filtering the sunlight into shifting, dappled patterns on the mossy floor. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine resin. For hours he walked, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the distant calls of unseen birds. He held the Emberstone in his hand, feeling its rhythmic pulse. For a long time it beat slow and steady. Then, as he paused at a fork in the game trail, considering which way to go, he felt it. A quickening, a distinct thump-thump-thump against his palm, when he looked towards the path that led deeper into the shadowy, thicker part of the woods. Taking a deep breath, he followed that path. The forest grew denser, the light fading to a perpetual twilight. Strange, bioluminescent fungi clung to the trees like pale, ghostly lanterns. Kalen's loneliness began to creep back in, amplified by the profound silence. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the roots snaking across the path until it was too late. He tripped, tumbling down a small, leafy embankment, landing with a soft thud in a bed of ferns. He was unhurt, but his pouch of food had torn open, and his supplies were scattered. As he sat up, brushing dirt from his trousers, a wave of despair washed over him. He was lost, his food was gone, and the great, silent forest seemed to press in on him from all sides. The Emberstone around his neck felt heavy and cold. It was then that he heard a sound. A soft, sniffing noise. He looked up and saw a pair of bright, intelligent eyes peering at him from behind a fallen log. A moment later, a small, red fox stepped cautiously into view. It was a beautiful creature, with a coat like polished copper and a bushy tail tipped with white. It didn't run away. Instead, it tilted its head, studying him with a curious expression. "Hello," Kalen said softly, his voice small in the vast quiet. The fox took a step closer, then another. It sniffed the air, then cautiously approached a piece of cheese that had fallen from Kalen's pack. It nibbled at it, then looked back at Kalen as if to say thank you. "I suppose you can't have it," Kalen said with a sigh. "I don't have much use for it now." The fox finished the cheese, and then, to Kalen's astonishment, it sat down, wrapping its tail neatly around its paws. It wasn't afraid. In fact, it seemed to be keeping him company. "Are you lost too?" Kalen asked, feeling a little silly for talking to a fox. The fox simply blinked. But in that moment, a wonderful thing happened. The Emberstone, which had grown dim, began to glow again. A soft, warm pulse of light emanated from it, and the fox's eyes widened, reflecting the gentle crimson glow. It didn't startle. It seemed comforted. Kalen reached out a hand, slow and steady. The fox hesitated for only a second before it stretched its neck and gently nudged his fingers with its cool, damp nose. A feeling of pure, uncomplicated friendship flowed through Kalen, warm and sweet as honey. The hollow space inside him didn't feel so empty anymore. "I'm Kalen," he said, "and I'm going to the Sylvan Glade." The fox gave a soft, chuffing sound, then stood up and trotted a few paces down a path Kalen hadn't even noticed, hidden behind a curtain of ivy. It looked back at him, waiting. You know the way?" Kalen asked, incredulous. The fox flicked its tail, a clear gesture of "follow me." And so, Kalen's solitary journey transformed into a shared one. He named his new companion Ember, for the color of his fur and for the light of the stone that had brought them together. Ember proved to be an excellent guide. He knew which berries were safe to eat, where the clearest streams trickled, and the safest places to rest as the deep violet of night draped itself over the forest. As they traveled, Kalen talked. He told Ember about his loneliness in the village, about feeling out of place, about the weight of the strange stone and the task he had been given. Ember, of course, could not reply with words, but he listened with his whole body, his ears swiveling to catch every syllable, his presence a quiet, steadfast comfort. In turn, Kalen learned to listen to the forest as Ember did, to the warning chatter of a squirrel, the direction of the wind, the subtle messages in the rustling leaves. One afternoon they came to a wide, rushing river, its waters gray and swollen with recent rains. The bridge that had once spanned it was nothing more than a few rotten planks dangling from crumbling stone pillars. "How will we cross?" Kalen wondered aloud, his heart sinking. Ember trotted along the bank, his nose twitching. He stopped at a place where a great, ancient willow tree leaned far out over the water, its long, trailing branches brushing the surface of the river. He looked from the branches to Kalen and back again, a clear idea forming in his clever mind. Understanding dawned on Kalen. It was a risky, terrifying idea. But as he looked at the determined set of Ember's shoulders and felt the confident pulse of the Emberstone against his chest, he knew it was their only choice. He would have to swing across. Gathering a handful of the strongest, most flexible willow branches, he took a deep breath. Fear was a cold stone in his stomach, but beneath it was a new feeling, trust. Trust in Ember, trust in the stone, and trust in his own growing strength. With a running start, he leaped, clutching the branches. For a heart-stopping moment, he swung out over the churning, cold water. The branches creaked and strained, but they held. He landed, stumbling but safe, on the far bank. He turned immediately, his heart in his throat. Ember. The little fox took a few steps back, then ran and leaped with all his might. He wasn't heavy enough to swing the branches down. He scrabbled desperately at the air, starting to fall. Without thinking, Kalen lunged forward, lying flat on the bank and stretching his arms out as far as he could. His fingers brushed against Ember's fur, caught hold of a leg, and he pulled with all his might, hauling the dripping, shivering fox to safety. They lay on the bank for a moment, panting, soaked but triumphant. Ember shook himself, spraying water everywhere, and then licked Kalen's cheek. The Emberstone was glowing so brightly it cast their shadows long and dancing on the rocks behind them. Kalen realized he wasn't just carrying the stone's light anymore. He was creating it. The light of courage born from friendship was shining from within him. The land on the other side of the river was different. The air grew colder and the trees were skeletal and silver, their leaves long gone. A profound silence hung over everything, a silence that felt old and weary. The very light seemed thin and gray. The Emberstone's pulse was a frantic, urgent drumbeat against Kalen's chest. They followed the stone's guidance into a narrow canyon between two sheer cliffs of pale, smooth rock. At the end of the canyon was an archway, woven from the living roots of two immense, sleeping trees. This was the entrance to the sylvan glade. But the glade was not what Kalen had imagined. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, frozen in time. Trees of silver and gold, with leaves like crystal, stood motionless. Flowers made of frosted glass dotted the landscape. A still black pool lay at its center, reflecting the bleak, colorless sky. But it was utterly silent and utterly cold. There was no birdsong, no rustle of life, no warmth. The magic here was not sleeping, it was dying. In the center of the glade, beside the dark pool, stood a figure. It was a creature of light and shadow, shaped like a tall, slender woman, but she was made of woven willow branches and pale, fading moss. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the glade, her feet like roots sinking into the earth. This was the guardian, the spirit of the sylvan glade, and she was fading away. Kalen approached slowly, Ember at his heels. The cold was seeping into his bones. He held the Emberstone out before him. "Hello," he called softly, his voice echoing in the crystalline silence. The guardian's eyes fluttered open. They were the color of a winter sky, vast and empty. Who comes to this forgotten place?" Her voice was a whisper, the sound of wind through bare branches. "My name is Kalen. I was sent, I was guided here by this." He opened his hand, revealing the Emberstone. It glowed, but its light seemed small and feeble against the immense, consuming cold of the glade. The guardian's pale eyes focused on the stone. A flicker of memory passed over her face. "The Hearthstone, it has been an age since I felt its warmth." She looked at Kalen, her gaze piercing. "But its light alone is not enough. It is a mirror, child. It can only reflect what is brought to it. The glade's own heart has grown cold with loneliness and the weight of forgotten years. Its light has gone out." Kalen understood then. The journey wasn't about delivering a magical object. It was about what he had become on the way. The stone hadn't been guiding him to the glade. It had been guiding him to himself. He thought of his own loneliness, the hollow feeling that had sent him into the woods. He thought of the warmth of old Alara's fire, the steadfast friendship of Ember, the courage he had found at the river. He thought of all the small, quiet lights that had guided him, kindness, trust, bravery. He knelt by the dark, still pool, the Emberstone held tightly in his hand. He didn't know any grand spells or magical words. So he simply began to speak. He spoke of the things he had learned. He spoke of the comfort of a shared silence, the strength found in a helping hand, the way a single act of kindness could light up the darkest path. He poured all the warmth he had found on his journey, the warmth of friendship, of purpose, of a heart no longer feeling alone, into the stone. And the Emberstone responded. It began to glow, not with a pulse, but with a steady, brilliant, sun-like radiance. The deep red of embers flared into gold and soft white. The light poured from the stone, not as a beam, but as a gentle, flowing warmth, like liquid sunlight. It touched the frozen flowers, and their glass petals began to shimmer with soft, living colors. It touched the silver trees, and their crystal leaves began to chime softly, a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. It touched the dark pool, and the water cleared, reflecting not a gray sky, but the brilliant, warm light of the stone itself. The light flowed up the guardian's roots, through her body of willow and moss. Color returned to her, the rich brown of soil, the vibrant green of new growth. She stood taller, her eyes now the deep, warm green of a summer forest. A slow, beautiful smile spread across her face. The sylvan glade was waking up. A breeze, warm and sweet with the scent of blooming things, whispered through the trees. From hidden nests and burrows, creatures began to emerge, shimmering moths, birds with feathers like jewels, small, shy animals Kalen had never seen before. The silence was replaced by a symphony of life, chirping, buzzing, rustling, a joyful noise that was the very sound of the world being born anew. The guardian placed a hand, now warm and solid, on Kalen's shoulder. "You did not bring the light, child," she said, her voice now strong and melodic. "You became the light. You reminded this place of what it had forgotten, that the truest magic, the warmth that can melt the coldest frost, is the magic of connection. Thank you." Kalen looked at Ember, who was chasing a glowing butterfly, his copper fur blazing in the new light. The hollow space inside him was gone, filled to the brim with a quiet, profound joy. He had found where he belonged. It wasn't a place on a map, it was a feeling he carried within him. He spent a day and a night in the sylvan glade, resting and marveling at its restored beauty. When it was time to leave, the guardian gave him a small, smooth seed from the oldest tree in the glade. "Plant this where your heart feels most at home," she said. "It will grow into a reminder." The journey back was different. The forest seemed brighter, friendlier. He and Ember retraced their steps, the emberstone now resting quietly against his chest, its great task complete. When he finally emerged from the tree line and saw the familiar smoke rising from his village chimneys, it felt like returning to a dream. He went straight to Alara's workshop. The old woodcarver was waiting, as if she had known the very moment he would arrive. She took the emberstone from him. It was dark and cool once more, a simple river stone. "Its work is done," she said, placing it on a shelf among other curiosities. "And so is yours for now." Kalen shook his head. "No, it's just beginning." He told her everything about Ember, the river, the frozen glade, the guardian. As he spoke, he realized the story itself was a kind of light, warming the small workshop. He went home to his parents, who hugged him tight, their worry melting into relief and pride. That evening, in the soft soil of his own backyard, under the watchful eye of Ember, who had decided the village was not so bad if Kalen was there, he planted the seed from the sylvan glade. And as the seasons turned, a strange and wonderful tree began to grow. Its bark was silvery, its leaves a shimmering gold green, and on the coldest, darkest winter nights, its branches would glow with a soft, ember-like light, casting a gentle, warm radiance over Kalen's home. Kalen was never lonely again. He had learned that the world is full of hidden glades and silent guardians, and that every heart carries an ember waiting to be kindled. He had learned that the most important journeys are the ones that lead you back to yourself, and that the truest warmth is found not in a solitary fire, but in the shared light of friendship. So as the fire in the hearth now burns down to a bed of glowing, pulsing coals, and the room is filled with a deep, peaceful quiet, remember Kalen's story. Remember that even on the darkest nights, there is always a light within you, waiting to be shared. Carry that warmth with you into your dreams, and know that you, too, belong. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as gentle and full of wonder as a sylvan glade restored. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies at play. Outside, the evening had settled deep and quiet, with only the occasional whisper of wind through the pine trees beyond the window. It was on such an evening, in a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains hugged the horizon, that a story began. A story about a boy named Leo, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like embers in the darkness. Leo was a quiet child with a heart full of curiosity and hands that were always eager to explore. He lived with his grandmother in a cottage at the edge of the village, where the woods crept close and the air smelled of damp earth and wild thyme. His grandmother often told him tales of the old times, when magic was as common as morning dew, but Leo had never seen any magic himself. Not until the day he found the stone. It happened on an afternoon when the sun was lazy, and the clouds drifted like sheep in a blue meadow. Leo had been exploring the creek that wound behind their cottage, turning over smooth stones and watching minnows dart in the shallows. His fingers, brushing through the cool water, touched something that felt different, not smooth like the other stones, but gently rough, like bark from an ancient tree. He lifted it from the water, and even in the daylight, he could see a faint, warm glow deep within it, like the last embers of a fire not quite ready to die. He carried the stone home, cupped in his palms, feeling its subtle warmth seep into his skin. That night, as he lay in bed, he placed it on the windowsill. The moon rose silver and serene, and as its light touched the stone, something remarkable happened. The glow within it brightened, pulsing softly, and patterns like swirling smoke appeared on its surface. Leo watched, mesmerized, until sleep finally claimed him. The next morning, he showed the stone to his grandmother. Her wise, wrinkled face softened into a smile. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "That is an emberstone. I haven't seen one in many years. They are said to be keys, my dear, keys to places hidden from ordinary eyes." "Hidden places?" Leo asked, his voice a whisper of excitement. "Places where the world is older and magic still breathes," she replied. "But remember, Leo, such journeys change you, just as fire changes wood. They leave you warmer, perhaps, but never quite the same." That was all the encouragement Leo needed. As soon as the sun began to dip below the hills, painting the sky in hues of orange and lavender, he tucked the emberstone into his pocket and set off toward the deepest part of the woods, a place the villagers called the Whispering Pines. The forest welcomed him with a chorus of evening sounds, the chirrup of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, and the soft crunch of pine needles under his boots. The air grew cooler and shadows lengthened, stretching like dark fingers across the path. Leo held the emberstone tight, and as darkness fell, its glow brightened, casting a gentle circle of light around him, warm and reassuring. He walked for what felt like hours, following no path but the one the stone seemed to guide him toward. Eventually he came to a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its trunk so wide that 5 children holding hands could not have encircled it. The emberstone pulsed in his hand, and as he approached the oak, he noticed a small, almost invisible door set into the bark, woven from living wood and moss. With a deep breath, Leo pushed the door open. It swung inward without a sound, revealing not the hollow of a tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward. The air that wafted out was fragrant with blooming night flowers and damp soil. Holding the emberstone before him, Leo stepped inside. The passage was lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light, like countless fireflies frozen in time. As he descended, the sound of trickling water grew louder, and soon the passage opened into a cavern so vast and beautiful that Leo caught his breath. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden world beneath the forest, where mushrooms grew as tall as trees, their caps shimmering with soft light, and streams of liquid starlight meandered through meadows of silver grass. In the center of the cavern stood a city built into the roots of the great trees above, with bridges of woven vine and houses carved from glowing crystal. But as Leo drew nearer, he noticed something amiss. The lights in the crystals were dim, flickering uncertainly, and the air, though beautiful, carried a chill that shouldn't have been there. It was then that he heard a sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping like a small hammer on stone. Following the sound, he came to a crystal house that seemed darker than the others. Peering inside, he saw a small, weary-looking creature with bark-like skin and kind, luminous eyes. She was working on a large, dormant crystal, tapping it gently with a tiny silver hammer. "Hello," Leo said softly, not wanting to startle her. The creature looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. "A human child," she murmured, her voice like the tinkling of wind chimes. "I haven't seen one of your kind in many seasons. I am Alara, a crystal keeper of the Glimmerwood." Leo introduced himself and held out the emberstone. I found this. It led me here. Alara's eyes softened. The emberstone, yes, it has been lost for a long time. It is one of the heartstones of our world. Without it, our crystals lose their warmth, and the Glimmerwood grows cold. She gestured to the dormant crystal she had been working on. This is the great crystal. It channels warmth and light from the earth's heart, but it has been fading, and I cannot wake it alone. Can I help? Leo asked, his heart swelling with a desire to mend what was broken. Alara studied him for a long moment. Perhaps, she said. But it will not be easy. The crystal sleeps because the song that wakes it has been forgotten. Long ago, the emberstones held the memory of that song. If your stone still remembers, and if you are willing to learn, we may yet rekindle the light. And so began Leo's true journey. Not just a journey through a hidden world, but a journey of patience and listening. Each day in the eternal twilight of the Glimmerwood, he sat with Alara near the great crystal, holding the emberstone and listening. At first he heard nothing but the drip of water and the whisper of the silver grass. But slowly, as he quieted his mind and stilled his breathing, he began to hear something else, a faint, melodic hum emanating from the stone. It was a gentle, rising and falling tune, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. Leo practiced humming it, his voice uncertain at first, then growing stronger as the days passed. Alara would nod encouragingly, her own voice sometimes joining his, weaving harmony into the melody. During their breaks, she showed him the wonders of the Glimmerwood, the fields of luminous moss that changed color when you touched them, the pools where water reflected dreams instead of faces, and the library of scrolls written in light that only glowed when someone truly needed to read them. As they worked, a deep friendship grew between them. Leo, who had often felt lonely in the village, found in Alara a companion who understood his quiet nature. She in turn cherished his determination and the fresh perspective he brought. They shared stories, Leo of his grandmother and life above ground, Alara of the Glimmerwood's history and the delicate balance that kept it alive. But the great crystal remained dormant. No matter how beautifully Leo hummed the song, the crystal only flickered briefly before fading again. One evening, as they sat by the crystal, feeling the chill in the air deepen, Leo voiced his frustration. I'm trying my best, but it's not working. Alara placed a gentle, bark-like hand on his shoulder. The song is not just about the notes, Leo. It is about the heart behind them. The crystal does not respond to perfection. It responds to sincerity, to warmth, to the genuine desire to bring light. You carry that warmth in you, I have seen it. But you doubt yourself, and that doubt casts a shadow. Leo looked down at the emberstone, which glowed steadily in his hand. How do I stop doubting? By remembering why you are here, Alara said softly. Not for glory or even for adventure, but because you saw something beautiful fading and wanted to help. Hold on to that. That night, as Leo slept in a small chamber of woven roots that Alara had prepared for him, he dreamed of his grandmother's cottage, of the fire in the hearth, and of the stories she told. Stories of kindness, of small acts of courage, of light shared freely. He woke with a sense of calm purpose. The mystery of the crystal wasn't about finding a magical solution. It was about uncovering the magic within himself. The next day, instead of trying to hum the song perfectly, Leo simply held the emberstone and thought about all the things that made him feel warm inside. His grandmother's laughter, the scent of baking bread, the feel of sunlight on his face, the friendship he had found with Alara. As these thoughts filled his mind, he began to hum, not the song from the stone, but a melody of his own, one that rose naturally from his heart. The emberstone in his hand flared brightly, its light blending with the glow from his own chest, a soft, golden light that he hadn't known was there. The song that emerged was both familiar and new, woven from the stone's memory and his own joy. As he sang, the great crystal began to brighten, not in flickers, but in a steady, growing radiance. The light spread from it, flowing through the network of smaller crystals throughout the Glimmerwood, until the entire cavern was bathed in a warm, gentle glow. The chill lifted, replaced by a comforting warmth that seeped into the very roots of the trees. Alara watched, her luminous eyes brimming with tears of happiness. "You have done it, Leo. You didn't just wake the crystal, you renewed its heart." Leo felt a change within himself, too. The journey had transformed him, not into someone different, but into more fully himself, braver, kinder, and more aware of the quiet magic that exists in caring for others. When it was time to return home, Alara walked with him to the hidden door under the ancient oak. "The Glimmerwood will always welcome you, Leo," she said. "You carry its light within you now." Leo hugged her tightly, feeling the rough, warm bark of her skin. "I'll come back to visit, I promise." He stepped out into the world above, where dawn was just beginning to blush the sky. The emberstone in his pocket had ceased its glowing, but it still felt warm against his side. When he reached his grandmother's cottage, she was waiting for him at the door, a knowing smile on her face. "You've been on a long journey," she said, pulling him into a hug. Leo nodded, too full of emotion to speak. He showed her the emberstone, now dormant but still beautiful. "Some journeys are like dreams," his grandmother murmured as she stirred the fire in the hearth. "They change us in ways we can't quite put into words, but we carry them with us always, like embers that never quite go out." That night, as Leo lay in bed, he looked out his window at the stars. He could still feel the warmth of the Glimmerwood in his heart, and the memory of Alara's friendship was a comfort that wrapped around him like a soft blanket. The mystery had been solved, the hidden world had been saved, and he had grown in ways he would understand for years to come. And as the fire in the hearth crackled its own lullaby, Leo closed his eyes, his breathing slowing, his dreams already carrying him back to the soft lights and gentle sounds of the Glimmerwood, where friendship glowed as steadily as the crystals, and where every ending was really a quiet, peaceful beginning. Story 11. The first spark rose from the embers of the evening fire, a tiny golden promise against the deepening indigo of the sky. It was followed by another, and then another, until a slow, shimmering river of light was drifting upward, past the treetops, past the highest clouds, and toward the place where the stars began their nightly watch. A young boy named Kalen watched, his chin resting on his folded arms, a familiar longing stirring in his chest. It was a feeling like a soft chime, a bell that rang only for him, calling him not to a place, but to a possibility. In his pocket, his fingers closed around the smooth, worn wood of a small bird whistle, carved by his grandfather. It was his piece of home, a little anchor of love and memory that he carried everywhere. Tonight, as the sparks danced their ascent, the longing became a pull, a gentle, irresistible tide. He felt the ground beneath him grow soft, not like earth, but like a warm, supportive cloud. With a breath that was half surprise and half acceptance, Kalen found himself floating upward, cradled by the night, following the path of the sparks. He rose into a realm of cloud cities. These were not the wispy, transient puffs seen from below, but great, sculpted architectures of condensed starlight and vapor. Streets were paved with mother-of-pearl cobbles that shimmered with a soft, internal light. Towers spiraled upward, their spires seeming to be made of spun sugar and moonlight. The air itself had a texture, a velvety softness that brushed against his skin like the gentlest of silks. And the scent, it was the clean, sweet smell of rain-washed air and night-blooming jasmine, with an undercurrent of ozone, like the world after a thunderstorm. The inhabitants of these cities were the Lumen, creatures of condensed light and gentle sound. They moved like liquid gold and silver, their forms shifting from humanoid to avian to abstract swirls in a graceful, silent ballet. They did not speak with words, but with music. A soft, chime-like tone expressed curiosity, a warm, cello-like hum was a greeting, and a cascade of harp notes was laughter. When one drifted near Kalen, it reached out a tendril of light that felt like a sunbeam on a cool morning, and a melody of welcome, simple and clear as a nursery rhyme, filled his mind. He learned from them through this symphony of touch and sound that the River of Sparks was a seasonal event, a migration of hope. It was called the Ascent of Embers, and it traveled to the very heart of the sky to rekindle the great, slumbering lights of the underground aurora caverns. Without these sparks, the caverns would grow dim, and the delicate ecosystems within would fall into a deep, silent sleep. Why has it called to me? Kalen thought, and the question must have translated through the warmth of his presence, for the lumen chimed a response, a melody of searching, of a missing harmony. A single pure note was out of tune in their world, a note of sorrow that the sparks alone could not mend. It was a reason to explore, not for treasure, but for understanding, to help mend a fracture he could feel in the very fabric of this gentle realm. His journey led him from the cloud cities down through a cascade of waterfalls that were not water, but liquid twilight, cool and tingling as it misted against his skin. He arrived at the first great landmark, the Whispering Wind Roads. These were not roads of stone, but ribbons of concentrated, intelligent air that wound through the sky. To travel them, one had to listen. Each road had its own song, a low, steady drone for a straight path, a playful, skipping rhythm for a winding one. Kalen chose a road that hummed a melancholy but hopeful tune, the very one the lumen had shown him. The texture of the road was like walking on firm, resilient mist, and the scent was of high mountain air and distant, cold stars. The wind road delivered him to the entrance of the second wonder, the underground aurora caverns. The entrance was a simple, mossy archway in the side of a floating island, but it opened into a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in a shimmering haze. This was the source of the world's color. Great shimmering curtains of light, violet, emerald, cerulean, and rose, drifted slowly in the still air, their light silent and profound. They weren't just light, though, they had substance. As Kalen walked through a cascade of green, he felt a cool, tingling sensation, like peppermint on his skin, and the scent of a deep, ancient forest filled his nostrils. A curtain of violet felt like the softest velvet and smelled of grapes and night air. But the lumen had been right. The lights were dimmer than they should have been, and their colors were muted, as if seen through a veil of grief. Here the inhabitants were the shiverlings, small, furry creatures whose coats reflected the aurora's light. They communicated not with sound or music, but with gentle touch. A nuzzle against the hand conveyed friendship, a series of light taps with a paw told a story, and a shared stillness was a sign of deep understanding. One particularly small shiverling, its coat the color of a faded sapphire, approached Kalen and pressed its forehead against his knee. In that touch he didn't hear words, but he felt a profound sense of loss, a hollow emptiness where a beautiful, resonant presence used to be. He showed the shiverling his wooden bird whistle. He didn't blow it, but simply held it out, this piece of his home. The creature touched it with a delicate paw, and Kalen felt a spark of recognition, a memory of a different kind of music. It was the missing harmony. The lumen's music was one part of it, the shiverling's silent language was another, but the third part, the part that bound them all together, was the simple, earthly music of a heartfelt song. The little shiverling led him to the final landmark, a place that existed between the dimensions of sound and silence, the Library of Echoes. It was not a building of shelves and books, but a crystalline forest where every tree and flower was made of resonating crystal. The history of this world was not written, but sung and felt, stored within these living stones. A glowing amber crystal, when touched, would fill the air with the warm, booming laughter of a giant from a forgotten age. A delicate blue flower would release the sensation of a first, joyful splash into a cool lake. The air in the library was thick with the ghosts of these scents and textures, old parchment, blooming lilacs, cold stone, and warm fir. In the center of the library stood the Hearthstone, a great, clear crystal that was meant to pulse with the unified song of the realm. Now it was still and silent. The shiverling looked from the stone to Kalen's whistle, its large, dark eyes full of a plea. Kalen understood. He was not a hero with a sword, but a boy with a song. The reason for his journey was here. It was to help these gentle beings by offering the one thing he carried from his own home, a simple, honest melody. He raised the wooden whistle to his lips. He did not play a complex tune, but the first song his grandfather had taught him, a soft, lilting melody about the moon watching over the sleeping world. The note that came out was pure and clear, a sound so fundamentally real and heartfelt that it seemed to vibrate through the very air of the library. The effect was immediate. The lumen, drawn by the music, drifted into the cavern, their own chiming melodies weaving around his simple tune. The shiverlings gathered, pressing close, their gentle touches adding a rhythm of quiet comfort. His earthly song provided the anchor, the root, around which their celestial music and silent language could twine. The three forms of communication, music, light, and touch, merged into a single, breathtaking symphony of belonging. The heartstone began to glow. A soft, warm light pulsed from its core, growing brighter with every note, every chime, every gentle press of a paw. The missing harmony had been found. It wasn't a magical spell or a powerful artifact. It was the simple, courageous act of sharing a piece of one's heart, of one's home. As the symphony reached its crescendo, the great crystal flared with a light that was not blinding, but deeply comforting, like the glow of a hearth on a winter's night. The aurora curtains in the cavern above burst into renewed, vibrant life, their colors deeper and richer than before, painting the world in waves of joyful light. The single note of sorrow was gone, replaced by a chord of perfect peace. Kalen felt the warm cloud beneath him again, the gentle descent beginning. The lumen chimed a melody of grateful farewell, and the shiverlings nuzzled his hands one last time, their touch now filled with warm contentment. He drifted back down, through the liquid twilight, past the singing wind roads, until his feet settled softly on the familiar grass by the dying embers of his fire. The night was quiet once more, but it was a different kind of quiet. It was a silence full of music remembered, of light felt, and of a connection that spanned worlds. He brought the whistle to his lips once more, but did not blow. He simply held it, this piece of home that had helped him find another, and in doing so, had helped him understand a little more of his own heart. He had learned that home isn't just a place you come from, but a feeling you can carry, and that the most powerful magic often lies not in grand quests, but in the gentle offering of a simple song. And as he closed his eyes, the memory of the shimmering clouds and the silent, understanding touch of a friend lulled him into a deep and peaceful sleep, under a sky that now seemed full of friendly, winking lights. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm orange light dancing across the room like a host of gentle, flickering spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a soothing lullaby for the quiet night. It is on such an evening, when the world feels wrapped in a soft, woolen blanket, that I invite you to listen to a tale not of grand battles or fearsome beasts, but of a quieter kind of magic, the kind that glows from within, much like these very embers. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a vast and ancient woodland. Leo was a quiet child, with a heart that often felt too big for his small frame, filled with a longing for something he could not name. He was a watcher, a listener. While other children raced and shouted, Leo would sit on the mossy stone by his garden gate, his gaze lost in the deep green shadows between the trees. He felt the forest was a locked door, and he was forever on the outside, listening for a key he could not find. One afternoon, as the sun began to dip below the hills, painting the sky in hues of lavender and burnt orange, Leo was stacking firewood against the cottage wall. A sudden sharp glint caught his eye, a flash of deep crimson amidst the dull gray bark and dark earth. Curious, he knelt and brushed away the decaying leaves. There, nestled in the roots of an old oak tree, was a stone. But it was no ordinary stone. It was smooth and oval, fitting perfectly in the palm of his hand. Its color was that of a dying ember, a deep, translucent red that seemed to hold a light of its own. As the daylight faded, the stone began to glow with a soft, pulsing warmth, like a tiny, captured heartbeat. When Leo held it, a strange sense of calm washed over him, a feeling of connection that he had never known. It felt friendly. That night, he placed the ember stone on his windowsill. In the darkness of his room, its gentle, pulsing light painted swirling patterns on the walls, patterns that reminded him of smoke rising lazily from a chimney. He fell asleep watching them, and for the first time his dreams were not of lonely watching, but of walking beneath a canopy of stars. The next day and the day after that, Leo found himself drawn back to the oak tree. He would sit with the ember stone in his hand, feeling its warmth, and simply listen to the forest. It was on the third day that he heard it, a sound so soft and sorrowful it was almost swallowed by the rustle of leaves. It was a tiny, hiccuping sob. Following the sound, Leo crept deeper into the woods than he had ever dared before. The air grew cooler, and the light took on a green, filtered quality. There, curled at the base of a holly bush, was a creature he had only ever seen in the fleeting shadows of dusk. It was a fox, but unlike any fox from his storybooks. Its fur was the color of silver moss, and its eyes were pools of liquid amber. One of its back legs was caught in a cruel, twisted knot of thorny vine, and a small, shimmering tear traced a path down its furry cheek. Leo's first instinct was to rush forward, but he remembered the quiet way of things. He moved slowly, his footsteps silent on the bed of pine needles. "Hello," he whispered, his voice barely disturbing the air. The fox started, its amber eyes wide with fear. It tried to scramble back, but the thorns bit deeper, and it whimpered in pain. "I won't hurt you," Leo said, kneeling a respectful distance away. He didn't know what to do. He was just a boy, and this was a magical creature, clearly in distress. Then he felt a warmth in his pocket. The ember stone. He pulled it out, and its soft, pulsing light filled the small clearing. The fox's fear seemed to lessen. It stared at the stone, its breathing slowing. The light from the stone seemed to blight into the very air, making the shadows less deep, the thorns less menacing. "Can I help?" Leo asked gently. The fox gave a slow, hesitant nod. "The thistle vine," it said, its voice a rustle of dry leaves. "It tightens when it senses fear." Leo understood. He had to be calm. For the fox. For himself. He took a deep breath, letting the steady warmth of the ember stone flow through him. He focused not on the sharp thorns, but on the fox's frightened eyes. He thought of friendship, of kindness. He reached out, his fingers moving with a patience he didn't know he possessed. He did not pull or tear. He simply held the vine, his touch firm and gentle, and one by one, he carefully worked the thorns free, loosening their grip. It was slow, careful work. A few times the thorns pricked his own fingers, drawing tiny beads of blood, but he did not flinch. He kept his breathing even, his movements steady, his heart focused on the warmth of the stone and the well-being of the creature before him. Finally, with a last gentle twist, the vine uncoiled and fell away. The fox gingerly put weight on its leg, wincing only slightly. It looked at Leo, its amber eyes now filled with a deep and wondering gratitude. "You have the hearth glow," the fox said, its gaze fixed on the ember stone. "I have not seen one in many turnings of the seasons." "The hearth glow?" Leo asked, looking at the stone in his hand. "It is a piece of the forest's own heart," the fox explained. It finds its way to those who listen, not just with their ears, but with their souls. It seems it has found you. The fox dipped its head in a formal little bow. I am Kale, I am in your debt. I'm Leo, and you don't owe me anything. But Kale insisted. A life debt is a serious thing in these woods. I will guide you. The hearth glow has awoken. It wishes to go home. And so began Leo's true journey. It was not a frantic race, but a meandering walk that transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood. Kale, his leg healing with surprising swiftness, led him along paths unseen to human eyes. They walked through sun-dappled clearings where butterflies danced on air thick with the scent of honeysuckle. They waded through silent, silver streams that chuckled over smooth, round stones. They passed through groves of ancient trees, whose bark was carved with patterns older than memory. Kale taught Leo the hidden language of the forest, how to read the warning in a jay's cry, the message in the pattern of fallen branches, the story told by the type of moss growing on a tree trunk. Leo learned to move without sound, to sit in perfect stillness for hours, watching a spider spin its web or a family of badgers trundle by. The forest was no longer a locked door. It was a library, and Kale was helping him learn to read. The ember stone was their guide and their protector. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the woods, the stone's glow would brighten when they were on the right path and pulse gently when they needed to rest. In the deep of night, when the darkness felt vast and unknown, its warm light pushed back the shadows, creating a small, safe circle around them. It was their own portable hearth. Their journey was not without its gentle mysteries. One evening, as they made camp in a hollow, the ember stone began to pulse in a new rhythm, a slow, questioning beat. A faint, silvery mist began to rise from the damp earth, coiling and twisting into shapes. Leo and Kale watched, mesmerized, as the mist formed the ghostly image of a great, leafless tree with roots that delved deep into the earth and branches that scraped the stars. The sunken grove, Kale whispered, his voice full of awe. It is the heart of the forest, the source of all its magic. It has been lost to time. The hearth glow must have come from there. The mystery deepened. Why was the grove sunken? Why was it lost? And why did the stone wish to return? These questions hung in the air like the mist itself, a puzzle that added a sense of purpose to their wandering. Their friendship, too, grew and warmed like the stone Leo carried. It was built not on grand adventures, but on small, authentic moments. The shared silence of watching a sunrise paint the treetops gold. The comfort of sitting side by side, sharing a meal of wild berries and sweet roots. The trust shone when Kale, who was naturally wary, allowed Leo to check the healing wound on his leg. The laughter that bubbled up when they tried and failed to mimic the song of a whippoorwill. Leo, who had always felt alone, now had a companion. His quiet heart was no longer a burden. It was a gift that allowed him to connect with this magical world and its inhabitants. After many days of travel, the land began to change. The trees grew thicker, their trunks gnarled and twisted. The air grew still and heavy with the scent of damp earth and old magic. They came to the edge of a great, silent marsh. In the center, surrounded by still, black water, was the island they had seen in the mist, the sunken grove. The great tree stood in the center, majestic and sorrowful, its branches bare, its roots submerged. An air of deep slumber, of forgotten magic, lay over everything. The water is the sorrow of the forest, a new voice said, soft as a reed brushing against another. A heron, tall and gray and elegant, stood on one leg at the water's edge. When the last guardian of the grove fell into a long sleep, the magic faded, and the waters of forgetfulness rose to claim it. How do we wake it? Leo asked, his heart aching at the sight of the sleeping grove. The hearth glow is a piece of its heart, the heron said. It must be returned, but the water is deep and the path is treacherous. It remembers only the steps of the guardian. Leo looked at the dark, still water, then at the glowing stone in his hand. He felt a flicker of the old fear, the feeling of being an outsider. He was just a boy. What could he do? Then he felt a soft nudge against his side. It was Kale. "You have listened," the fox said simply. "You have learned its language. You do not need to know the steps the guardian knew. You only need to walk with the heart you have." Leo looked into Kale's amber eyes, filled with unwavering faith. He looked at the heron, who watched him with ancient, knowing patience. He thought of his journey, of the stillness he had learned, the patience, the quiet connection. He was not the same boy who had found the stone. The forest had transformed him. His fear had been burned away, leaving behind a core of steady courage, as true and enduring as the glow of the ember stone. He took a deep breath and stepped into the water. It was cold, and the mud sucked at his boots. He could not see the bottom. He moved slowly, not with force, but with intention. He held the ember stone before him, and as he did, its light began to change. It no longer pulsed randomly. It began to brighten and dim, as if breathing. Leo realized it was responding to the grove. He closed his eyes, trusting the feeling in his hand and the new understanding in his heart. He did not walk a straight line. He stepped to the left where the light flared, paused when it softened, took a diagonal path when it glowed steadily. It was a dance, a slow, sacred dance of return. The water seemed to part for him, the reeds bowing out of his way. He was not fighting the marsh, he was conversing with it. Step by patient step, he crossed the dark water. When he reached the island, the great tree seemed to sigh. Leo walked to its massive trunk and placed the ember stone into a hollow that seemed made for it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum filled the air, starting in the tree and spreading out through the earth and water. The ember stone flared with a light so brilliant and warm it was like a miniature sun. The light raced along the roots of the tree, down into the water, and out across the marsh. Where the light touched, the black water cleared, turning crystal clear, revealing a vibrant world of fish and water plants below. The great tree itself began to change. Buds swelled on its bare branches, unfurling into leaves of shimmering silver and gold. The very air shimmered with renewed magic. The guardian of the grove was awake. The forest's heart was whole again. Leo waded back through the now sparkling water to where Kale and the heron waited. He felt tired, but it was a good tiredness, the tiredness that comes after a job well done. He had not fought a monster or solved a great riddle. He had simply listened, learned, and been a friend. He had carried a piece of warmth back to where it belonged, and in doing so, he had found a warmth of his own that would never fade. The journey back was swift, the forest itself seeming to shorten the path for them in its gratitude. When Leo arrived at the edge of the woods, near his cottage, the sun was setting once more. He turned to Kale. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his throat tight. The fox nuzzled his hand. "The forest is your friend now, Leo. You will always see me in the dappled light, hear me in the rustle of the leaves. You carry the true hearth glow inside you now. You will never be lost, and you will never be alone." With a final, fond look, Kale turned and melted back into the shadows, becoming one with the woods he called home. Leo walked back to his cottage, the familiar lights in the windows seeming brighter, more welcoming. He did not have the physical stone anymore, but he didn't need it. He felt its warmth in his chest, a steady, gentle glow of courage, friendship, and belonging. He sat on the mossy stone by his garden gate, looking out at the forest. It no longer felt like a locked door. It felt like a part of himself. He could hear its night sounds not as a foreign noise, but as the gentle, rhythmic breathing of a sleeping friend. And so, dear listener, as the fire in our own hearth burns down to a bed of glowing embers, remember Leo's story. Remember that the greatest journeys are often the ones that change us on the inside. That the most powerful magic is the kindness we offer and the friendships we nurture. That the light we carry within us can guide us through the darkest of marshes and lead us back home. Let the warmth of this tale wrap around you like a soft blanket. Let the gentle resolution of Leo's journey settle your own heart. The forest is sleeping, the stars are watching, and all is well. Close your eyes now and carry this little hearth glow with you into your dreams. Sleep well. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room in patterns of gold and shadow. It was a light that seemed to breathe, to pulse with a gentle life of its own, and if you listened very closely, you could almost hear it whispering stories of ancient forests and starlit nights. So gather close, dear listener, and let the warmth wrap around you like a soft blanket, as we journey to a place where magic glows in the dark, and where the quietest hearts can learn to shine. In a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood, lived a boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child with a heart full of wonder and eyes that noticed the small, secret things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spider's web at dawn, or how the last light of sunset would catch the wings of a moth. But Kalen often felt a quiet loneliness, a sense that he was a single, small note in a vast and silent song. His days were simple and gentle, filled with chores and small explorations, but his nights were when he felt most awake, most alive to the possibilities that lingered just beyond the edge of sight. One evening, as a chill autumn wind began to stir the fallen leaves, Kalen was stacking firewood against the side of the cottage. The sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and deep orange. As he placed the last log, his fingers brushed against something smooth and cool, hidden beneath a tangle of ivy and moss. Curious, he carefully pushed the foliage aside. There, nestled in the dark, damp earth, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, oval and perfectly smooth. Its surface was a deep, smoky gray, but deep within it, tiny specks of light glimmered, like embers in a banked fire. He picked it up. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, as if it held a tiny, captive sun within. As he held it in his cupped hands, the ember-like lights within seemed to pulse softly, glowing a little brighter in the gathering twilight. A strange sense of calm washed over him, a feeling of deep, ancient peace. He knew with a certainty that came from a place deeper than thought that this was no ordinary stone. That night he placed the stone on the windowsill beside his bed. The room was dark, lit only by the sliver of a crescent moon. And as he watched, the stone began to glow. It wasn't a harsh light, but a soft, pulsing radiance that filled the room with a warm, amber glow. It was the color of honey, of old parchment, of a comforting fire on a cold night. The light seemed to breathe with him, and as he drifted to sleep, his dreams were filled with images of a forest path dappled with that same gentle, golden light. The next morning the stone was once again a cool, dark gray. But Kalen's curiosity was alight. After completing his chores, he took the stone and walked to the edge of the whispering wood. He held it out before him, and as he stepped from the sunny meadow into the deep shade of the trees, something wonderful happened. The embers within the stone flickered to life. As he walked, they glowed more brightly, and when he changed direction, they would dim. It was as if the stone was a compass, and its needle was made of light, pointing him toward something unseen. Trusting this gentle guide, Kalen ventured deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air grew cooler and carried the rich, damp scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shifting pillars of gold. He followed the stone's glowing pulse, his footsteps quiet on the soft, mossy ground. He passed a stream that chuckled over smooth, gray stones, and the stone in his hand glimmered in response, as if in greeting. After what felt like both a moment and an eternity, he arrived at a place where the trees grew in a perfect circle. In the center stood an ancient, immense oak, its gnarled bark silvered with age. Its branches spread wide like protective arms, and tangled within its roots was a door. It was not a grand door, but a small, curved one woven from living willow branches and studded with luminous, pale mushrooms that cast a soft, blue-white light. The ember stone in Kalen's hand now shone so brightly it illuminated the entire clearing, its light mingling with the cool glow of the mushrooms. With a heart beating like a captured bird's, Kalen reached out and touched the willow door. It swung inward without a sound, revealing not a hollow in the tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward. A warm, earthy breeze, carrying the scent of cinnamon and wet stone, drifted out to meet him. The ember stone was a beacon now, and he knew his journey was only beginning. He stepped through, and the door closed softly behind him. He found himself in a tunnel, its walls embedded with crystals that gleamed with their own soft, internal light. The air hummed with a quiet, musical energy. He walked on, the tunnel gradually opening into a vast, hidden world. This was the Gloaming, a realm nestled deep within the heart of the earth, where twilight reigned eternal. The sky above was not a sky of blue, but a dome of dark, velvety rock from which hung countless star-like mosses, casting a soft, silvery radiance. Giant bioluminescent flowers dotted the landscape, their petals glowing in gentle pulses of blue, green, and violet. In the distance, a river of liquid light flowed slowly, its surface shimmering. It was a world of soft shadows and gentle luminescence, a place of profound peace. And it was not empty. As Kalen stood in awe, a small creature emerged from behind a glowing toadstool. It was about the size of a rabbit, with fur the color of moss and twilight. Its eyes were large and dark, like pools of still water, and from its brow grew two delicate, branching antlers that shimmered with a faint, golden light, as if dusted with pollen from the stars themselves. It regarded Kalen with a tilt of its head, its nose twitching. "Hello," Kalen whispered, his voice barely disturbing the profound silence. The creature took a tentative step forward, then another. It moved with a grace that was both fluid and cautious. It stopped a few feet away, and Kalen slowly knelt, holding out his open palm where the ember stone glowed. The creature's eyes fixed on the stone, and a soft chime-like sound, like tiny bells, emanated from it. It was a sound of recognition, of welcome. This was Finn, a glimmerling, one of the gentle guardians of the Gloaming. Finn communicated not with words, but with soft chimes, with the flicker of the light in its antlers, and with a deep, empathetic understanding that flowed directly into Kalen's heart. In that silent exchange, a friendship was born, as natural and inevitable as the sunrise. Finn chimed again, a series of bright, questioning notes, and gestured with its head for Kalen to follow. Their journey through the Gloaming was one of pure wonder. Finn showed Kalen meadows where the grass itself gave off a soft, green light, and forests of crystal trees that sang a hollow, wind-chime melody when the gentle breezes stirred them. They met other glimmerlings who chimed in greeting, their collective light creating a beautiful, shifting tapestry in the air. Kalen's initial loneliness began to melt away, replaced by a sense of belonging he had never known. He was a part of this beautiful, secret symphony. But Finn's chimes soon took on a different tone, a note of sorrow, of worry. He led Kalen to the center of the Gloaming, where the great river of light flowed from a magnificent, crystalline archway. Or rather, where it used to flow. Now the river was sluggish, its light dim and patchy. The archway which Finn communicated was the Heartstone, the source of all light and life in the Gloaming, was cracked. A deep, dark fissure ran through its center, and from this crack a shadow seemed to seep, draining the color and vitality from the world around it. The flowers pulsed more slowly, the star mosses above had dimmed, and a subtle chill hung in the air. The Glimmerlings had tried everything to heal the Heartstone, but their light was not enough. The fracture was too deep, the shadow too strong. It was a gentle mystery, this fading of their world, and it had unfolded as slowly and silently as smoke curling into the night sky. As Kalen looked at the worried faces of the Glimmerlings, their antler lights flickering weakly, he felt a determination kindle within his own heart. He had to help. He held up his ember stone. It still glowed, but its light seemed subdued next to the profound darkness of the crack. Finn chimed softly, pointing from Kalen's chest to the stone, and then to the fractured heartstone. The message was clear. The ember stone was a key, but Kalen himself was the source of its power. It responded to the light within him, his kindness, his wonder, his courage. To heal the Heartstone, he would have to find a way to make his own inner light burn bright enough to mend the fracture. But how? He was just a boy. He felt small and insignificant before this great, ancient wound. He sat by the sluggish river, the dim light reflecting in his worried eyes. Finn sat beside him, a quiet, comforting presence. Kalen thought about his journey, the discovery of the stone, the trust he had placed in its glow, the wonder of this hidden world, and the instant bond of friendship with Finn. He realized that his light wasn't about being grand or powerful. It was about all those small, authentic moments. It was the warmth he felt when he helped his mother in the garden, the joy of discovering a bird's nest, the quiet contentment of reading by the fire, the courage it took to step through the willow door, and the love he already felt for Finn and this beautiful, fading world. He closed his eyes and focused. He didn't try to summon a great, blinding light. Instead, he gathered all those small, warm memories. He remembered the feeling of the sun on his face, the sound of his mother's laughter, the taste of wild berries, the trust in Finn's dark eyes. He let these feelings fill him, a gentle, steady accumulation of all the good and kind and brave moments of his life. He poured this feeling into the ember stone he held tightly in his hand. The stone began to warm. It grew hotter until it was almost too warm to hold, but it was a comforting heat, like the heart of a home. He opened his eyes. The stone was no longer just glowing, it was blazing. It was a miniature sun, its light pure and golden and powerful. The Glimmerlings gathered around, their own antlers beginning to brighten in response, their chimes rising into a hopeful, harmonious song. Kalen walked toward the fractured heartstone. The shadow within the crack seemed to recoil from the radiance he carried. He placed his hand and the blazing ember stone directly onto the fissure. There was no explosion, no dramatic roar. There was only light. A wave of gentle, warm, golden light flowed from Kalen and the stone, washing over the heartstone, seeping into the crack. It was a light that felt like forgiveness, like friendship, like the first day of spring. The dark shadow dissolved, not in defeat, but as if it were being comforted and transformed. The crack in the heartstone shimmered, fused, and healed, until it was whole once more, with only a faint, golden seam to show where the wound had been. Instantly, life surged back into the gloaming. The river of light swelled and quickened, its surface dancing with brilliant, joyful light. The flowers pulsed with vibrant color, the star mosses overhead blazed like a galaxy rediscovered, and the crystal trees rang with a clear, triumphant music. The Glimmerlings' antlers shone with their full, brilliant power, and their chimes became a symphony of pure gratitude and joy. The chill was gone, replaced by the deep, comforting warmth of a world restored. Finn trotted to Kalen's side, chiming a melody so beautiful it brought tears to Kalen's eyes. He had done it. Not through force, but by understanding that the truest light comes from a heart that is open, kind, and brave enough to care for others. His journey had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away his doubts and leaving behind a core of quiet confidence and steadfast love. He knew it was time to return home. The gloaming was safe, and his own world awaited. Finn led him back to the willow door, the path now brighter and more beautiful than ever. At the door, Finn nuzzled Kaelin's hand, its chimes a promise of a friendship that would never fade, no matter the distance between their worlds. Kaelin knelt and hugged the small, warm creature, feeling the gentle pulse of light from its antlers against his cheek. He stepped back through the door into the familiar forest. It was deep night now, and a light, cool rain was falling. He looked back, but the willow door had vanished, becoming once more just the tangled roots of the ancient oak. In his hand, the emberstone was still warm, its internal lights glowing with a soft, steady persistence. He walked home through the rain, but he did not feel the cold. The warmth of the gloaming of Finn's friendship and of his own transformed heart stayed with him. He crept back into his cottage and placed the stone back on his windowsill. As he lay in bed watching the raindrops trace paths on the glass, the stone's gentle glow illuminated the room, a tiny, steady piece of the hidden world he now carried within him. He was no longer a single, lonely note. He was part of a vast, beautiful song, a song of friendship that warmed the heart, of hidden worlds nestled in nature's embrace, and of a light that burns steady and true, born from the quietest, kindest parts of ourselves. He closed his eyes, and his sleep was deep and dreamless, filled with the peaceful resolution of a story well told and a heart full of light. And as the fire in the hearth burns down to glowing embers, and the night settles soft and deep around you, may you, too, carry that same warmth into your dreams. For the greatest adventures and the truest magic are often found not in far-off lands, but in the quiet, brave, and loving light we each hold within. Sleep well, dear listener, and know that you are never truly alone. The story is over, but the warmth remains. Story 14. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of whispering things. It was a place where time moved not in hours, but in breaths, where the moonlight was a liquid silver that pooled in the hollows and dripped from the pine needles. The air itself hummed with a quiet, ancient magic, a melody so old that the very stones remembered its first note. On this particular night, the forest was preparing for the great turning, the subtle shift from the vibrant, bustling energy of late summer into the deep, contemplative quiet of autumn. A young hedgehog, whose quills were still soft as new moss, felt a strange restlessness in his bones. He was called Pip, and his home was a cozy burrow lined with dried lavender and thistledown, but tonight its familiar warmth could not soothe him. He felt a pull, a silent summons from the deeper, older parts of the woods. Venturing out, the world was painted in shades of indigo and pearl. The path under his feet was a tapestry of velvety moss and crumbling, fragrant bark. Above, the canopy was a vaulted ceiling of whispering leaves, and through their gaps starlight fell like scattered diamonds. Pip's small paws made no sound as he walked, his ears twitching at the symphony of the night. There was the gentle patter-patter of a light rainfall kissing the broad leaves of the guardian ferns, a sound like 1,000 tiny fingers drumming a lullaby. The wind, a soft and sighing presence, moved through the high branches, creating a rustling chorus that spoke of journeys and far-off places. He came to a clearing he had never seen before, a perfect circle where the moss was especially thick and emerald green. In the center stood a stream, not rushing but babbling. Its voice was a constant, cheerful chatter, tumbling over smooth, water-worn stones that glistened in the moonlight. As Pip watched, something miraculous began to happen. From the damp earth at the stream's edge and from the bark of the surrounding trees, tiny lights began to kindle. They were the forest's fairies, the bioluminescent fungi and will-o'-the-wisps, awakening with the dew. They pulsed with a soft, green-gold light, swirling in gentle, hypnotic patterns, casting dancing shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. It was here that Pip met the elder. He was not an owl nor a fox, but an ancient willow tree whose branches swept the ground like a curtain of silver-green hair. His trunk was gnarled and vast, etched with the runes of countless seasons. He did not speak in words, but in feelings, in a language that flowed directly into the heart. A sense of calm inquiry washed over Pip, as gentle as the stream's murmur. "You are seeking," the feeling said. "The forest feels your question, little one." Pip, his voice a small, awed whisper, replied, "I feel a change coming, a quietness. It makes me uneasy. What is it?" A single willow branch slowly lowered, its leaves brushing Pip's back with a sound like a soft, dry rain. From the willow's feeling, an image formed in Pip's mind. He saw the forest in high summer, buzzing with life, every creature busy, the sun dappling the floor in gold. Then the image softened, the colors deepening to ruby and amber. The frantic energy settled. The busy creatures began to retreat to their nests and burrows. The image filled with a profound, peaceful silence, broken only by the soothing sounds of rain and wind. "It is the season of listening," the willow's feeling explained. "Summer is for speaking, for doing. But autumn is for hearing. The trees have stories to tell the earth. The stones have dreams to share with the roots. The stream sings its memories to the sea. But to hear them, you must be still. You must be quiet, both outside and in." Pip was puzzled. How can a stone dream? How can a tree tell a story? "Everything has a voice, if you know how to listen," the willow responded. "The language of the forest is not made of words. It is in the texture of the moss, which tells of the rain and the shade. It is in the melody of the stream, which carries tales from the mountain tops. It is in the warmth a sun-warmed stone releases back into the cool night air, a memory of the day." Encouraged by this wisdom, Pip decided to learn this secret language. The ancient willow became his gentle guide, not by lecturing, but by pointing his awareness. He spent his nights in the starlit clearing, practicing the art of deep listening. He learned to press his ear to the rough bark of an oak. At first, he heard only the scratch of his own quills. But as he breathed slowly and let his own busy thoughts settle, he began to hear it, a deep, slow, resonant hum, a vibration that spoke of strength, of standing firm through storms, of offering shelter to generations of birds and squirrels. It was the tree's story, a ballad of resilience. He crouched by the chattering stream, letting its music wash over him. He stopped trying to understand it with his mind, and instead let it flow into his heart. The babble became a giggle, then a song about dancing over pebbles, of tickling the roots of watercress, of reflecting the moon's shy face. It was a story of constant, joyful movement, of never being the same water twice. One evening, a gentle, misty rain began to fall, adding its own layer to the forest symphony. The pit-pat on the canopy leaves was a soft drum beat. The drip, drip, drip from the tips of the pine needles was a delicate, metallic chime. Pip found a large, flat stone, still holding the day's faint warmth, and sat upon it. He closed his eyes and simply listened. The rain on the leaves, the wind in the pines, the stream's constant chatter, the deep hum of the earth, they wove together into a single, magnificent lullaby. It was the forest breathing. It was the sound of life itself, peaceful and eternal. And in that moment he heard the stone. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling of profound age and patience. It held the memory of glaciers, of ancient fires, of being cradled in the heart of the mountain. Its story was one of slow, deliberate change, of witnessing eons pass in silence. It was a story of rest. He opened his eyes, the world seeming sharper, more vivid. The bioluminescent lights pulsed in time with his heartbeat. The silver moonbeams felt like a gentle caress. The restlessness that had driven him from his burrow was gone, replaced by a deep, humming contentment. The approaching autumn was not something to fear, but a friend bringing a gift, the gift of quiet, the gift of listening, the gift of turning inward. He understood now. The seasonal magic was the forest's way of breathing. A time to expand and grow, and a time to contract and rest. One was not better than the other, both were essential. The unease he had felt was merely his own spirit recognizing this necessary shift, preparing for its own season of renewal. Pip returned to his burrow as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky with lavender and rose. He curled into his nest of lavender and thistledown, but he was not the same hedgehog who had left. The forest's secret language was now a song in his soul. The gentle wisdom of the willow, the stream, the stones, and the rain was now his own. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep, the sounds of the waking forest, the first chirping of birds, the rustle of a squirrel, did not disturb him. They were just another part of the great, breathing melody. He knew that when the long, quiet winter came, he would be ready. He would listen to the stories the snow whispered as it blanketed the earth. He would hear the dreams of the sleeping seeds beneath the soil. He would rest, and in that rest he would renew, ready to emerge when the forest breathed out once more into the vibrant energy of spring. And high above, the ancient willow stood sentinel, its silver leaves whispering a soft, approving sigh in the morning breeze, a gentle, rustling lullaby for a small hedgehog who had learned to listen, and in listening had found his place in the eternal, magical cycle of all things. Story 15. In a quiet corner of a world not so different from our own, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose heart held more questions than answers. Rowan moved through days painted in gentle grays and muted blues, feeling as though they were waiting for something they could not name. Their small cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and in its garden grew flowers that seemed to listen to the secrets of the wind. Rowan's life was simple and measured, much like the steady rhythm of their own breathing. Each morning they would wake with the dawn, light a candle, and peer out at the world through panes of old glass, watching dew cling to spiderwebs like tiny, scattered pearls. Yet beneath this peaceful routine, Rowan felt a quiet stirring, a sense that they were meant to be more, or perhaps different, than what they appeared. It began subtly, as all true transformations do. One afternoon, while tending to a patch of lavender that had grown weary and thin, Rowan noticed something peculiar. As they brushed their fingers over the drooping blooms, a soft shimmer seemed to cling to their skin, and where their touch lingered, the lavender straightened, its color deepening into a vibrant, royal purple. Rowan blinked, thinking it a trick of the light, but day by day, these small wonders continued. Petals brightened in their presence. Herbs released their fragrance more freely when Rowan passed by. Not long after, on an evening when the air was cool and carried the scent of coming rain, an old woman appeared at Rowan's gate. Her cloak was the color of moss after a shower, and her eyes held the gentle knowing of ancient trees. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler in search of rest, and Rowan, with a heart that trusted easily, welcomed her in. Over a cup of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, Alara spoke in a voice that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the firelit room. "There are those," she said, "whose spirits are like seeds waiting beneath the winter snow. They do not know what they will become, only that when the time is right they must unfurl." Rowan listened, their own restlessness mirrored in the old woman's words. "Sometimes," Rowan confessed, "I feel as though I am a cocoon, holding something inside I cannot yet see." Alara smiled, a slow, sunrise sort of smile. "A cocoon is not a prison, dear one. It is a sanctuary where transformation is nurtured in darkness and silence. What you feel is not confinement, it is patience." The next morning Alara was gone, but she left behind a small, velvet pouch. Inside were several seeds, each one unlike any Rowan had ever seen. One was opalescent, catching the light like a soap bubble. Another was deep indigo, with flecks that gleamed like distant stars. A note accompanied them, written in elegant script: "Plant these where your heart feels most at ease. Tend to them not with water alone, but with kindness, courage, and honesty. They will grow as you do." And so Rowan did. They chose a quiet spot near a stone bench under the old oak tree, its branches a protective canopy. With great care they nestled each seed into the rich, dark soil, whispering to them hopes they had scarcely dared to voice aloud. Days turned into weeks, and as Rowan went about their life, small shifts began to occur, both in the garden and within themselves. The first victory came on a morning when Rowan, who had always been hesitant to speak their mind, gently corrected a neighbor who had mistaken their wild mint for a weed. It was a small thing, hardly worth noting, yet after that conversation, Rowan noticed a new plant sprouting in the enchanted garden, a slender stem with leaves that shimmered like silver thread. Confidence, it seemed, had taken root. Then came an afternoon when Rowan, feeling lonely and out of place, sat on the stone bench and wept quiet tears. As each tear fell onto the earth, a tiny, luminous moss sprang up around their feet, glowing with a soft, blue light. It was as though the garden was reflecting back their sorrow, transforming it into something beautiful and serene. Alara returned from time to time, always appearing just when Rowan needed guidance most. She never gave direct answers, but rather posed questions that lingered in Rowan's mind like the scent of rain-soaked earth. "What does your heart whisper when the world is still?" she asked once. Another time, she said, "Consider the caterpillar. It does not strive to become the butterfly, it simply surrenders to what it is meant to be." Under her gentle mentorship, Rowan continued to nurture the magical garden. With each act of self-compassion, a new bud would form. With every moment of understanding, of themselves or of others, a vine would curl into a more graceful shape. The garden became a living map of Rowan's inner world, its colors shifting in hue and intensity with their changing emotions. When Rowan felt joy, the flowers blushed a brilliant gold. When they contemplated deeply, the leaves turned a profound, thoughtful green. One evening, as the last light of day bled into violet twilight, Rowan realized they had not seen their reflection in many weeks. They walked to the still surface of the garden's small pond and gazed into it. The face that looked back was both familiar and new. Their eyes, once uncertain, now held a quiet depth, like pools in a forest glen. And around their head, like a gentle halo, floated tiny, luminous motes of light, soft gold and rose and silver, that drifted and danced with their every breath. Rowan understood then what was happening. They were not changing into someone else, they were unfolding into who they had always been. The garden, the shimmering touches, the light around them, these were not strange anomalies. They were outward expressions of an inner becoming, as natural as a bud opening to the sun. On the night of the full moon, Alara came once more. This time she led Rowan to the center of the garden, where the oldest and tallest flowers grew. "You have nurtured these seeds with the truth of your spirit," she said. "Now it is time to see what they have become." Rowan knelt, their hands resting on the cool, damp soil. One by one the plants began to bloom, not with flowers but with soft, radiant light. From the opalescent seed had grown a vine that wove through the air like a melody given form. From the indigo seed sprang a bush whose leaves turned transparent at the touch, revealing tiny constellations within. And at the very center, where Rowan had planted a seed they thought had not taken root, stood a single, magnificent blossom, a lotus made of light and shadow, its petals slowly unfurling to reveal a quiet, humming core. "This is your heart blossom," Alara whispered. "It will never be fully open, for a heart is always growing, always learning. It is a testament to your journey, and a promise of journeys yet to come." Rowan felt a profound peace settle over them, warm and heavy as a favorite quilt. They were not finished. They were simply beginning. The cocoon phase had passed, but what emerged was not an end. It was a new way of being, one that would continue to evolve with each season of their life. Alara laid a hand on Rowan's shoulder. "Remember," she said, "the most beautiful gardens are not those that are complete, but those that are still growing. You have learned to welcome change as a friend, Now you must help others do the same. As the first stars pricked the darkening sky, Rowan sat in their garden, the gentle lights around them mingling with the fireflies rising from the grass. They breathed in the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth, and they knew, deep in their bones, that this was not an ending. It was a threshold. And so, dear listener, as the embers of our tale glow softly in the hearth, remember Rowan, not as they were, but as they are still becoming. For we are all gardens tended by time and experience, and every small victory, every moment of compassion, every tear and every smile, is a seed planted in the rich soil of our souls. We grow not in spite of change, but because of it. And the finest transformation of all is the one that never truly ends, but simply opens like a flower to the morning, again and again and again. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake. Pip's ears did a frantic jig. Fear not, Fig will find the source of this gummy gloom. Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear beans, but beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off. Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of Fig's sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. "Bravo, encore. Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with warm lamplight, lived a quiet child named Leo. The cottage had been in their family for generations, and every corner held whispers of stories past. But the place Leo loved most was the attic, a dusty, shadowy space filled with forgotten treasures and the gentle scent of old wood and memories. One rainy afternoon, with drops pit-patting against the window panes like tiny fingertips, Leo decided to explore the attic more thoroughly than ever before. Under the soft glow of a hanging lantern, between a stack of yellowed books and a basket of woolen blankets, Leo's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a small wooden music box, carved with intricate patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. Its surface was worn with age, but it hummed with a strange, gentle warmth. With a soft click, Leo opened the lid. Instead of a melody, a soft, silvery light spilled out, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "I have been waiting for you." Leo started, nearly dropping the box. "Who's there?" they whispered, their voice barely a breath. "The keeper of stories," the voice replied. "This music box does not play songs, it plays memories, but it has been silent for many years and its magic is fading. To restore it, you must find 3 lost harmonies, the laughter of a friend, the comfort of a stranger, and the courage of your own heart." Leo's eyes widened. They were not usually one for adventures, preferring the safety of books and familiar corners. But the music box seemed to pulse with hope, and its light wrapped around their fingers like a promise. And so, with the music box tucked safely in their pocket, Leo's journey began, not across mountains or seas, but through the landscape of their own quiet bravery. Their first guide was an old tortoise-shell cat named Barnaby, who often napped in a sunbeam on the attic stairs. He stretched lazily as Leo descended, his purr rumbling like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Off on an adventure are we," he mused, blinking amber eyes. "I may be old, but I know a thing or two about finding what's lost." Barnaby led Leo to the village square, where children were chasing each other, their laughter ringing like bells. "The laughter of a friend is close," Barnaby said, curling his tail thoughtfully. "But it isn't about volume, you know, it's about sincerity." They approached a little girl named Maya, who was sitting alone on a bench, looking sadly at a broken jump rope. Leo hesitated, their usual shyness rising like a wall. But the music box pulsed gently, encouraging them. "Would you like help with that?" Leo asked softly. Maya looked up, surprised. With patience and clever fingers, Leo tied the rope back together, and soon the two were jumping and laughing, a true, bright sound that seemed to make the very air sparkle. As they laughed, a shimmering, golden note floated from Maya's smile and settled into the music box with a soft ping. One harmony found. Next, Barnaby led them to a small bakery at the corner of a cobblestone street. The air was rich with the smell of cinnamon and warm bread. "The comfort of a stranger," the cat murmured, leaping onto a windowsill. "Sometimes it appears where you least expect it." Inside, an elderly baker was wiping flour from her brow. Her eyes were kind, but her hands trembled slightly as she placed loaves into baskets. Leo watched quietly, then noticed a small bird had flown in and was trapped, fluttering anxiously near the ceiling. Without a word, Leo found a broom and gently guided the bird toward an open window. The baker watched, her worried expression softening into a smile. "Thank you, dear," she said, her voice as warm as her oven's. "It's a small thing, but you've brought comfort to us both." She handed Leo a freshly baked muffin, still warm from the oven. As Leo accepted it, a soft, amber glow drifted from the baker's hands into the music box, which chimed gently this time, like a distant bell. Two harmonies found. Now only one remained, the courage of your own heart. And for this, Barnaby could not guide them. "This part of the journey," he said, rubbing against Leo's leg, "you must walk alone." Leo returned home as evening settled, painting the sky in hues of lavender and soft orange. The cottage was quiet, but the attic felt different now, less dusty, more welcoming. Leo sat cross-legged on the rug, the music box open in their lap. Its light was brighter now, swirling with gold and amber, but it still waited for that final, silvery note of courage. Leo thought about the day, how they had spoken to Maya, helped the baker, listened to the wise old cat. Each step had required a deep breath, a quiet gathering of bravery they hadn't known they possessed. Taking one more breath, Leo closed their eyes and whispered, "I may be small and I may be quiet, but I am brave in my own way." And from their own chest, a soft, silver light emerged, warm and steady, and drifted into the music box. With a sound like 100 gentle bells, the music box began to play. But it wasn't a tune of notes, it was a melody of memories. Leo heard their grandmother's laughter, the crackle of long-ago fires, the rustle of turning pages, and the whisper of kind words spoken through generations. The attic seemed to sigh in contentment, and even the shadows looked friendly now. Barnaby purred loudly from his perch on a trunk, and outside, the first stars began to gleam like diamonds scattered on dark velvet. Leo realized that the greatest adventures aren't always about going far away. They are about listening closely, loving bravely, and discovering that magic often lives in the most ordinary of places, waiting for a willing heart to find it. And as the music played on, wrapping the room in a soft, glowing harmony, Leo knew that this was only the beginning of many gentle adventures to come. With the music box cradled in their hands and a purring cat at their side, Leo smiled, feeling for the first time that the world was not so large and frightening after all, but rather cozy and kind and full of secret songs just waiting to be heard. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The embers in the hearth pulsed like sleepy fireflies, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the old oak tree, its leaves answering with a soft shhhh, shhhh. Tonight we journey not to distant mountains, but to a place much closer to home, the dusty, forgotten embrace of the attic. Young Leo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened more than it spoke, had been tasked with finding his grandmother's old quilt. The stairs creaked a familiar protest beneath his feet as he climbed, the air growing thick with the scent of aged paper, cedar wood, and the faint, sweet ghost of dried lavender. A single cobweb brushed his cheek like a feather as he pushed open the door, the hinges groaning a low, rusty irk. Moonlight, pale and silvery, streamed through the small, round window, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes. Boxes piled like sleeping giants, and forgotten furniture wore shrouds of white sheets. Leo's lantern beam cut through the gloom, finally settling on an old, humpback trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle with age. That's where Gran said the quilt would be. He knelt, the worn floorboards cool beneath his knees, and carefully unbuckled the straps. The lid lifted with a sigh of released air, revealing not just the promised quilt, folded neatly atop layers of yellowed letters and lace, but something else nestled beside it. It was a small, oblong box, no larger than Leo's hand, crafted from dark, polished wood inlaid with delicate mother-of-pearl swirls. It looked like a tiny treasure chest forgotten by time. Intrigued, Leo lifted it out. It was surprisingly heavy for its size and cool to the touch. His fingers traced the intricate patterns until they found a tiny, almost invisible catch. With a gentle click, the lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, wasn't jewelry but a miniature scene. A perfect, tiny forest glade carved from wood and moss, complete with minuscule trees, a sparkling silver thread of a stream, and a hollowed-out acorn serving as a cottage. At its center stood a tiny figure, no taller than Leo's thumb, a little wooden badger wearing a neat waistcoat and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He held a tiny lantern. As Leo watched, utterly enchanted, the little badger blinked. Not just once, but several times, as if waking from a long sleep. He stretched, gave a minuscule yawn that sounded like the squeak of a mouse, and then peered up at Leo with bright, intelligent eyes. "Goodness gracious," the badger exclaimed, his voice surprisingly resonant for his size, like the low chime of a distant bell. "Has the moon turned blue? Has the sun forgotten to rise? Or has someone finally opened the Whisperwood box?" He adjusted his spectacles, peering intently at Leo. "You don't look like a goblin or a grumpy gnome, bit tall for a squirrel, though." Leo, heart pounding not with fear, but with a kind of breathless wonder, managed a whisper. I'm Leo. I was just looking for a quilt." "Quilt." The badger chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "Practical, I suppose, bit drafty up here, isn't it? Percival Thistledown, keeper of the Whisperwood Glade, at your service." He gave a formal little bow. "Been trapped in here since, when was it? The great dust storm of '92. Time gets rather fuzzy in a box." He tapped the side of his head thoughtfully. As Percival spoke, Leo noticed another movement. From behind a tiny carved toadstool, a flash of brilliant blue darted out. It was a tiny finch, her feathers shimmering like sapphires even in the dim light. She landed lightly on Percival's shoulder, tilting her head to examine Leo. "And this," Percival said proudly, "is Zephyr, bit flighty but her heart's in the right place. Usually, Zephyr, say hello to the giant." "Chirrup, hello, giant." Zephyr trilled, her voice a cascade of bright, clear notes. "Did you bring crumbs? It's terribly boring in the box between adventures. No worms. No seeds. Just dust bunnies, and they don't taste very nice." She fluffed her feathers indignantly. Leo couldn't help but smile. No crumbs, sorry, but what is the Whisperwood box? How did you get inside? Ah, Percival puffed out his tiny chest. It's a convergence point, lad, a tiny pocket of the Whisperwood that's the most peaceful, secret forest there ever was, mind you anchored in this here box by old magic. My job is to tend the glade, keep the pathways clear, and ensure the Whisperwood song flows freely. His face fell slightly. Or it was, see that little silver stream. He pointed to the thread of metal. It should be sparkling, singing a soft, constant melody, but it's gone quiet, dull, like a forgotten bell. Leo leaned closer. The silver thread was dull, lifeless. Why? Blockage. Zephyr chirped urgently, hopping from foot to foot on Percival's shoulder. Upstream, a grumpy old rock fell over after the last big shake. That's when the trunk got moved, I expect, and now the songwater can't flow. The glade is getting sleepy. Sad. She drooped her head melodramatically. Percival nodded gravely. Indeed, the song sustains the Whisperwood's magic, even here in the box. Without it, well, the glade fades, we fade, just whispers on the wind. He looked up at Leo, his spectacles gleaming in the lantern light. But you open the box, that means something. The Whisperwood chooses who finds it, usually someone with quiet courage and a listening heart. Leo felt a flutter in his stomach. Courage. He wasn't brave like the heroes in storybooks. He got nervous talking to new people. What needs to be done? The blockage needs clearing, Percival explained. It's just upstream around that bend in the miniature riverbank, but the path is narrow and the rock is heavy, too heavy for me and Zephyr alone. We need, well, a giant. He looked meaningfully at Leo. The journey wasn't measured in miles, but in heartbeats. To help, Leo needed to enter the Whisperwood glade within the box. Percival instructed him to hold the box close his eyes, and breathe in the scent of old wood and lavender, listening for the almost sound of the block stream. Think small thoughts, Percival advised. Think of dandelion seeds and dewdrops. Leo did as he was told. He breathed deeply, the familiar attic scents filling his senses. He focused on the cool wood of the box against his palms, the faint, musty scent of the velvet lining. He listened beyond the rustle of the attic dust, beyond the distant tick-tock of a grandfather clock downstairs. He listened for the silence within the silence. And then he felt it. A gentle tugging sensation, like a moth drawn to a candle. He felt himself, not shrinking, but the world within the box expanding around him. When he opened his eyes, he was kneeling not on attic floorboards, but on soft, vibrant green moss. Towering over him were the miniature trees, now majestic firs and whispering willows. The silver stream, now a proper brook, gurgled sadly nearby, its waters sluggish and gray. The air hummed with a faint, melancholic energy and smelled richly of damp earth and pine needles. High above, Zephyr darted like a blue spark against the twilight sky of the miniature world. Remarkable. Percival declared, now standing beside Leo's knee, looking perfectly in scale with his surroundings. You've a knack for it, lad, right? The blockage is just beyond those ferns. He pointed with a tiny claw. The path was indeed narrow, winding alongside the brook. Leo moved slowly, carefully placing his feet to avoid crushing delicate clusters of glowing mushrooms or tiny star-shaped flowers. He could hear the distant purr of what sounded like a very contented, very small cat, though he saw nothing. The air felt safe, wrapped in the quiet magic of the place, even though the task ahead felt daunting. Around the bend, they found the problem. A smooth, gray stone, about the size of Leo's fist in this scaled-down world, had tumbled squarely into the narrowest part of the stream's channel. Water pooled uselessly behind it, stagnant and silent. See. Zephyr landed on the stone. Big grumpy lump. Leo knelt beside the brook. He tried to push the stone. It didn't budge. He tried again, grunting with effort. Still nothing. It was wedged firmly. Frustration prickled at him. He wasn't strong enough. He looked at Percival, who was stroking his chin thoughtfully. Brute force isn't always the Whisperwood way, lad, the badger mused. This stone, it didn't mean to fall. It was just resting when the big shake happened, probably a bit embarrassed and stuck. He peered closely at the rock. Look here, see that little crevice underneath? If we could just give it a nudge there, towards the bank, rather than trying to lift it straight up. Understanding dawned. Cleverness, not muscle. Kindness, seeing the stone not as an enemy, but as something that needed help too. Leo scanned the mossy bank. He spotted a sturdy-looking twig, smooth and strong. Carefully, he picked it up. It was the perfect length. Okay, Leo whispered, more to himself than anyone. He knelt again, not pushing the stone, but gently inserting the end of the twig into the crevice Percival had pointed out. He braced the other end against a solid root on the bank. It was a lever. Zephyr, Leo said softly, could you fly down and give the top of the stone a little push, just as I press down on this stick? Chirrup, can do, giant. Zephyr zipped into position. Ready. Leo took a deep breath. He pushed down on the lever with steady, patient pressure. It creaked slightly. Zephyr fluttered her wings furiously against the top of the stone, adding her tiny strength. Percival braced his small back against the stick, pushing with all his might, letting out a determined little huff. For a moment, nothing happened. Leo kept the pressure steady, not jerking, just patiently leaning. Then, with a soft, wet slurp, the stone shifted. It rolled smoothly, almost gratefully, out of the channel and onto the mossy bank with a gentle thump. Immediately, the pooled water surged forward with a happy gurgle. It rushed over the pebbles, sparkling like liquid diamonds as it caught the ethereal light of the glade. As it flowed, a sound emerged not loud but profound. A deep, resonant hum, like the lowest note of a cello played very softly, intertwined with the bright tinkle-tinkle of water over stones. It was the Whisperwood's song, flowing freely once more. The effect was instant. The grayness lifted from the water, it ran clear and bright. The moss beneath Leo's knees seemed to glow greener. The tiny flowers perked up, and the air filled with a sweeter, fresher scent. High above, the purr grew louder, a comforting rumble. "Hai che," Percival exclaimed, dancing a little jig on the moss. "Splendid, absolutely splendid. Patience and leverage. Knew you had the right stuff, lad." He beamed up at Leo. Zephyr zipped around Leo's head in joyful loops. The song, chirrup, hooray for the giant. Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the exertion, but from a deep sense of accomplishment. He hadn't fought a dragon, but he'd helped. He'd listened, thought, and used kindness and cleverness. The glade felt alive, peaceful, and safe again. As the song strengthened, Leo felt the gentle tugging sensation return. The towering trees seemed to recede, the moss beneath him softening back into the feel of the attic rug. He blinked, finding himself back in the dusty attic, the Whisperwood box open on his lap. Inside, the miniature glade was vibrant. The silver stream sparkled, and tiny lights like fireflies danced among the trees. Percival waved cheerfully from beside his acorn cottage. Zephyr did a quick happy loop-de-loop above the glade. "Thank you, Leo," Percival's voice drifted up, faint but clear, like wind chimes on a breeze. "You've mended the song." The Whisperwood remembers its friends. Remember, courage often wears quiet shoes, and kindness can move mountains, or at least grumpy rocks. Visit any time. Just maybe bring a crumb or two next time. for Zephyr. Chirrup, please, Zephyr added. Leo smiled, a wide, warm smile. He carefully closed the lid of the whisperwood box, hearing the soft click of the latch. The comforting hum-tinkle of the song seemed to linger faintly in the air around him, mingling with the crackle pop of the fireplace downstairs and the wind's gentle shhhh outside. He found the quilt, its familiar patchwork patterns feeling extra cozy now. As he carried both quilt and box downstairs, the tiny, magical song echoed softly in his heart, a reminder that extraordinary secrets and quiet courage could be found in the most ordinary corners, like a dusty attic, if only one remembered to listen. The hearth fire glowed, wrapping the room in warmth and light, a perfect reflection of the peaceful resolution found in a little wooden box. The last embers settled with a soft hiss, a gentle lullaby for the night. In the velvet-hued valley of Brook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Bootprints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. The frost fairies are restless, declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed: how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tails instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. "Forest's heartbeat," Grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. Not a demand, but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and Grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid, and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk, no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseed's return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took, she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. Even shadows. Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. "Remember Oakheart's rheumatism," he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. "This place just needs better decorating." Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship. A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. The return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. Their effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. Turns out, Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom. The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic, she knew as sleep gently pulled her under, wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed. In a cozy valley where the rivers flowed backwards and the trees grew their leaves in polka-dot patterns, there lived three peculiar friends. First was a dragon with scales the color of a stormy twilight who collected teacups. Not gold or jewels, mind you, but delicate porcelain teacups with floral patterns and gilded edges. His name was Ponder, and his sneezes made little puffs of lavender-scented smoke. His best friend was a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who wore a sweater knitted from actual sunset colors and carried a crook that hummed when it rained. Nimbus tended a flock of fluffy, docile clouds that drifted over the valley, occasionally dripping gentle rain that tasted faintly of lemonade. The third friend was a dream painter called Lumina, who carried a palette of soft, glowing colors and painted dreams onto children's windowsills at night. Her brushes were made of dandelion fluff and spider silk, and she always had a pocket full of stardust for particularly vivid nightmares that needed extra softening. One afternoon, the three friends gathered at the upside-down tea shop, where the tables hung from the ceiling and the chairs clung to the floor, and the teapots poured upwards. Ponder was particularly excited. He had just added a splendid new teacup to his collection, one with butterflies that seemed to flutter when steam rose from the tea. "Oh, it's simply splendid," Ponder exclaimed, holding the cup delicately between his claws. "I found it near the Whispering Wells, where the puddles reflect yesterday's weather." Nimbus nodded, sipping his tea which, true to the shop's nature, flowed upward into his mouth. "Lovely," he murmured. "But my clouds have been acting rather peculiar today. They keep hiccuping." As if on cue, one of Nimbus's clouds drifted too close to the tea shop and let out a soft hic-hic whoosh, releasing a shower of tiny, shimmering raindrops that tinkled like wind chimes as they fell. Lumina smiled, stirring her tea with a brush. "Perhaps they've caught a case of the giggles," she suggested. "It's going around. I had to paint extra laughter into little Milo's dream last night." But just then, Ponder felt a tickle in his snout. "Oh dear," he said, his nostrils twitching. "I think I'm about to achoo." Now, a dragon's sneeze is no small thing. This one came with a puff of lavender smoke and a sound like a confused trumpet, honk-shom, and it sent Ponder's new teacup flying from his claws. The cup soared through the air, spinning gracefully, before landing right side up on a floating saucer that had been drifting lazily near the ceiling. For a moment, everything was still. Then the butterflies on the cup began to flutter in earnest, and the teacup lifted gently into the air, floating like a tiny porcelain hot air balloon. "Oh my," said Ponder, his eyes wide. "I didn't know it could do that." Nimbus chuckled. "It seems your sneeze enchanted it." But their amusement turned to concern when the teacup drifted out the open window, bobbing merrily on the breeze. The three friends rushed outside, which, in the upside-down tea shop, meant climbing down from the ceiling and up from the floor, and watched as the cup floated toward the inside-out forest, where the bark grew on the inside of the trees and the leaves rustled on the inside of the branches. "We must retrieve it," said Ponder anxiously. "It's one of my favorites." So off they went, following the floating teacup on its whimsical journey. Nimbus whistled, and one of his clouds, a particularly fluffy one named Cumulo, drifted down to carry them. They climbed aboard, and Cumulo set off with a soft whoosh, floating after the enchanted cup. As they sailed over the backwards river, which flowed from the sea to the mountains, much to the confusion of the fish, they noticed something odd. The teacup seemed to be leaving a trail of sparkling, steam-like mist behind it. Where the mist touched the water, the river burbled happily and began flowing sideways for a moment before remembering itself and continuing backwards. "It's causing quite the stir," Lumina observed, her dream painter's eyes noticing the way the mist made the world just a little dreamier. Soon they reached the inside-out forest. The trees were indeed inside out, with the smooth, pale wood on the outside and the rough bark hidden within. The leaves rustled softly from inside the trunks, creating a sound like far-away whispers. The teacup floated gently between the trees, occasionally pausing as if admiring the view. But then disaster. Well, a very gentle, silly disaster. The cup drifted too close to a sneezy, snapping tulip, a flower that, when approached, would let out a pollen sneeze that sounded like a tiny achoo-boing. The tulip sneezed, and the burst of pollen sent the teacup spinning off course, right into a thicket of giggle grass. Now giggle grass is exactly what it sounds like, grass that giggles when touched. As the cup landed among the blades, the whole patch erupted into soft, tinkling laughter. Tee-hee-hee-hick. The grass giggled so hard that it tangled around the teacup, holding it fast. "Oh dear," said Ponder, as they landed Cumulo nearby. "However will we get it out?" Nimbus tried using his crook to gently untangle the grass, but the grass just giggled harder and wrapped itself tighter. Lumina attempted to paint a calming dream onto the grass, but the giggles were too contagious, and soon she was chuckling too. Ponder had an idea. "Perhaps if I sneeze again," he suggested. "The first sneeze made it float, maybe another will reverse it." So he concentrated, thinking of ticklish feathers and fuzzy caterpillars, until he felt a sneeze building. Chew. This sneeze was even more powerful than the last. It came with a burst of peppermint-scented smoke and a sound like a kazoo being sat on, FOOMP honk. The force of it blew the giggle grass flat, and the teacup, freed from its tangled prison, shot straight up into the air. But now it had too much energy. Instead of floating gently, it zipped around like a confused bumblebee, buzzing past their heads and leaving loops of sparkly mist in its wake. "It's gone hyper," cried Nimbus, ducking as the cup whizzed by his ear. Lumina watched the cup's chaotic path, her head tilted. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I think it's not the sneeze that's the problem. It's their excitement. The cup is overstimulated." Ponder blinked. "Overstimulated? How do we calm down a teacup?" "With tea, of course," Lumina replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. So they hurried back to the upside-down tea shop, with a hyperactive teacup zipping and zooming behind them. Once there, Ponder quickly prepared a pot of his most soothing tea, Sleepytime lavender with a hint of honeyed moonbeam. As the tea steamed upwards from the pot, Lumina gently guided the frantic cup with her brush, herding it toward the soft, rising steam. The cup hesitated, then dipped slightly, as if sniffing the aroma. Slowly it descended until it was hovering right above the teapot, basking in the warm, calming vapors. The butterflies on its surface stopped their frantic fluttering and began to move in slow, graceful patterns. The sparkly mist trailing behind it faded to a gentle glow. With a soft plink, the cup settled onto the table, right side up and perfectly calm. Ponder let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. He carefully poured tea into the cup, and they all watched as the steam rose in lazy curls. Nimbus smiled. It just needed a little stillness, he said. Lumina nodded. Sometimes when things get too hectic, all we need is a warm cup of tea and a quiet moment. They sat together, sipping tea as the upside-down shop gently swayed. Outside, Nimbus's clouds drifted peacefully, no longer hiccuping. The backwards river flowed serenely on its confusing but cheerful path, and the inside-out forest whispered its inside-leaf secrets. That night, as Lumina painted dreams onto windowsills, she made sure to include a little floating teacup in each one, drifting calmly through a starlit sky. And if the children smiled in their sleep, well, that was exactly as it should be. And so, in that valley where rivers flowed backwards and trees wore polka dots, three friends learned that even the most frantic of days could be softened with patience, friendship, and a good cup of tea. The fire crackles softly now, and the stars twinkle outside your window. May your dreams be gentle, and your rest be deep. Good night. The firelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and if you listened very closely, you could almost hear the gentle pop and crackle of a story beginning to unfold. It's a story about a place not too far from here, if you measure distance in daydreams, called the Valley of Gentle Nonsense. In this valley, the rivers flowed backwards, which was terribly convenient if you ever dropped your hat in the water. You could simply walk upstream a little way and wait for it to float politely back into your hands with a soft, gurgling whoosh. The forests were inside out, meaning the cozy, rooty parts with all the little animal burrows were on the outside, and the tall, leafy parts were in the middle. This made for excellent hide-and-seek, though sometimes a squirrel would accidentally end up in the sky. And in the very heart of this valley, perched precariously on a hill that wiggled when it laughed, was an upside-down tea shop. It was called the Steaming Kettle, though the kettle was always on the floor, and the floor was, technically, the ceiling. Patrons would sit on the ceiling, which was wonderfully carpeted, and their teacups would cling magically to the floor above their heads. It was run by a fellow named Barnaby, a cloud shepherd by trade, who spent his days gently herding fluffy, white cumulus clouds with a crook made of a giant's wishbone. He only ran the tea shop on Tuesdays, because Tuesdays, he said, were inside-out days, and it made perfect sense to him. Barnaby's best friend was a dragon named Pippin. But Pippin was not a fearsome dragon. Oh no. Pippin was a dragon with a passion for porcelain. He collected teacups. Not jewels or gold, but the most delicate, hand-painted, whimsically patterned teacups you could ever imagine. His cave was a labyrinth of carefully dusted shelves, each holding a cup that chimed with a tiny, crystal ping if you tapped it. His greatest treasure was a cup that looked like it was made of a captured rainbow, which made a sound like a happy sigh when you poured tea into it. Their other dear friend was a woman named Cora, a professional dream painter. Each evening, with a brush made of a single moonbeam and paints distilled from starlight and memories, she would add little details to people's dreams. An extra sprinkle of glitter on a fairy's wings, a slightly funnier hat on a dancing badger, or the perfect, buttery scent to a dream of warm toast. One particular Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that felt like a warm blanket, a most peculiar problem arose. Barnaby was in his upside-down tea shop, trying to serve a pot of Lullaby lavender tea to a family of moles who were wearing very tiny, very fashionable sunglasses. But when he went to pour, the tea didn't fall down towards the cups on the floor ceiling. Instead, it poured up. Sploosh. A stream of lavender tea arched gracefully towards the actual ceiling, which was the floor, and pooled against a heavy oak beam. "Oh dear," said Barnaby, scratching his head with his shepherd's crook. "That's not right at all." The moles, who were very polite, sipped at their empty cups and murmured, "Lovely aroma," but they looked a bit disappointed. Just then Pippin the dragon came shuffling in, his large, gentle feet making a soft thump-thump-thump on the ceiling-turned floor. He was carrying his newest acquisition, a teacup painted with swirling, snoozing sheep. "Barnaby," he boomed in a voice that was like a cello wrapped in velvet. "I've come for a cup of chamomile calm. I need to test the sheep. They look like they'd enjoy it." "I've got a bit of a situation, Pippin," Barnaby said, pointing his crook at the puddle of tea on the floor above their heads. "The tea seems to have forgotten which way is up." Pippin peered at the puddle. "It does seem confused. Perhaps it's having an inside-out day, but it's only Tuesday." He let out a thoughtful rumble that made the teaspoons on the walls vibrate with a gentle bzzz. They decided to consult Cora, the dream painter, who was the wisest of them all when it came to matters of gentle confusion. They found her by the backwards river, which was flowing bloop-bloop-bleep towards the mountains. She was dipping her dream brush into the water, which turned the river a lovely shade of twilight blue for a moment. "Cora," said Barnaby, "the tea is pouring upwards. It's causing a dreadful puddle on the floor that's a ceiling." Cora tapped her moonbeam brush against her chin. "An inversion of intention," she mused. "The tea wishes to rise, not fall. It's a very ambitious tea, but it is still tea, and tea's true purpose is to be sipped from a lovely cup." She looked at Pippin's new sheep cup. "Especially one like that." "But how do we convince it?" asked Pippin, his tail twitching with worry and nearly knocking over a tree that was growing sideways. "We must remind it of its purpose," said Cora. "We need to create a spectacle of sipping so delightful, so utterly irresistible, that the tea will forget its foolish ambitions and simply want to be drunk." And so they hatched a plan. It was a silly plan, but in the valley of gentle nonsense, the silliest plans were often the best ones. Barnaby went to herd the most content-looking clouds, the ones that looked like sleeping lambs and overstuffed pillows. He gently nudged them over to the tea shop until they formed a soft, fluffy staircase leading from the puddle on the high ceiling down to the cups on the low floor. F-whoomp went the clouds as they settled into place. Pippin rushed back to his cave and returned with his most beautiful, most melodic teacups. There was the rainbow cup that side, a cup that chimed like a tiny bell when touched, and another that had a pattern of bubbles that actually fizz-pop fizzed softly. Cora, with her dream painter's skill, did the most important job. She didn't paint the tea, she painted the air above each cup. With a flick of her wrist, she painted little swirls of steam that carried the scent of honey and biscuits. With another flick, she painted the sound of a contented murmur and the feeling of a warm, cozy chair. She painted the very idea of a perfect afternoon tea. Finally, everything was ready. Barnaby stood by the teapot. Pippin arranged his cups. Cora gave a nod. "Now, Barnaby," she said. Barnaby poured. Sploosh. Once again, the lullaby lavender tea streamed upwards, defying gravity with all its might. It reached the puddle on the ceiling floor. But then, something new happened. The tea, curious, began to trickle onto the first cloud step. Instead of splashing, it went blorp and was absorbed into the fluffy whiteness. The cloud, now smelling wonderfully of lavender, seemed to sigh with pleasure. Encouraged, the tea flowed onto the next cloud, and the next, each step a little blorp and a sigh, creating a cascading staircase of scent. It reached the bottom cloud, which was hovering just above Pippin's rainbow teacup. The tea hesitated for a moment, hovering over the cup that sighed with anticipation. And then it happened. The rainbow cup let out its happy little sigh. The bell cup gave a faint ting. The bubble cup fizz-pop fizzed. And the air above them, painted by Cora, shimmered with such irresistible coziness that the tea could no longer resist. With a final, gentle plink, a single drop of tea fell into the rainbow cup. Then another and another, until a steady, graceful stream of tea was flowing down the cloudy staircase, each drop landing perfectly in a waiting cup. The tea had remembered its job. The moles, who had been watching with their tiny mouths agape behind their sunglasses, clapped their little paws. Barnaby beamed. Pippin did a happy little jig that made the teacups rattle a cheerful melody. Cora smiled, adding one last painted detail to the air, a tiny, shimmering rainbow that arched over the entire scene. They all sat down, on the ceiling of course, and had the most wonderful tea party. The tea tasted all the better for its little adventure. The moles declared it the best tea they'd ever almost not had, and Pippin's sheep cup proved to be the perfect home for chamomile calm. And as the firelight here dances its own sleepy dance, you should know that in the valley of gentle nonsense, the tea now sometimes still pours upwards, just for the fun of flowing down the cloud stairs. Because even problems, when faced with friendship and a little bit of painted steam, can turn into the most delightful sort of nonsense. A soft, quiet sigh of an ending, perfect for drifting off to sleep. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny, tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange, new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the 4th evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Lumina's pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd. A single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but, she frowned, moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum. The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs, but felt strangely warm to the touch, and hummed faintly with the same melody. Rowan, Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread. Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. It's weaving starlight, Fern breathed. It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while. She recalled the map's label, Lumina's pool reflecting sky. The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called a Lumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. Leads you from your lonely bed, empathy washed over her. You're lonely, aren't you? She murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company? The Lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village, just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak, and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the lumina. "You're not alone, Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. The Lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The Lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock, a soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclery bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the meadow. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. but it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. "Follow me." Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. "Hold it there," Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. "Here, here," Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. "Just quiet," Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten." The wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. "She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood. It was a place where time moved not in hours, but in breaths, not in days, but in the slow, graceful turning of seasons. The moon was its sun, and silver moonbeams were its daylight, filtering through a canopy of ancient oak and whispering pine to dapple the forest floor in patterns of liquid mercury. The air itself was a living thing, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, almost honeyed perfume of night-blooming jasmine. Moss, soft as velvet and deep emerald green, clothed every stone and curled up the gnarled trunks of trees so old they remembered when the stars were first set in the sky. This was a realm of quiet magic, a symphony of subtle sounds that played only for those who knew how to listen. On this particular night, when the moon was a perfect, luminous pearl in a sky of crushed sapphire, a little bat named Pip found himself wide awake and unusually restless. Pip, whose wings were like finely tooled leather and whose ears were large enough to catch the faintest whisper of the world, usually spent his nights in joyful, swooping flight, chasing moths that glittered like flying embers. But tonight, a strange silence had fallen over his usual hunting grounds near the chittering cricket hollows. The familiar, comforting hum of the forest's nightlife was muted, replaced by a curious, waiting hush. Feeling a prickle of unease, Pip fluttered from his upside-down perch in a hollow cedar and decided to seek counsel. He knew of only one being in Lumenwood who understood the deep, old rhythms of the forest, the great sentinel, an oak tree so vast and ancient that its roots were rumored to drink from the same underground streams that fed the mountain's heart. His flight was a quiet rustle of membrane and air. He navigated not by sight alone, but by the gentle, pulsing glow of the forest's bioluminescent wonders. Ghost mushrooms clustered at the base of trees, casting a soft, blue-green light that illuminated his path. Will-o'-the-wisps, those playful, floating sprites of light, bobbed and weaved between ferns, their glow a warm, golden yellow. The very lichen on the north sides of the trees emitted a faint, star-like shimmer. It was as if the forest had swallowed a piece of the starry sky and let it grow from the ground up. After a time, he arrived in a wide, starlit clearing. At its center stood the great sentinel. It was more a small mountain of wood and leaf than a tree. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise, lined face of a very old guardian, and its branches spread out like benevolent arms, holding up the sky. Moonlight silvered its last remaining autumn leaves, which clung on with a tenacious, rustling grip. Pip alighted softly on a low-hanging branch, his tiny claws finding a secure purchase. He did not need to speak. In Lumenwood, communication was often a matter of presence and intention. He simply waited, his small body trembling slightly. A deep, resonant hum, felt more in the bones than heard by the ears, began to emanate from the tree. It was the sound of sap moving with glacial slowness, of roots stretching deep into the earth, of countless seasons held in memory. Little one of the air, a voice murmured, not in words, but in a wave of pure understanding that washed over Pip. It was a voice like the sound of wind through a vast, empty canyon, peaceful and immense. You carry a question in your quiet heart. The stream has been whispering of it. The stones have been dreaming it. What troubles your flight? Pip, gathering his courage, sent his own thought out, a fluttering, worried impulse. The music is gone, great one. The cricket songs, the frog choirs, the night is too quiet. It feels empty. The great sentinel was silent for a long moment, a silence filled only with the gentle shhhhh of the wind combing through its leaves, a natural, soothing ASMR that usually calmed every creature. But tonight, even that sound seemed tinged with sorrow. The music is not gone, the tree finally responded, its meaning unfolding in Pip's mind like a slow-blooming flower. It has only changed its tune. The forest is preparing for the great slumber. The season of long nights and short days is upon us. The magic is turning inward, as it always does. Pip cocked his head, confused. But why must it be so quiet? Why must the magic hide? Come, the sentinel's thought was an invitation. Listen more closely. There is a secret language being spoken all around you. You have only forgotten how to hear it. Guided by the ancient tree's presence, Pip closed his eyes and stilled his busy mind. He focused not on the absence of sound, but on the presence of what was there. First he heard the stream. It was not babbling joyously as it did in the summer. Now its voice was a lower, more thoughtful murmur, the water flowing over smooth, mossy stones with a sound like a deeply contented sigh. Rest, renew, it seemed to say with every lap against the bank. The stones themselves, still warm from the vanished sun, added a soft, percussive click and clack as the water shifted them minutely, a language of deep earth and patient time. Then he heard the trees. It wasn't just the wind. Each species had its own voice. The pines released a low, sustained whistle, a hymn of eternal green. The bare branches of the ash trees clicked together like gently tapping bones, speaking of letting go and trusting in the return. The great sentinel itself hummed its foundational note, a bass tone that held the entire symphony together. The forest does not fall silent, the sentinel explained. It simply speaks a different dialect. The language of preparation. The poetry of rest. The creatures you miss are not gone. They are listening too. They are storing the warmth of summer memories in their hearts and the wisdom of autumn in their dreams. Pip felt a wave of understanding, but also a new worry. But what about the light? The little glowing lights, will they sleep too? Follow the path of the fallen star, the tree murmured cryptically, and then its conscious presence seemed to recede, becoming one again with the deep, humming earth. Pip knew the audience was over. He took to the wing again, his heart a little lighter, but his mission changed. He was no longer seeking an answer to silence. He was on a quest to understand the new language of the forest. He flew towards the Whispering Glen, a place where the bioluminescent fungi were most dense. As he flew, a soft, misting rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle benediction. The sound of countless tiny droplets kissing the broad leaves of ferns and the needles of pines created a layered, rustling whisper, a natural ASMR tapestry that was incredibly soothing. Each drop that hit a still pool in the stream created a perfect, expanding ring of silver in the moonlight, accompanied by a soft plink. In the Whispering Glen, he found his friend, a fox named Rowan. Rowan's coat was the color of autumn itself, and her eyes held the keen, gentle wisdom of one who knew every hidden path and secret of the wood. She was sitting patiently, watching the rain-washed ghost mushrooms glow even brighter, their light reflecting in her intelligent eyes. "The sentinel sent you," she said, her voice a soft rustle of dry leaves. It wasn't a question. Pip fluttered down to land on a stone beside her. "It said to follow the path of the fallen star. What does that mean?" Rowan gave a slow, knowing blink. "It means we have a journey to make before the deep snows come. The starlight nectar is fading. It is what gives the will-o'-the-wisps their joy and the deep moss its constant shimmer. If it fades too much, the long night of winter will be truly dark, and the forest's heart might forget how to wake in the spring." A shiver that had nothing to do with the cool air ran through Pip. He understood now. The quiet wasn't just about sound. It was about the fading of the forest's inner light, its magical vitality. The seasonal cycle was in danger of becoming an endless winter of the spirit. "What can we do?" Pip asked, his voice small. "We must go to the Hearthstone," Rowan said, rising gracefully. It lies in the crystal cavern at the source of the silver thread stream. It is the wellspring of the forest's luminescence, but its light dims if it is not reminded of the world above. It needs to hear the stories of the season, to feel the connection to the sleeping life. We must be its messengers. And so their journey began. Pip flew low, a silent scout, while Rowan moved with a fluid grace through the undergrowth. They traveled through landscapes of breathtaking beauty and profound peace. They passed a field of slumbering fireflies, their light dampened, resting in the curled leaves of a fern bank. They heard the deep, rhythmic breathing of a badger family, already tucked away in their set, dreaming of spring earthworms. They saw the last of the autumn leaves, glowing like captured moonlight, as they spiraled down in the gentle rain. The sounds of their journey were a lullaby for the waking world. The soft squelch of Rowan's paws on wet moss, the distant, melodic hoot of a tawny owl, the great sentinel's nightly messenger, the ever-present whisper of the wind, and the steady, heartbeat-like rhythm of the rain. Finally, they reached the source of the silver thread stream, where it bubbled forth from a crack in a wall of dark rock, veiled by a curtain of glowing ivy. Pushing through the ivy, they entered the crystal cavern. It was a place of pure, silent magic. The entire cavern was lined with crystals that pulsed with a soft, internal light, breathing in time with the forest itself. In the center of the cavern, resting in a small, clear pool, was the Hearthstone. It was a perfectly smooth, opalescent orb, about the size of a fox's head. But its light was indeed flickering weakly, like a tired firefly. "It has been lonely," a new voice sighed. This one was the voice of the water dripping from the cavern's ceiling, each plink and plop forming a word. It misses the rustle of the leaves it cannot see. It misses the scent of the night flowers it cannot smell. Pip and Rowan approached the stone. They knew what to do. They had been guided here not by a map, but by the wisdom of the forest itself. Rowan lay down beside the pool, her nose nearly touching the water, and she began to whisper. She whispered the story of the summer sun on her back, of the taste of ripe blackberries, of the sight of fawns taking their first wobbly steps. Her words were not loud, but they were vivid, painting pictures in the quiet. Pip, fluttering above the Hearthstone, began to chitter and click, not in the language of echolocation, but in the language of memory. He told the story of his nightly dances with the moths, of the feeling of a sky full of stars on his wings, of the joyous, chaotic chorus of the cricket hollows at their peak. They poured their memories into the cavern, their voices blending with the dripping water and the deep, resonant hum of the crystals. They were reminding the Hearthstone of the world it served. They were singing the forest back to itself. As they shared their stories, a wonderful change began to occur. The Hearthstone's faint pulse grew stronger and steadier. A warm, gentle light blossomed from its core, flowing outwards like liquid honey. It filled the crystals in the walls, which brightened in response, their light reflecting and magnifying until the entire cavern was ablaze with a soft, radiant luminescence. The light did not stay contained. It flowed out with the stream water, a river of liquid starlight pouring out into the forest. Outside, the will-o'-the-wisps suddenly bobbed with renewed energy, their golden light burning bright and joyful. The ghost mushrooms and glowing lichens shone, with an intensity that turned the night forest into a breathtaking cathedral of light. The very air seemed to sparkle. The magic had been renewed. The cycle was secured. Exhausted but filled with a deep, profound joy, Pip and Rowan made their way back to the clearing of the great sentinel. The rain had stopped and the sky was clear, the moon and stars shining down upon a forest that was once again peacefully, beautifully alive in its slumber. The silence was no longer empty. It was full. It was the sound of roots dreaming, of seeds sleeping in their earthy beds, of the stored magic waiting for its time to bloom. It was a restorative silence, a necessary pause in the great melody of life. Pip found his perch in the cedar hollow. As he drifted into his own daytime sleep, he listened to the forest's new old language. The sighing stream, the whispering trees, the gentle wind, it was all a lullaby. It was the sound of the world holding its breath, not in fear, but in anticipation, resting deeply and securely in the knowledge that after every long night, without fail, the dawn would always come. And high above, the wise old owl, who had watched their entire journey from his high branch, gave one soft, low hoot, a sound of approval and peace that echoed through the starlit, luminous woods, a perfect full stop to the night's gentle story. The forest was safe. The magic was sleeping, and all was well. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right, a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols, a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Horologius, the keeper of moments," the clock replied. "And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet." Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hatboxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. "About time someone showed up," the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. "I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though." Leo blinked. "You can talk." "Only to those who listen properly," Marigold replied, licking a paw. "Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero." The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. "A hidden door," murmured Horologius. "Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner." Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. "Down we go," said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. "Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother." The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. "Oh dear," the candle wisped, its light trembling. "Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright." Leo knelt down. "What's wrong?" "A draft of doubt has been blowing through," Lumina explained. "It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim." The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking, "Maybe we need to find the source of the draft." Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. "There's a loose stone near the ceiling," she announced. "I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through." But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. "Lumina," he said gently, "if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way?" The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try." With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. A little to the left, she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. "Well done," Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. "The stories are safe." But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. The Journal of Whispers, Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion. Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. "She misses him," Leo said softly. "She doesn't say it, but she does." As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly. The wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls seemed to breathe with a life of their own, pulsing in rhythm with the distant heartbeats of nebulae. Here, two souls from worlds apart found themselves drawn together by the silent call of loneliness and the universal yearning for connection. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, a world where the very air danced with light. His name was Kalen, and his skin was a canvas of ever-shifting hues, reflecting his innermost feelings in a silent symphony of color. When he was calm, his form glowed with soft azure and lavender. When curious, it sparked with flecks of gold. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant displays, each shade telling a story deeper than any language could convey. Kalen had journeyed to the Starlight Haven after his ship, a vessel woven from crystalline fibers that sang as they moved, had malfunctioned, leaving him stranded in this remote corner of the galaxy. The second was a creature from the harmonic world of Melodia, where life resonated with music. Her name was Lyra, and her body was slender and graceful, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl. From her flowed a constant, gentle hum, a bass-line melody that shifted in pitch and tone to express her thoughts. When she was happy, it rose into a cheerful trill. When thoughtful, it deepened into a soothing drone. Lyra had been exploring the outer reaches when her own craft, a bubble-like pod that floated on sonic waves, had lost its way, bringing her to the same derelict station. Their meeting was hesitant, filled with the uncertainty of first contact. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a nervous orange red, his colors swirling in confusion. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of sharp, questioning notes that echoed through the corridor. For days, they circled each other in the station's hollow halls, their attempts at communication leading only to bafflement. Kalen would glow a friendly yellow, only for Lyra to misinterpret it as a warning and hum a defensive low tone. They retreated to separate corners, the silence between them growing heavier than the void outside. But the starlight haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. In its core was a neglected garden chamber, once a place of solace for travelers. The walls were transparent, offering a panoramic view of the swirling nebulas outside, and the floor was soft with moss that glowed with a gentle bioluminescence. It was here that Kalen and Lyra both sought refuge one evening, drawn by the comforting sight of distant stars. They found themselves standing at opposite ends of the room, each watching the cosmic ballet in silence. Kalen, feeling the peace of the moment, let his skin shift to a calm, steady blue, like the deep ocean of his homeworld. Lyra, sensing the change, allowed her hum to soften into a melodic whisper, reminiscent of the winds that swept across Melodia's singing plains. Slowly, cautiously, they moved closer. Kalen pointed a shimmering hand toward a particularly bright star, and his colors bloomed into a pattern of wonder, silver streaks against a backdrop of violet. Lyra, understanding the gesture, responded with a rising scale of notes that mirrored the star's brilliance. It was not yet conversation, but it was a start, a shared moment of awe. In the days that followed, they began to explore the garden together. The chamber was overgrown with alien flora, vines that curled like ribbons of light, flowers that opened and closed in time with the station's gentle breaths, and trees whose leaves chimed softly when touched. They decided to make this place their sanctuary, a project to bridge the gap between them. Kalen, with his innate connection to light, nurtured the bioluminescent plants, his touch causing them to brighten in joyful response. Lyra, using her harmonic abilities, encouraged the musical plants to harmonize, creating a backdrop of ethereal melodies that filled the space. Their collaboration was not without its humorous stumbles. Once Kalen arranged a cluster of glowberries in a pattern he intended as a gift, a spiral of warm pink and green, which on chroma symbolized friendship. But Lyra, seeing the colors, interpreted it as a sign of distress, for on Melodia such hues were associated with alarm. She burst into a frantic, high-pitched melody that sent the garden's creatures skittering. Kalen, startled, flushed a bewildered gray. It took a long, patient evening of trial and error for them to realize the misunderstanding. They sat among the chiming trees, and Lyra hummed a slow, explanatory tune, while Kalen slowly shifted his colors to demonstrate their meanings. When they finally grasped the cultural differences, Lyra let out a light, laughing trill, and Kalen glowed with amused gold spots. The incident became a fond memory, a lesson in patience that only deepened their bond. As they worked, they developed a unique way of communicating, a blend of color, sound, and empathetic feeling. Kalen learned to read the subtleties in Lyra's harmonics, recognizing the difference between a curious inquiry and a joyful exclamation. Lyra, in turn, began to understand the vocabulary of Kalen's hues, seeing how a slow pulse of indigo could mean contentment, or a quick flash of cerulean might indicate excitement. They often spent hours in quiet companionship, tending to their garden while watching stars drift past the viewport. In those moments, words were unnecessary. The soft glow of the plants and the gentle hum of the station wrapped around them like a warm blanket. One evening, a challenge arose that tested their newfound understanding. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, casting the garden into momentary darkness. The plants dimmed and the harmonious sounds faded into silence. Lyra, whose world was always filled with music, felt a surge of panic, her hum turning into a distressed waver. Kaelin, remembering how darkness on Chroma was a time for reflection, glowed a steady, reassuring amber. He moved close to Lyra, his light providing a soft beacon in the gloom. Together they realized that the garden's central crystal, which powered the bioluminescence, had been disrupted. Drawing on their strengths, Kaelin focused his inner light to recharge the crystal, while Lyra sang a stabilizing melody that calmed the erratic energies. As the garden slowly brightened, their efforts merged into a beautiful display, light and sound weaving together until the chamber was once again aglow with peace. This shared triumph solidified their friendship. They had created not just a shelter, but a home, a place where their differences were celebrated. The garden thrived under their care, becoming a tapestry of intergalactic life. Chroma's light-playing fungi grew alongside Melodia's resonant blossoms, each enhancing the other. They often invited passing cosmic creatures, floating spore fairies or gentle rock beasts, to visit, sharing stories through their unique languages. The station became a legend among wanderers, a beacon of harmony in the vastness of space. As time passed, Kaelin and Lyra found themselves spending countless evenings in their sanctuary, side by side. They would watch the nebulas paint the sky in hues of rose and sapphire, or count the shooting stars that streaked like tears of light. In these quiet moments, they felt the universe's gentle embrace, a reminder that kindness needed no translation. Lyra would hum a lullaby from her childhood, and Kaelin would glow in time, his colors flowing like a slow river. They learned that friendship was not about perfection, but about the willingness to listen, whether with eyes, ears, or heart. Eventually, the day came when both their ships were repaired, thanks to the help of other travelers they had aided. They knew they would have to return to their own worlds, but the thought brought no sadness, only gratitude. On their last night together, they sat in the garden, surrounded by the soft light and music they had nurtured. Kaelin's skin shone with a brilliant, heartfelt spectrum, a farewell that spoke of everlasting bond. Lyra responded with a melody that wove through the air, a song of promise and memory. They understood that distance meant nothing, for they had built a bridge between their souls that would span any galaxy. And so, as the stars twinkled like distant campfires, Kaelin and Lyra parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their heart. The Starlight Haven remained, a silent testament to their friendship, its garden forever blooming with the light of understanding and the sound of kindness. For in the endless cosmos, where worlds may be strange and languages unfamiliar, it is the simple acts of compassion that truly connect us all, weaving a tapestry of peace that glows brighter than any star. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela, with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer," it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. "The map-handed child, we've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways: a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well," it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered: a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the crystal veil woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood: courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten things, of dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the single round window. It was a place of whispers and echoes, where the house itself seemed to breathe softly through the floorboards. A young boy named Leo had been sent up to find an old picture frame for his mother, but the task had quickly been forgotten in the quiet thrill of exploration. His fingers trailed over the spines of leather-bound books and the cool, smooth surface of a porcelain wash basin. Then, tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt the color of faded violets, his knuckles knocked against something solid and wooden. He carefully pulled it free. It was a box no larger than a loaf of bread, carved from a dark, rich wood. There were no obvious hinges or latch, just the intricate image of a compass rose on its lid, the points of which were inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Leo ran his thumb over the carving. Click. The softest of sounds, like a sleeping sparrow shifting on its branch. The lid lifted a fraction. His heart beat a gentle, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. He opened it fully. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any he had seen in books or shops. Its casing was brass, worn smooth and warm with age. The needle, rather than pointing north, quivered and spun in a slow, lazy circle. And instead of the usual letters, the points of the compass were marked with tiny, exquisite symbols. A teardrop, a laughing mouth, a closed door, a single star, and a small, bright flame. As Leo lifted it from its velvet nest, the needle gave a decisive shiver and settled, pointing directly at the symbol of the closed door. A soft, clear chime, like that of a distant church bell, resonated from the compass itself, a single, pure note that hung in the dusty air. Chime. It was then he noticed the first of the helpers. Curled in a wicker basket nearby was a large, ginger cat, its fur the color of autumn leaves. It opened one golden eye, which fixed not on Leo, but on the compass in his hand. "It's been quiet for a long time," the cat said, its voice a low, rumbling purr. It stretched, a slow, luxurious movement. "I am Rowan, that," it added, nodding its head toward the compass, "is the Hearthstone compass. It doesn't point to places, you see, it points to feelings." Leo stared, too astonished to speak. "The door," Rowan purred, "usually means something is locked away, a fear, a memory, a piece of one's self." The cat patted over and rubbed its head against Leo's knee, a comforting, grounding weight. "The compass has chosen you for a journey, but the distance you will travel will be measured in courage, not in miles." Just then, a tiny, squeaky voice piped up from a hole in the baseboard. "Did someone say journey? I do love a good itinerary." A small, bright-eyed mouse, wearing a minuscule helmet fashioned from a silver thimble, scurried out and stood on its hind legs, whiskers twitching with excitement. "I am Pip," the mouse declared. "Official scout and cartographer of the Between Places. That compass is a tricky bit of work. Are you its new keeper?" Leo, finding his voice at last, managed a whisper. I think so." "Splendid," squeaked Pip. "Then we haven't a moment to lose. A closed door is a dreadful thing. It blocks the drafts and keeps out the starlight. Which way is it pointing?" Leo showed them. The needle remained steadfastly fixed on the tiny carved door. Rowan's purr deepened. "Then we follow. The journey begins not out there, but in here." The cat gently tapped a paw against Leo's chest. And so, holding the softly chiming compass, with a purring cat at his heels and a mouse perched on his shoulder, Leo took a step forward. He didn't walk toward the attic door, but toward the darkest, most cluttered corner, where shadows gathered thick as velvet. As he moved, the world around him seemed to soften and shift. The stacks of old newspapers blurred into a forest of whispering ferns, their fronds rustling with a sound like turning pages. The trunk full of winter coats became a great, mossy boulder, and the single round window now showed a sky full of swirling, lavender-tinged clouds. They were walking through a landscape woven from the attic's own essence, a cozy, quiet world that felt both strange and deeply familiar. The air smelled of rain-soaked earth and old books. In the distance, the gentle plink, plink of water dripping into a puddle echoed like a slow melody. "The compass shows the path through your own heart," Rowan explained, his voice a soft rumble beside Leo. "The challenges are yours alone to face, but you do not face them alone." After a time, the path led them to the base of a great, gnarled oak tree, its trunk so wide Leo couldn't see around it. And there, set right into the ancient bark, was a door. It was made of dark, polished wood, banded with iron, and it was very firmly shut. The compass needle pointed directly at it, and the soft chime grew slightly more insistent. Chime, chime. This was the challenge. The locked-away thing. Leo reached out and tried the iron handle. It didn't budge. He pushed with all his might, but the door was as immovable as the tree itself. A stubborn one, Pip chirped from his shoulder. No keyhole either, a puzzle. Leo felt a flicker of frustration, and with it, a chill seemed to seep from the door. He shivered. "Patience, little keeper," Rowan murmured, curling his tail around Leo's ankles. "A door locked by fear cannot be opened by force. What is it you are afraid of?" Leo looked at the imposing door. He thought about the reason he'd been so eager to hide in the attic that afternoon. A new school. New faces. The terrifying prospect of walking into a room full of strangers. He had locked that fear away, trying to ignore it, hoping it would vanish. But here it was, a solid, unmovable door in the landscape of his heart. "I'm afraid of being alone," he whispered, the confession hanging in the quiet air. As soon as he spoke the words, the iron bands on the door seemed to gleam less coldly. "Ah," said Pip, nodding sagely. "A very common lock, but it has a very simple key." The mouse scampered down Leo's arm and stood before the door. "You must offer it a gift of kindness." "Kindness to a door?" Leo asked, bewildered. "Kindness to the fear itself," Rowan corrected gently. "A fear that feels seen and understood is a fear that begins to lose its power." Leo thought for a moment. Then he sat down, his back against the great tree, right beside the door. He didn't try to open it. He simply sat there, holding the warm brass compass in his lap. He imagined the fear behind the door not as a monster, but as a small, shivering version of himself. He sent thoughts of comfort toward it. He imagined sharing his lunch with that lonely boy, telling him a funny story, sitting with him in silence so he wouldn't have to be alone. He poured all the kindness he wished for into that silent offering. For a long while, nothing happened. The only sounds were the rustle of the fern forest, the distant plink of water, and Rowan's steady, rumbling purr, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. Pip sat quietly on his knee, his tiny helmet gleaming. Then a new sound joined the symphony. A soft, warm, golden light began to spill from the seam around the door. It was the color of honey and candle flame. And with the light came a sound, a deep, resonant thrum like the string of a cello being gently plucked, a sound of deep contentment. Thrum. The iron bands glowed with a gentle warmth. Leo, acting on an impulse of pure kindness, reached out and laid his palm flat against the wooden door. It was no longer cold and forbidding, but warm like something alive. With a sigh that seemed to come from the roots of the great tree itself, the door swung inward, not with a jarring bang, but with a soft, whispering creak. There was no monster behind it. There was no dark, terrifying space. Instead, the doorway framed a scene of perfect, cozy safety. It was a small, circular room, lined with books, with a soft rug and a fireplace where friendly flames crackled and danced. In the center of the room stood a small version of himself, no longer shivering but smiling, holding out a hand in welcome. The compass in Leo's hands grew warm. He looked down. The needle was spinning joyously before settling on a new symbol, the single bright star. The chime it made now was clear and triumphant, a little shower of musical notes. Chime, chime, chime. You see, purred Rowan. You were never alone, you just had to find the part of you that knows how to be a friend. Pip did a delighted little jig on his knee. The door was never a barrier, it was an invitation. The landscape around them began to soften and blur, the fern forest fading back into stacks of newspapers, the mossy boulder resolving once more into an old trunk. Leo found himself sitting back in the dusty attic, the late afternoon sun painting everything in hues of gold. The carved box sat open on his lap, the heartstone compass resting inside, its needle now still and peaceful. Rowan the cat was curled beside him, purring contentedly, and Pip the mouse was nowhere to be seen, though a faint, cheerful squeak from the baseboard suggested he was already planning the next adventure. Leo hadn't traveled any physical distance at all, yet he felt as if he had crossed a vast and important territory within himself. The fear was still there, he knew, but it was no longer a locked door. It was a quiet room inside him, a place he could visit with kindness whenever he felt the chill of loneliness. He carefully closed the lid of the wooden box, the soft click a perfect full stop to the story. The attic was quiet once more, filled only with the peaceful sounds of a settling house and the gentle rhythm of his own, much lighter heart. He knew with a certainty that warmed him more than any fireplace that whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, he carried within him a compass that would always guide him home to his own courage and the memory of friends found in the most unexpected of places. Silas tended his moon-petal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moon-petals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moon-petals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Hearthstone glade is stirring." The Hearthstone glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the whispering woods where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moon petals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich in ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kalen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kalen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moon petals? Was he the walls stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Hearthstone glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Hearthstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the whispering woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelin nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelin's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the Hearthstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon-petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petals' chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. They needed to change, he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built. He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon-petal's gentle light. Thank you for showing me the way. Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kalen's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. Deep within the ancient forest of Eldermere, where the moon poured its silver light like liquid through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true nature when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic as old as the stars themselves. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox named Kalen ventured further than he ever had before. His russet fur was brushed with silver moonbeams, and his paws made no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. He was following a trail of softly glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle blue light, their bioluminescence creating a pathway through the deepening shadows. Kalen had heard the elders speak of the Heartwood Glade, a place where the magic of the forest gathered most strongly, where the trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Though his heart beat with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, he felt drawn forward by an invisible thread of curiosity. As he walked, the forest came alive around him. Fireflies wove patterns of gold in the air, their light mingling with the silver moonbeams filtering through the leaves. The stream that meandered through the woods babbled a soothing melody, each ripple and eddy forming words in the ancient language of water, a language that spoke of journeys to distant lands and the comfort of returning home. Kalen paused by the stream, dipping his nose to the cool, clear water. As he drank, he heard the stones beneath the surface humming a low, resonant tune. They told of patience, of being worn smooth by time and water, of holding fast through seasons of flood and drought. The young fox felt a sense of peace wash over him, as refreshing as the water itself. But soon the path grew darker, the trees closer together. Kalen realized he had wandered into a part of the forest where the moonlight struggled to penetrate. The glowing mushrooms had faded, and an unease settled in his chest. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like whispers of warning, and the familiar creak of branches seemed like sighs of concern. It was then that a soft voice spoke from above, gentle as the rustle of silk. "You have journeyed far from your den, little one." Kalen looked up to see a great horned owl perched on a moss-covered branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of the night sky, sprinkled with flecks of gold that seemed to capture the starlight. This was Lyra, the eldest of the nocturnal guardians, whose wisdom was as vast as the forest itself. "I was following the light," Kalen explained, his voice barely a whisper. "I wanted to see the Heartwood Glade." Lyra blinked slowly, her gaze kind. "The path to wisdom is not always illuminated, young seeker. Sometimes we must walk through shadows to appreciate the light." She extended one wing, gesturing for him to continue alongside her. Come, the forest has lessons for those willing to listen with more than just their ears. Together they moved deeper into the woods. Lyra flew silently from tree to tree, while Kalen followed below. As they traveled, the owl taught him how to listen to the language of the forest, how the different rustles of leaves conveyed messages, how the pitch of the wind through pine needles differed from its song through oak leaves, how the pattern of rainfall on various surfaces created a symphony of soft percussion. Every element has its voice, Lyra explained as they paused by a particularly ancient oak. Place your paw here against the bark. Kalen did as instructed, and to his amazement, he felt a gentle vibration through his pads, a slow, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest itself. The tree's whispers filled his mind, not with words but with feelings. The joy of spring buds unfurling, the contentment of summer shade, the release of autumn leaves, the deep rest of winter dormancy. All things move in cycles, Lyra said softly. To everything there is a season of growth and a season of rest. Neither is more important than the other. As they continued, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller and broader, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral overhead. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated their path. Then, through a natural archway of weeping willow branches, they stepped into the heartwood glade. Kalen caught his breath. The clearing was circular, surrounded by ancient trees whose bark shimmered with what appeared to be embedded starlight. At the center stood a magnificent silver birch that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The air hummed with magic, and the very ground beneath his paws felt alive with energy. But as Kalen stepped forward to approach the birch, he noticed something concerning. One side of the glorious tree appeared slightly faded, its leaves lacking the vibrant silver sheen of the others. A cluster of the glowing mushrooms at its base had dimmed to a faint pulse rather than their steady glow. The tree is unwell, Kalen observed, his heart sinking. Lyra alighted on a low branch nearby. The seasons have been unkind this year. The rains came too fiercely in spring, washing away much of the nutrient-rich soil from its roots. Then the summer sun burned too hot for too long. The tree has given its energy to protect the younger saplings around it, and now it struggles to replenish itself. Kalen looked at the weary tree, then at the vibrant forest around them. What can be done? The forest knows how to heal itself, Lyra said, but sometimes it needs assistance from those who walk its paths. Listen, what do you hear? Kalen closed his eyes, focusing all his attention. Beyond the obvious sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl calls, he began to discern subtler notes, the soft patter of beginning rainfall on leaves, the gurgle of a nearby spring, the faint crackle of energy from the bioluminescent plants. Then he heard it, a whisper from the stream that bordered the glade. It spoke of minerals and nourishment that flowed from the mountain peaks, of how the water could carry healing properties to where they were most needed if only something would guide it. The stream, Kalen said, opening his eyes. It can help, but it needs to be directed to the tree's roots. Lyra's golden eyes gleamed with approval. Wisdom often comes when we listen to the world around us rather than only to our own thoughts. With newfound purpose, Kalen set to work. Using his paws, he began to dig a small channel from the stream toward the silver birch. The earth was soft and fragrant, rich with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. As he worked, other nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows, drawn by the energy of the glade. A badger with stripes that shimmered like moonlight came to help move larger stones. Moths with wings like stained glass fluttered overhead, their gentle wing beats stirring the air. Even the fireflies gathered, forming a living chandelier that provided light for the work. As the gentle rain continued to fall, its patter on leaves creating a soothing rhythm, the stream began to flow along the new channel Kalen had created. The water swirled around the base of the silver birch, carrying with it the minerals and nourishment from distant mountains. almost immediately, a change began to occur. The trees' faint glow intensified, pulsing in time with the forest's heartbeat. The faded leaves regained their silver sheen, catching the moonlight like countless tiny mirrors. The mushrooms at its base brightened, their blue light becoming steady and strong. But the most miraculous transformation happened next. As the tree drew nourishment from the water, it began to release tiny, glowing seeds that floated upward like reverse snowfall. Each seed pulsed with soft light as it rose, joining the fireflies and moths in a dazzling aerial dance. When they reached the height of the canopy, the seeds burst into delicate silver sparks that drifted slowly downward, settling on every plant and creature in the glade. Where the sparks landed, new bioluminescent flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with soft hues of blue, violet, and silver. The moss covering the stones brightened to an emerald green that seemed to radiate its own light. Even the animals found their fur or feathers dusted with temporary starlight that slowly faded to a soft glow. Kalen watched in awe as the entire glade transformed into a living tapestry of light and magic. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the previously faint magical hum grew into a harmonious chord that resonated in his very bones. Lyra flew down to perch beside him. "You see, young one, the forest gives freely to those who understand its language. By helping one tree, you have strengthened the entire glade." Kalen looked around at the revitalized clearing, then up at the wise owl. "But I only dug a small channel, the stream did the healing." Lyra's beak seemed to curve in what might have been a smile. "The stream contains the medicine, but direction was needed. Just as the forest provides wisdom, but we must choose to listen. Just as the seasons bring change, but we must learn to adapt." They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching as the nocturnal creatures celebrated the renewal of the glade. The silver birch now stood radiant and strong, its branches swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of rain-washed forest and blooming night flowers. "Remember this night," Lyra said softly. "Remember that even in darkness there is light to be found. That rest is not idleness but preparation. That helping one part of the whole strengthens everything. And that the greatest magic often comes not from grand gestures, but from listening to the quiet voices around us." Kalen nodded, storing each word in his heart. He realized that his journey had not really been about reaching the Heartwood Glade, but about learning to hear the forest's song and understanding his place within its eternal cycles. As the night deepened toward dawn, the creatures began to return to their homes, their temporary starlight glow fading gently. The bioluminescent plants maintained their soft radiance, ensuring the glade would never again be without light, even on the darkest nights. Lyra offered to guide Kalen back to the familiar territory near his den. As they traveled, the young fox noticed that his understanding of the forest had changed. He could now distinguish the different whispers of trees, comprehend the babbling messages of streams, and feel the ancient patience in stones. The forest was no longer just a place he lived in. It was a living, breathing companion. When they reached the edge of his home territory, Lyra alighted on a low branch. "The night wanes and dawn approaches. Time for rest, little sage." Kalen looked up at the wise owl. "Thank you for guiding me." Lyra blinked slowly. "The guidance was always there in the forest itself. I merely helped you learn to listen. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with starlight and whispered wisdom." With that, the great owl took flight, disappearing silently into the pre-dawn shadows. Kalen returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a grandfather oak. As he curled up on his bed of soft leaves and moss, he could still hear the gentle sounds of the waking forest, the softening rainfall, the distant stream's song, the sigh of wind through leaves. Each sound wove together into a lullaby of natural ASMR that eased him into peaceful slumber. Outside, the first hints of dawn tinted the eastern sky with shades of rose and gold. The nocturnal creatures settled into their daytime rest, while the diurnal animals began to stir. The forest prepared for its daily transformation, just as it had for countless seasons before and would for countless seasons to come. And deep in his dreams, Kalen wandered through starlit clearings where trees shared ancient stories, streams offered refreshing wisdom, and stones hummed melodies of patience and persistence. He understood now that magic wasn't something rare or distant. It was present in every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. It was the interconnectedness of all things, the cyclical dance of rest and renewal, the quiet language of nature that awaited only listening ears and willing hearts. The ancient forest of Eldermere continued its eternal rhythms, now with one more creature who understood its secret language, one more guardian who would listen to its whispers and help when needed. And in the heart of the woods, the Heartwood glade pulsed with renewed energy, its silver birch standing tall and radiant, a testament to the power of listening, helping, and the magic that blossoms when creatures great and small work in harmony with the natural world. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions. Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. Twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. But now, the stag continued, the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust. With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In a little cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, where the chimney smoke curled into the sky like a lazy gray ribbon, there lived a young girl named Anya. The cottage was built of honey-colored stone and worn timber, and on cold evenings, its windows glowed with the warm, buttery light of a well-tended hearth. It was on just such an evening, with a chill wind sighing through the pine needles, that our story begins. Anya was sitting by the fire, a thick woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She was mending a small tear in her favorite sock, her needle moving in and out of the yarn in a rhythm as old and comforting as the crackle of the logs. Her grandfather dozed in his armchair opposite, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, a forgotten book open on his lap. The only sounds were the pop of the fire, the gentle snore from the chair, and the soft whisper of thread through cloth. But then a new sound joined the chorus. A faint, persistent tapping, like a tiny knuckle rapping on glass. It came from the window behind her. Anya set her mending aside and went to the pane, wiping away the fog her breath had created. Pressed against the cold glass was the most peculiar sight, a small, russet-colored fox. It wasn't trying to get in, nor did it look frightened. It simply sat there, its intelligent eyes fixed on hers, and it tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. Then it turned and trotted a few paces into the dark garden before looking back, as if waiting for her. A curious feeling, not of fear, but of quiet intrigue, settled over Anya. She pulled on her boots and her heaviest cloak, and slipped outside into the nipping air. The fox was still there, a darker shadow in the moonlight. When it saw her, it gave a soft, chuffing sound and began to lead the way, not deeper into the wild forest, but along a narrow, almost invisible path that skirted its very edge. The world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Frost crunched under her boots, and her breath plumed before her like a ghostly companion. The fox moved silently ahead, pausing every so often to ensure she followed. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the lights of the cottage were far behind them, and the only illumination came from the moon and the strange, ethereal glow of lichen on the ancient trees. Finally, the fox stopped before the gnarled, massive trunk of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling over the earth like the limbs of a slumbering giant. There, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a soft, pulsating light. It was a gentle, warm radiance, the color of a banked fire's heart, of a peach at the peak of ripeness. It pulsed slowly, in a rhythm that felt like a sleeping heartbeat. The fox nudged the object with its nose, and Anya knelt down. It was a stone, smooth and oval, but it was not cold. It was warm to the touch, and it glowed from within. As her fingers closed around it, the light within flared gently, and a wave of profound, peaceful warmth flowed up her arm and settled deep in her chest. It was a feeling of coming home, of a forgotten memory suddenly recalled. The fox looked at her, then at the stone, and then it turned and vanished into the shadows, its task seemingly complete. Anya stood there, holding the warm, glowing stone. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that she could not leave it. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way back to the cottage, the stone lighting her path with its gentle, ember-like glow. Her grandfather was awake when she returned, stirring the fire. He looked at the stone in her hands, and his old eyes widened not with surprise, but with a deep, knowing recognition. "Ah," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The hearthstone, I wondered if it would find its way back." He told her then, as they sat by the fire, a story his own grandfather had told him. It was a tale of the Glimmerwood, the true name of the forest that bordered their home. It was a place not just of trees and animals, but of old, gentle magic that slept in the roots and stones. The hearthstone, he explained, was a piece of that magic. It did not belong to anyone. It was a guardian, a tiny sun whose warmth nurtured the hidden, slumbering heart of the forest. But it was also a traveler. Every generation or so, it would grow dim and cool, and it needed to be found by a kind heart and brought back to a true hearth, to be rekindled by the simple, steady warmth of a home's fire. "It has chosen you, little one," her grandfather said, his hand gentle on her shoulder. "It trusts you to help it remember its own light." And so began Anya's quiet guardianship. She kept the hearthstone on the mantelpiece where it glowed softly, filling the cottage with a deeper, more comforting warmth than any fire could provide. Plants on the windowsill seemed to lean toward it, blooming out of season. The bread her grandfather baked rose higher and tasted sweeter. And at night her dreams were filled with gentle, dappled light and the feeling of deep, earthy roots. But after a week she noticed a change. The stone's glow, which had been steady and strong, began to flicker. Its warm pulse became irregular, like a sputtering candle. A faint chill crept back into the corners of the rooms. The stone was cooling. Remembering her grandfather's words, she knew what she had to do. The stone needed to return to the forest, to the place from which it came. It had been rekindled by the hearth's love. Now it needed to share that warmth with the sleeping world. The next morning, with the hearthstone wrapped in a soft cloth and tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the Glimmerwood. This time she went alone. The forest was different in the daylight. Sunbeams slanted through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. It was alive with sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. She walked for hours, following no path but the gentle, magnetic pull she felt from the stone in her pocket. It grew warmer as she walked in what felt like the right direction, cooler if she strayed. It was her compass. As the afternoon wore on, the forest grew deeper and quieter. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She came to a clearing where a small, crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth, gray stones. Sitting on a log by the stream, looking small and forlorn, was a young boy. He was perhaps a year or two younger than her, and he was crying quiet, hopeless tears. Anya approached slowly. "Hello," she said softly. The boy looked up, startled. His face was smudged with dirt, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm lost," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was following a butterfly, it was so blue, and I turned around and everything looked the same." Anya's heart ached for him. She sat down on the log beside him. "What's your name?" "Leo," he sniffed. "I'm Anya. I think I'm a little bit lost too," she said, which was not entirely true, but it made him look at her with a little less fear. but I have a friend who's helping me find my way." She pulled the cloth from her pocket and unwrapped the hearthstone. In the deep shade of the clearing, its light was stronger, a brave, warm beacon in the green gloom. Leo's tears stopped. He stared at the stone, mesmerized. "It's warm," he said in wonder, reaching out a tentative finger to touch it. "It is," Anya agreed. "It's a special stone. It likes to help." As he touched it, the stone's flickering steadied, and its glow intensified, as if soothed by his need. A new certainty settled in Anya's mind. Her journey was not just about returning the stone. It was about helping Leo, too. "Come on," she said, standing up and offering him her hand. "My friend will show us the way." Together, they followed the stone's guiding warmth. The forest seemed less intimidating with two. They shared the apple Anya had brought, and Leo told her about his village on the other side of the wood and the fierce wooden sword he was carving. The hearthstone pulsed in a slow, contented rhythm as they walked, its light pushing back the shadows. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the stone in Anya's hand grew suddenly, intensely warm. It glowed so brightly that it cast their long shadows ahead of them on the path. They had arrived at the base of the same ancient oak tree where the fox had led her. The hollow in the roots was there, waiting. But something was wrong. The area around the tree was unnaturally still and silent. The moss that should have been emerald green was tinged with brown. The air held a lingering, unseasonal chill. The heart of this place was ailing. Anya knew what to do. She knelt and gently placed the hearthstone back into its earthy cradle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The stone's light, which had been a contained glow, began to bleed outwards. It flowed like liquid sunlight along the roots, seeping into the soil. It traveled up the trunk in delicate veins of light, tracing the patterns of the bark, until the whole tree was faintly illuminated from within. The brown tinge faded from the moss, which now looked plush and vibrant. Tiny bioluminescent fungi that they hadn't even noticed began to sparkle on nearby logs like scattered constellations. The air lost its chill, becoming fresh and sweet. The forest around them sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and the normal evening chorus of insects and birds resumed, louder and more joyful than before. The stone's light slowly receded from the tree, drawing back into itself until it was once again a softly pulsing ember in the hollow. Its job was done. The warmth was shared. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "It fixed it," he breathed. It was then that they heard the voices, frantic, calling Leo's name. Torchlight flickered between the trees, and a moment later, a group of villagers burst into the clearing, led by a man and woman with faces etched with worry who ran to sweep Leo into a tearful, joyful embrace. As the family was reunited, Anya's grandfather emerged from behind the villagers. He must have followed her, keeping a distant, watchful eye. He walked over to her and put an arm around her shoulders, looking down at the peacefully glowing hearthstone. "You did well, Anya," he said, his voice full of pride. "You helped it remember its light, and then you helped it share it. That is the truest magic of all." The villagers, having heard Leo's excited story of the glowing stone and the kind girl, looked at Anya with newfound respect and gratitude. They offered to escort them both back to their cottage, their torches pushing back the night. As they prepared to leave, Anya took one last look at the hearthstone. It seemed to pulse once brightly in farewell. And from the shadows near the great oak, two intelligent eyes gleamed for a moment in the torchlight. The russet fox gave a slow, deliberate blink before melting back into the forest, its watchful duty complete for another generation. The walk home was filled with the comfortable murmur of voices and the friendly dance of torch flames. Leo walked beside Anya, his hand in his mother's, no longer a lost little boy, but a young adventurer with an incredible story to tell. When they finally reached the familiar site of their cottage, its windows dark but promising warmth and rest, the villagers said their grateful goodbyes and turned for home. Anya and her grandfather went inside. He lit a single candle, and its small flame was enough to make the room feel instantly like home. There was no grand celebration, no fanfare. There was only the simple, profound peace of a task completed, a friend helped, and a balance restored. Anya felt different somehow. The journey had left a quiet mark on her soul, a new steadiness and a deeper understanding of the subtle connections that weave the world together. The warmth of a hearth, the trust of a wild creature, the kindness offered to a stranger. Her grandfather made 2 cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, and they sat together in the quiet, dark cottage, listening to the settling sounds of the night. "The stone will sleep now," her grandfather said softly, sipping his tea. "And its warmth will seep deep into the roots of the Glimmerwood, keeping it safe and healthy until it is needed again, long after you and I are gone. And someone else will find it, and their journey will begin." Anya nodded, the warmth of the tea spreading through her, just as the stone's warmth had spread through the forest. She was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a day spent well. She went up to her little room under the eaves and climbed into bed. The moon shone through her window, casting a silver square on the floorboards. As she drifted towards sleep, she thought not of grand adventures, but of small things. The feel of the warm stone in her hand, the sound of Leo's relieved laughter, the trusting blink of the fox. And outside the great forest stood watch, its leaves whispering secrets on the wind, its roots cradling a gentle, glowing light, dreaming deep, earthy dreams, until the next time it would be called upon to warm the world. And in her cozy bed, Anya drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, her own heart glowing with a quiet, steady light all her own. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was as quiet and orderly as the neat rows of vegetables in her garden, yet within her chest beat a heart that often felt like a trapped bird, fluttering against ribs that seemed too narrow a cage. She did not know what she longed for, only that a deep, resonant ache accompanied the setting of each sun. Her changes began subtly, as the most important ones often do. One morning after a night of troubled dreams, she awoke to find a single, silken thread the color of moonlight caught in her hair. She brushed it away, thinking it a stray bit of cobweb. The next day there were 2, then 3. They were soft and strong, and when she held them to the light, they shimmered with a hidden rainbow, like oil on water. She started collecting them in a small wooden box, a secret she kept from the world. Around this time, the small, walled garden behind her cottage began to behave strangely. The plants had always been healthy, but now they responded to her moods with an impossible vibrancy. On a day when she felt a rare surge of courage after standing up for herself at the village market, the climbing roses burst into blossoms of such a deep, valiant crimson they seemed to drink the sunlight. When she spent an afternoon in quiet contentment, listening to the bees hum, the chamomile patch released a perfume so soothing it lulled the sparrows to sleep on the fence. It was in this garden that she first met the old woman. Anya had been kneeling in the soil, feeling particularly tangled and confused. The silken threads were becoming more persistent, and she had woken to find a small, delicate web spun between her bedpost and the windowsill. "A fine thing, a garden that listens," a voice said, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Anya looked up to see a woman with hair as white as thistledown and eyes the color of a twilight sky. She wore a cloak that seemed woven from moss and shadows, and she smelled of damp earth and wild mint. She introduced herself as Maeve. "It's peculiar," Anya admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is honest," Maeve corrected, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "It shows you what you often cannot see in yourself. This," she said, gesturing to the brilliant red roses, "is your strength, And this, she touched a velvety petal of a purple iris that had bloomed overnight, is your growing wisdom. The garden is merely translating the music of your soul into color and scent. Maeve did not visit every day, but she always appeared when Anya needed her most. She became a quiet mentor, a steady presence who spoke in metaphors of seeds and seasons. She never gave direct answers, only gentle observations that settled in Anya's mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. A seed does not know it is to become a sunflower, Maeve said one evening as they sat on a stone bench, watching fireflies blink in the lavender dusk. It only knows the dark, the damp, and the persistent push from within. It trusts the process, even when the process is one of dissolution. It must break itself open to become what it is meant to be. Anya looked down at her hands. The silken threads were no longer just in her hair. They occasionally drifted from her fingertips, especially when she felt a strong emotion. "But what am I becoming?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Something true," Maeve replied. "That is all we can ever hope for." The small victories began to accumulate, each one a stepping stone across the river of her fear. There was the day she decided to paint her front door a cheerful, buttery yellow instead of the practical gray it had always been. As she brushed on the first stroke, a cascade of golden marigolds erupted along the garden path, their faces turned to the sun as if in approval. Another day she found the courage to sing aloud while she worked, a folk song her mother had taught her, long forgotten. Her voice was shaky at first, but as the melody grew stronger, the silken threads that drifted from her lips began to weave themselves into a faint, shimmering harmony in the air, a visible echo of her sound. It was beautiful, and it did not frighten her. The threads became more abundant, weaving around her as she moved through her days. They formed a soft, hazy cocoon around her chair as she read, a gentle enclosure that felt not like a prison, but like a sanctuary. She began to spend more time within this self-spun haven, a quiet, semi-transparent tent of moonlight and rainbows. Inside, the world outside was muted, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own breath and the quiet, patient beating of her heart. Maeve would sit outside the cocoon and speak to her through the silken walls. "The caterpillar does not fret in its chrysalis," she murmured. "It does not struggle to be the butterfly before its time. It rests, it dissolves, it allows its own magnificent ruin, trusting that its deepest blueprint knows the way." Inside her soft enclosure, Anya let herself dissolve. She let go of the old stories she had told herself, that she was too quiet, too strange, too much, and yet not enough. She released the fear of what the villagers might think, the anxiety of not having a clear path. She sat in the quiet dark and simply was. And in that being she began to remember things, the feeling of flying in her dreams, the weightlessness of joy, the intricate patterns of starlight that felt like a native language. One morning, after a soft rain had pattered on her cocoon all night, she felt a profound sense of readiness. It was not a frantic need to escape, but a gentle, firm knowledge that it was time. She took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the natural world outside, and pressed a hand against the silken wall. It gave way without resistance, parting like a curtain of mist. She stepped out into her garden. The change was not a shocking, sudden thing. It was a completion. The silken threads were gone, but in their place was a soft, luminous quality to her skin, as if she had learned to carry her own inner moonlight with her. From her shoulders, delicate wings had unfolded, not the wings of a bird or a common butterfly, but something entirely her own. They were the color of a dawn sky, etched with patterns that resembled the veins of leaves and the constellations of faraway stars. They were not for frantic flight, but for gentle, drifting journeys on the warm breath of the world. Her garden had erupted into a celebration. Flowers of every imaginable hue and shape nodded in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, honeysuckle, and rich, dark earth. The colors shifted as she walked among them, reflecting her newfound understanding, deep blues of profound peace, vibrant greens of vibrant growth, and soft pinks of a gentle, unconditional affection for herself. Maeve was there, of course, standing by the gate with a look of deep satisfaction. She did not say, "I told you so." She simply opened her arms, and Anya walked into her embrace. "You see," Maeve whispered. "The ache was not a flaw, it was the seed of your becoming." Anya looked at her mentor, her friend, her eyes clear and calm. "What happens now?" Maeve's smile was as warm as the sun on the stone path. Now you begin." The cocoon was not the end of the story. It was the quiet chapter that made the rest of the tale possible. You have learned the language of your own soul. Now you get to speak it to the world. Anya turned her face to the sky. She took another of those slow, deep breaths in and out, feeling the gentle weight of her wings on her back. They rustled softly, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. She did not leap into the air. There was no rush. Instead, she took a step forward, then another, walking through her garden gate and onto the path that led toward the waking world. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning. The first step of a journey taken not by a woman who was afraid of her changes, but by one who had learned to wear her transformation like a cloak of starlight, ready to see what wonders her new wings would help her discover, one gentle, breathing moment at a time. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a steady, whispering voice of light and warmth in the quiet room. Its golden light danced upon the walls, painting them with shifting patterns of amber and deep orange, and the scent of burning applewood filled the air, sweet and smoky. It is in this circle of warmth and light that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a quiet, lingering sort of sadness. In a small, tidy cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest, lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. You see, Kalen felt a profound loneliness, a hollow space inside him that the cheerful chatter of the village children or the busy love of his parents could not quite fill. He felt different, as if he were a puzzle piece from another box, and he spent most of his time wandering the fringes of the woods, listening to its secrets, hoping to find where he might truly belong. One evening, as the autumn sun bled into a violet and tangerine horizon, Kalen was returning from one such walk. The air was growing chilly, and he pulled his woolen cloak tight around his shoulders. His path took him past the workshop of old Alara, the village woodcarver, a woman as gnarled and wise as the ancient oaks she loved. Her door was ajar, and a soft, buttery light spilled out onto the cobblestones. Drawn by the warmth, Kalen peeked inside. Alara was not carving that night. Instead, she was sitting by her own small fire, polishing a smooth, dark river stone she held in her palm. It was about the size of a goose egg, unremarkable at first glance. But as Kalen watched, his breath caught in his throat. From deep within the stone's core, a gentle, pulsing light began to glow. It was the color of banked embers, a deep, warm red that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. "Come in, child," Alara said without looking up, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "The night air is too cold for lingering." Kalen stepped inside, the warmth of the workshop enveloping him like a blanket. "What is that?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the stone. Alara held it out to him. "This is an ember stone. It is a very old thing, and a very rare one. It does not create its own light, you see. It only reflects what is already there." She placed it in his hand. It was surprisingly warm, and the gentle pulse of light within it seemed to sync with the beat of his own heart. "Reflects what light?" Kalen asked, turning the stone over. It felt alive. "The light inside," Alara said simply. "The warmth of a kind heart, the spark of a brave spirit, the glow of a hidden truth. For most, it remains a dull, cold rock, but for those who carry a special light within them, it awakens." Kalen stared at the emberstone in his hand. Its deep red glow was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Why is it glowing for me? Old Alara smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like well-trodden paths. That, my boy, is a question only you can answer, but the stone has chosen to speak to you. It wishes to go with you. With me, where? On a journey, she said, her gaze drifting towards the dark line of the forest. There is a place deep within the woods, a hidden world known as the Sylvan Glade. It is a place of immense, ancient magic, but its heart is growing cold. Its light is fading. I believe the emberstone is the key to warming it again, and I believe you are the one who must carry it there. A journey into the deep woods. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Kalen. But as he looked down at the stone, its steady, ember-like glow seemed to pour courage into his veins. The hollow feeling inside him shifted, not filling, but changing into a sense of purpose. How will I find it? He whispered. The stone will guide you, Alara said. Listen to its pulse. It will beat faster when you are on the right path, and slower when you have strayed. Trust it, and trust yourself. And so, with the emberstone tucked safely in a leather pouch tied around his neck, Kalen set out the very next morning. He left a note for his parents, promising to return, his pack filled with bread, cheese, and a heart full of trepidation and hope. The forest welcomed him not with a roar, but with a sigh. The tall pines formed a cathedral ceiling high above, their branches filtering the sunlight into shifting, dappled patterns on the mossy floor. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine resin. For hours he walked, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the distant calls of unseen birds. He held the emberstone in his hand, feeling its rhythmic pulse. For a long time it beat slow and steady. Then, as he paused at a fork in the game trail, considering which way to go, he felt it. A quickening, a distinct thump-thump-thump against his palm, when he looked towards the path that led deeper into the shadowy, thicker part of the woods. Taking a deep breath, he followed that path. The forest grew denser, the light fading to a perpetual twilight. Strange bioluminescent fungi clung to the trees like pale, ghostly lanterns. Kalen's loneliness began to creep back in, amplified by the profound silence. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the route snaking across the path until it was too late. He tripped, tumbling down a small, leafy embankment, landing with a soft thud in a bed of ferns. He was unhurt, but his pouch of food had torn open, and his supplies were scattered. As he sat up, brushing dirt from his trousers, a wave of despair washed over him. He was lost, his food was gone, and the great, silent forest seemed to press in on him from all sides. The emberstone around his neck felt heavy and cold. It was then that he heard a sound. A soft, sniffing noise. He looked up and saw a pair of bright, intelligent eyes peering at him from behind a fallen log. A moment later, a small, red fox stepped cautiously into view. It was a beautiful creature, with a coat like polished copper and a bushy tail tipped with white. It didn't run away. Instead, it tilted its head, studying him with a curious expression. "Hello," Kalen said softly, his voice small in the vast quiet. The fox took a step closer, then another. It sniffed the air, then cautiously approached a piece of cheese that had fallen from Kalen's pack. It nibbled at it, then looked back at Kalen as if to say thank you. "I suppose you can't have it," Kalen said with a sigh. "I don't have much use for it now." The fox finished the cheese, and then, to Kalen's astonishment, it sat down, wrapping its tail neatly around its paws. It wasn't afraid. In fact, it seemed to be keeping him company. "Are you lost too?" Kalen asked, feeling a little silly for talking to a fox. The fox simply blinked. But in that moment, a wonderful thing happened. The ember stone, which had grown dim, began to glow again. A soft, warm pulse of light emanated from it, and the fox's eyes widened, reflecting the gentle crimson glow. It didn't startle. It seemed comforted. Kalen reached out a hand, slow and steady. The fox hesitated for only a second before it stretched its neck and gently nudged his fingers with its cool, damp nose. A feeling of pure, uncomplicated friendship flowed through Kalen, warm and sweet as honey. The hollow space inside him didn't feel so empty anymore. "I'm Kalen," he said, "and I'm going to the Sylvan Glade." The fox gave a soft, chuffing sound, then stood up and trotted a few paces down a path Kalen hadn't even noticed, hidden behind a curtain of ivy. It looked back at him, waiting. You know the way?" Kalen asked, incredulous. The fox flicked its tail, a clear gesture of "follow me." And so, Kalen's solitary journey transformed into a shared one. He named his new companion Ember, for the color of his fur and for the light of the stone that had brought them together. Ember proved to be an excellent guide. He knew which berries were safe to eat, where the clearest streams trickled, and the safest places to rest as the deep violet of night draped itself over the forest. As they traveled, Kalen talked. He told Ember about his loneliness in the village, about feeling out of place, about the weight of the strange stone and the task he had been given. Ember, of course, could not reply with words, but he listened with his whole body, his ears swiveling to catch every syllable, his presence a quiet, steadfast comfort. In turn, Kalen learned to listen to the forest as Ember did, to the warning chatter of a squirrel, the direction of the wind, the subtle messages in the rustling leaves. One afternoon they came to a wide, rushing river, its waters gray and swollen with recent rains. The bridge that had once spanned it was nothing more than a few rotten planks dangling from crumbling stone pillars. "How will we cross?" Kalen wondered aloud, his heart sinking. Ember trotted along the bank, his nose twitching. He stopped at a place where a great, ancient willow tree leaned far out over the water, its long, trailing branches brushing the surface of the river. He looked from the branches to Kalen and back again, a clear idea forming in his clever mind. Understanding dawned on Kalen. It was a risky, terrifying idea. But as he looked at the determined set of Ember's shoulders and felt the confident pulse of the Emberstone against his chest, he knew it was their only choice. He would have to swing across. Gathering a handful of the strongest, most flexible willow branches, he took a deep breath. Fear was a cold stone in his stomach, but beneath it was a new feeling, trust. Trust in Ember, trust in the stone, and trust in his own growing strength. With a running start, he leaped, clutching the branches. For a heart-stopping moment, he swung out over the churning, cold water. The branches creaked and strained, but they held. He landed, stumbling but safe, on the far bank. He turned immediately, his heart in his throat. Ember. The little fox took a few steps back, then ran and leaped with all his might. He wasn't heavy enough to swing the branches down. He scrabbled desperately at the air, starting to fall. Without thinking, Kalen lunged forward, lying flat on the bank and stretching his arms out as far as he could. His fingers brushed against Ember's fur, caught hold of a leg, and he pulled with all his might, hauling the dripping, shivering fox to safety. They lay on the bank for a moment, panting, soaked but triumphant. Ember shook himself, spraying water everywhere, and then licked Kalen's cheek. The Emberstone was glowing so brightly it cast their shadows long and dancing on the rocks behind them. Kalen realized he wasn't just carrying the stone's light anymore. He was creating it. The light of courage born from friendship was shining from within him. The land on the other side of the river was different. The air grew colder and the trees were skeletal and silver, their leaves long gone. A profound silence hung over everything, a silence that felt old and weary. The very light seemed thin and gray. The Emberstone's pulse was a frantic, urgent drumbeat against Kalen's chest. They followed the stone's guidance into a narrow canyon between two sheer cliffs of pale, smooth rock. At the end of the canyon was an archway, woven from the living roots of two immense, sleeping trees. This was the entrance to the sylvan glade. But the glade was not what Kalen had imagined. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, frozen in time. Trees of silver and gold, with leaves like crystal, stood motionless. Flowers made of frosted glass dotted the landscape. A still black pool lay at its center, reflecting the bleak, colorless sky. But it was utterly silent and utterly cold. There was no birdsong, no rustle of life, no warmth. The magic here was not sleeping, it was dying. In the center of the glade, beside the dark pool, stood a figure. It was a creature of light and shadow, shaped like a tall, slender woman, but she was made of woven willow branches and pale, fading moss. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the glade, her feet like roots sinking into the earth. This was the guardian, the spirit of the sylvan glade, and she was fading away. Kalen approached slowly, Ember at his heels. The cold was seeping into his bones. He held the Emberstone out before him. "Hello," he called softly, his voice echoing in the crystalline silence. The guardian's eyes fluttered open. They were the color of a winter sky, vast and empty. Who comes to this forgotten place?" Her voice was a whisper, the sound of wind through bare branches. "My name is Kalen. I was sent, I was guided here by this." He opened his hand, revealing the Emberstone. It glowed, but its light seemed small and feeble against the immense, consuming cold of the glade. The guardian's pale eyes focused on the stone. A flicker of memory passed over her face. "The Hearthstone, it has been an age since I felt its warmth." She looked at Kalen, her gaze piercing. "But its light alone is not enough. It is a mirror, child. It can only reflect what is brought to it. The glade's own heart has grown cold with loneliness and the weight of forgotten years. Its light has gone out." Kalen understood then. The journey wasn't about delivering a magical object. It was about what he had become on the way. The stone hadn't been guiding him to the glade. It had been guiding him to himself. He thought of his own loneliness, the hollow feeling that had sent him into the woods. He thought of the warmth of old Alara's fire, the steadfast friendship of Ember, the courage he had found at the river. He thought of all the small, quiet lights that had guided him, kindness, trust, bravery. He knelt by the dark, still pool, the Emberstone held tightly in his hand. He didn't know any grand spells or magical words. So he simply began to speak. He spoke of the things he had learned. He spoke of the comfort of a shared silence, the strength found in a helping hand, the way a single act of kindness could light up the darkest path. He poured all the warmth he had found on his journey, the warmth of friendship, of purpose, of a heart no longer feeling alone, into the stone. And the Emberstone responded. It began to glow, not with a pulse, but with a steady, brilliant, sun-like radiance. The deep red of embers flared into gold and soft white. The light poured from the stone, not as a beam, but as a gentle, flowing warmth, like liquid sunlight. It touched the frozen flowers, and their glass petals began to shimmer with soft, living colors. It touched the silver trees, and their crystal leaves began to chime softly, a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. It touched the dark pool, and the water cleared, reflecting not a gray sky, but the brilliant, warm light of the stone itself. The light flowed up the guardian's roots, through her body of willow and moss. Color returned to her, the rich brown of soil, the vibrant green of new growth. She stood taller, her eyes now the deep, warm green of a summer forest. A slow, beautiful smile spread across her face. The sylvan glade was waking up. A breeze, warm and sweet with the scent of blooming things, whispered through the trees. From hidden nests and burrows, creatures began to emerge, shimmering moths, birds with feathers like jewels, small, shy animals Kalen had never seen before. The silence was replaced by a symphony of life, chirping, buzzing, rustling, a joyful noise that was the very sound of the world being born anew. The guardian placed a hand, now warm and solid, on Kalen's shoulder. "You did not bring the light, child," she said, her voice now strong and melodic. "You became the light. You reminded this place of what it had forgotten, that the truest magic, the warmth that can melt the coldest frost, is the magic of connection. Thank you." Kalen looked at Ember, who was chasing a glowing butterfly, his copper fur blazing in the new light. The hollow space inside him was gone, filled to the brim with a quiet, profound joy. He had found where he belonged. It wasn't a place on a map, it was a feeling he carried within him. He spent a day and a night in the sylvan glade, resting and marveling at its restored beauty. When it was time to leave, the guardian gave him a small, smooth seed from the oldest tree in the glade. "Plant this where your heart feels most at home," she said. "It will grow into a reminder." The journey back was different. The forest seemed brighter, friendlier. He and Ember retraced their steps, the emberstone now resting quietly against his chest, its great task complete. When he finally emerged from the tree line and saw the familiar smoke rising from his village chimneys, it felt like returning to a dream. He went straight to Alara's workshop. The old woodcarver was waiting, as if she had known the very moment he would arrive. She took the emberstone from him. It was dark and cool once more, a simple river stone. "Its work is done," she said, placing it on a shelf among other curiosities. "And so is yours for now." Kalen shook his head. "No, it's just beginning." He told her everything about Ember, the river, the frozen glade, the guardian. As he spoke, he realized the story itself was a kind of light, warming the small workshop. He went home to his parents, who hugged him tight, their worry melting into relief and pride. That evening, in the soft soil of his own backyard, under the watchful eye of Ember, who had decided the village was not so bad if Kalen was there, he planted the seed from the sylvan glade. And as the seasons turned, a strange and wonderful tree began to grow. Its bark was silvery, its leaves a shimmering gold green, and on the coldest, darkest winter nights, its branches would glow with a soft, ember-like light, casting a gentle, warm radiance over Kalen's home. Kalen was never lonely again. He had learned that the world is full of hidden glades and silent guardians, and that every heart carries an ember waiting to be kindled. He had learned that the most important journeys are the ones that lead you back to yourself, and that the truest warmth is found not in a solitary fire, but in the shared light of friendship. So as the fire in the hearth now burns down to a bed of glowing, pulsing coals, and the room is filled with a deep, peaceful quiet, remember Kalen's story. Remember that even on the darkest nights, there is always a light within you, waiting to be shared. Carry that warmth with you into your dreams, and know that you, too, belong. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as gentle and full of wonder as a sylvan glade, restored. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kalen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kaelin had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kaelin's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones. Neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kaelin glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kaelin's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kaelin's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kaelin would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kaelin would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kaelin's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kaelin glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kaelin, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kaelin noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kaelin dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kaelin understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kaelin, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kaelin responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kaelin's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kaelin would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kaelin seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kaelin responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonious song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kaelin began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kaelin and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light-years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelin, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelin recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelin, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelin pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelin mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelin trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelin's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kaelin attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kalen sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kalen focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kalen, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kalen's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kalen responded with a constellation-patterned glow. "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kalen's prismatic recollections of shard-singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kalen gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kalen treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They're winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf, they were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kalen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kalen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kalen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kalen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon-petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon-petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so, Kalen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: "Follow the silver, find the stone that dreams." Trusting the water's wisdom, Kalen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kalen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kalen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like 1,000,000 diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kalen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. The crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kalen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon-petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kalen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kalen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kalen, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kalen made his way back to his den, as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner, a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so, saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kalen drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set and obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a Glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the Glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. "Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy." They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryo blooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. "Borvan, come see," Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. "Warm," he rumbled appreciatively. "Good." He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair. The tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might lead. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever.